everyone, my name is Belle, and I'm currently a doctoral researcher in learning, education, and technologies. With a background in learning science and apply AI in education, I'm passionate about how AI transforms the way we learn, interact, and also in making AI more accessible to learners. Welcome everyone to our sessions on Introduction to Artificial Intelligence. So in these first few slides, we'll outline the journey that we will explore today. What AI is, why is it emerged, and where it is headed. Think of this as setting the stage for our entire discussions. We are aiming to understand AI not just as a futuristic concept, but as a technology that is very real in daily life, from smartphone apps to online services. Well, one may ask, why pay attention to AI? The simplest answer is that it helps us see how machines learn to mimic our decisions-making process. This does not mean that machines are smarter, rather they are trained to recognize patterns. Our talk today will address how this happens, the historical event that led us here, and some common myths about AI. Let us begin by looking at what we'll cover. In these modules, we'll focus on what is AI, how does AI come to be, common misconception about AI, why it is important to learn about AI, and our interactions will be interactive in spirit. Each part will build on the last, so by the end, everyone will see the big pictures. We'll focus on tangible examples such as navigation apps, online shopping, recommendation, and digital tools for the classroom. AI is not an abstract idea, it's a set of methods that help computers learn from data. And that is our starting point. What is AI? Now, I'm going to start with these warm-up questions. When you hear the word AI, what is the first thing that pops into your mind? Take a moment to think about this. Does that image fall into any of these categories? The westward idea of robot taking over our world, some other end on the scale of sci-fi movies, or general some smart app like Siri, Google, ChatGPTs, or you are not too sure altogether. With that confusions, let's get ourselves grounded on this basic definition of AI. AI, or artificial intelligence, is about teaching machine to learn from data and make decisions, much like how humans learn from experience. How is this different from most computer program or the tool that you ask? Well, regular computer program typically follow a fixed set of commands. So if a user is inputting data into a traditional program, that software will respond in the same manners every single time, the way that it has been designed and instructed. AI, in contrast, it evolves with every new piece of information it encounters. Imagine it as a student that gets better with practice. In this module, we'll break down the core concepts that make AI both fascinating and transformative. Let me illustrate the mechanism of rule-based program further. Picture a person coaching a computer to spot an apple. They'll hand it 10 distinct apple photos, explaining all of these apples. The computer would nod and fire them away. Next, the person revisits one of those images and asks, is it an apple? The computer would proudly say, yes, because it remembers that specific photos. Then here comes the twist. A fresh apple picture appears. What is this? The coach asks. The machine draws a blank and answers, no, unable to connect it to the saved image. So without any real learning, it cannot handle anything beyond those original 10 pictures. Now, let's switch gear to an AI-based system. The same person shows 10 apples, photos, labels apples. Instead of just storing identical snapshots, the AI starts to recognize the key features such as shape, color, textures. And when being asked, is this new picture an apple? The AI would compare those features to its learned patterns. Even if the photo is at a new angle or at a slightly different color, the AI would understand and say, yes, this too is an apple. That's the real difference. AI learn from examples and form a flexible patterns rather than simply remembering precise images. So in this learning sense, we can say that AI has all capabilities in seeing, hearing, and thinking. But seeing would referring to computer vision mechanisms like when your phone cameras identifies face friend. Or hearing can be speech recognitions, for example, Amazon Alexa's or Apple Siri. It can interpret your voice command. Thinking pointing to making predictions based on data, like when an e-commerce site suggests the products. Each of these abilities emerge from the model training on a large amount of data. However, that does not mean that AI understands in a human sense. It learns from example and then apply that in learning. So in this sense, we should better perceive that AI is not magic, it's not omnipotent, but they can learn from example. The more example that you give, the better they become. How does AI came to be? Believe it or not, AI is not new. Our journey began in 1956 at the Dartmouth conference where the term artificial intelligence was coined. But since then, we have witnessed incredible milestones from AI defeating a chess champion in 1997 to breakthroughs in computer vision in 2012, and leading to AI ability to learn and detect objects in photos. And then you have creative AI generating art and music in 2018. Of course, around 2020 is the unmissable appearance of ChatGPTs, or more in a bit term of like generative AI, has the ability to understand and generate new content from text-based to multimedia content like images, audios, videos. And then we can fast forward to today in 2024, with the focus is actually on creating AI that is ethical, safe, and transparent. So this timeline shows us that AI isn't just a sudden intervention. Decades of research coupled with leap in processing powers, data availability, has moved AI from science fiction towards to everyday tool. Now, many people might wonder if AI equal robot taking over the world. Well, AI is more actually about teaching machine to learn from data and make decisions. For instance, an image classification models simply identify which photo contain cat. This is about finding pattern, not planning world dominations. Now, let's break down the core process of AI. So at its heart, AI take in data, analyze it, and find pattern, and then make predictions. While AI might contain algorithm and automation aspects, one might not mean the others, so it is important to distinguish and understand these separately. First, think of algorithm as the blueprints, a set of steps to solve a problem, much like a cooking recipe, a series of set of steps to cook a meal. Automations use that blueprint repeatedly. So if you can imagine like a machine factories running at the same instructions over and over again. But AI go further. It does not just follow instructions. It also study as it's automate. It keep learning from the large amount of data to make new decisions or predictions. It constantly updates its approach based on its learn. So in short, AI builds on the notion of structured step from algorithm. It automates step, but it differs in adaptability. So before we detail the inner working of AI, so this will introduce two aspects that are very much involved with this process. The first one is analytical thinking. What is it? So this type of reasonings involve breaking problem down into smaller parts. in an educational settings, one might break down complex research question into simpler segments, a small hypothesis, for example, like investigating user behaviors, and then exploring the technologies that addresses those behaviors. So AI development follow these patterns by deconstructing tasks into data gathering, pattern recognition, and then prediction. Moving on, we have structural thinking. Now, this is about putting those smaller pieces in the proper orders. So using a recipe as an example, if you line up all the ingredients that you have, now you need to follow certain steps in a logical sequence. In AI, the system must handle the input, process it, produce an outcome, and then learn from the feedback. If these steps are out of orders, the system fails. So imagine trying to train a chatbot even collecting the relevant text data. The structures have ensured each stage connect effectively to the next. So together, these two skills help us design and troubleshoot AI system effectively. When you're building or refining an AI-based learning app, it's important to first break down its function, and then second, arrange them so that they use the data collections, model trainings, and result feedback form a sensible loops. If we skip any step, the system might produce incorrect or incomplete response. That is why AI projects require both detailed analysis as well as step-by-step organizations. So, in short, AI daily operation would contain these four main steps. First, data collection. Second, learning from those data. Then, making predictions. And lastly, improving over time. So let's put these ideas into a bit more practical context. So consider a scenarios where we want an AI to identify fruit. First, we collect thousands of images of apples, bananas, and orange. Next, the AI will look for patterns. So apple might be round and red. Banana might be long and yellows, and orange, well, they have their own distinct features. The AI then uses this pattern to predict the identifiers of new images. And if it makes a mistake, we corrected it, and then the system will learn from that error. This is how AI gets better over time. Now, let's talk about the two important subsets of AI, machine learnings and deep learnings. First, what I meant by subset, in simpler terms, we can say that all machine learning and deep learning application is AI, but not all AI is machine learning and not all AI is deep learning. So at a higher level, machine learning involve algorithms that learn patterns from data, which on the other hand, deep learning is a subset of machine learning that is neural network, structures inspired by the human brain to learn complex patterns automatically. Now, while machine learning can work with smaller data set and is often requires some human input in selecting the features, deep learning thrives on huge data set and it can discover intricate patterns on its own. Each has its own strength and ideas use case, whether it is predicting house price or powering self-driving car. So in that sense, we can see example like predicting house price or even recognizing a handwritten digit. This might be handled well by machine learning, but to distinguish complex objects in image and speech to text, self-driving car, this actually call for deep learning. Now, as educators, you have a very critical role to play. AI is transforming teaching and learning processes, automating gradings, personalized learning experience, and even providing insight to student process. For educators, understanding AI means enhancing classroom efficiency and preparing students for futures where technology is deeply integrated into every aspect of life. By integrating AI into your curriculum, you are not only teaching a subject, you are empowering future innovators. So, there are three main things of why, as educator, you should learn about AI. First, enhancing teaching method. Educators who understand that AI can transform traditional teaching method by incorporating intelligent tools that personalize learnings and automate routine tasks. Imagine using AI to create adaptive lesson plan that can cater to each student pace and learning style. This will not only make your teaching more dynamic, but it also free up valuable time so you can focus on engaging with students more deeply. With AI, you can seamlessly integrate multimedia resources, interactive simulation, and even real-time feedback into your curriculum, making complex subjects more accessible and exciting. Helping students navigate the futures. In today's rapid evolving digital landscape, preparing students for the future is more crucial than ever. Educators with AI literacies are better equipped to guide students through emerging technologies and critical thinking challenge. By understanding AI, you can teach students how to interact with, question, and then harness this technology responsibly. This means that not only giving them the skill to thrive in a tech-driven economy, but also empowering them to be innovators and ethical decision makers in a world where AI increasingly shapes every aspect of our life. Lastly, enhancing classroom efficacies. AI can boost classroom efficacy by streamlining administrative tasks and optimizing learning environment. Tools powered by AI can help automate grading, track student progress, and even identify learning gaps before they become major challenges. This allows you to monitor each student journey more effectively and then adjust your teaching strategies in real time. As a result, the overall efficacies of the classroom improve, creating a more supportive and responsive educational setting that benefits both student and teacher alike. Now, let's put all these ideas together into a case studies. Think about your day, from the moment you wake up to when you go to bed. Can you identify at least 3 moments where AI might be helping you? Well, maybe it is in the recommendation engines on your favorite streaming service, or the navigation system that guide you in your commute, or even the way your smartphone personalize notification. This exercise just to help us see that AI isn't just a buzzword, it's a part of your daily life. So let's summarize what we have covered today. We began by defining AI and exploring how it's different from traditional rule-based program. We look at the evolution of AIs from its early days to today focus on ethical and responsible AI. We also discuss how AI learn from data through a process of pattern recognition and continuous improvement. And we compare machine learning with deep learning. Finally, we look at common misconceptions and explore why learning AI is crucial. Now, as we wrap up, remember this. AI doesn't shape the future on its own. We do. Your understanding of AI can help guide its development, ensuring that it's used responsibly for the greater good. Stay curious, keep learning, and always approach new technology with both enthusiasm and critical mind. Thank you for joining me for this exploration of AI, and I look forward to go continue journeys into the world of AI. Hi everyone, my name is Belle, and I'm currently a doctoral researcher in learning, education, and technologies. With a background in learning science and apply AI in education, I'm passionate about how AI transforms the way we learn, interact, and also in making AI more accessible to learners. Welcome everyone. In this module, we'll be diving into the fascinating varieties of AI. If you look around, you notice that AI isn't just an abstract idea, it's something that we interact with every day. My guess is that many of you use tools like voice assistant, personalized shopping recommendations, or even simple flowcharts for planning your day. Well, those are all AIs. Today, I'm going to talk about what AI is, how it is categorized, and why does that matter to you. By the end of this session, you will understand how AI is classified, how it's worked across industry, and how it shapes our futures. Let's jump in. Here's what we'll be covering today. So in this module, we will learn about why do we classify AIs, understanding different type of AIs, and also see real-world example of how AIs is applied in industries. So let's get started with a fun warm-up. Let's play a quick game, two truths and a lie. I'll show you 3 statements about AI and that we have covered in the previous modules. 2 are truths and 1 is a lie. Take a moment to think about your answers. Which one do you think is not true? First, AI is a technology that allow machine to think better than human. Second, you probably use AI today without even realizing it. And last one, a calculator is not a form of artificial intelligence. Well, if you guess AI allowed machine to think better than human as a lie, then great job, you're right. AI is powerful, but it doesn't actually think like human. Let's dive deeper into understand what AI really is. So before we jump into the specific, let's address a fundamental question. Why do we classify AI in the first place? Well, every time we pick up our phone, scroll through social medias, or even ask our smart speakers to play our favorite song, we are interacting with artificial intelligence. AI is no longer a sci-fi fantasy, it's a personal assistant of today, an entertainment curators, and even a creative brainstorming partners. AI is not one single thing, it comes in different forms. Classifying AI can help us understand, use, and prepare for its impact in an organized way. Here's a summary why it matters. We classify AI for 3 main reasons. First, to clearly understand what AI can and cannot do. Second, to ensure that AI is used correctly and safely. Third, to help us prepare for the futures as this technology continues to evolve. Let's talk about what each of these mean in details, and as we move forward, keep in mind that every bit of AI we discuss today has a specific role and purpose. Now, one of the biggest misconceptions about AI is that it can do everything, but that's not true. By classifying AI, we can better understand its strengths and limitations. AI is really a collection of different technology, each designed with a particular level of intelligence and specializations. For example, your smartphone assistant can answer basic questions, set reminders, and help navigate your day, but it doesn't think independently. You have to tell them when to set the reminder for. Contrast with that is a self-driving car that must process a vast amount of data in real time to make life-critical decisions, when to turn, when to stop. One wrong move could be fatal. For example, if it's turning right when it's not supposed to, or stopping in time of traffic light and adhering to traffic rules. By classifying this system, we avoid the pitfalls of overestimating a tool's abilities. It helps us to use the right tools for the right job, ensuring that we don't inadvertently misuse technology that isn't designed for a certain task. Now, proper classification also matters for safe and ethical use. Every AI system is built for a specific function. Now, think of a customer service chatbot, which are excellent at answering simple questions, but unmeant to replace professional advice, especially in critical fields like healthcare. For instance, a medical diagnosis AI must be held to strict standards because an error could have serious, even life-threatening consequences. Classification creates clear guidelines and boundaries. It ensures that a system is applied only in the context where its strength matches the needs, and that helps protect us from potential misuse. I do encourage you to review your current use case and consider if the AI tools you are employing right now is the best fit for the intended function. Another challenge we are facing in our fast-changing world is keeping pace with AI revolutions. AI isn't static, its technologies and applications are rapidly advancing. And if you're aware of the statistics, ChatGPT acquired over 1 million users just in 5 days after launching in November 2022. We're comparing it, it took Instagram approximately 2.5 months to reach 1 million downloads, and the Netflix had to wait around 3.5 years to reach 1 million users. So this is incredible speed, and generative AI, you can say that this one specific type of AI, has been advanced at a never seen before speed. So by classifying AI, we don't just understand what current system can do, we also build a framework for anticipating the future development. Consider creative AI that a few months ago that can generate art and music. Today, most advanced GPT model is already mimic human reasoning to a certain extent. The problem is that without this clear categorization, we risk overestimate and misapplying new technology. So, what type of AI are there? Understanding AI fully means looking at it from different angles, and we'll classify AI using these 3 distinct lenses. First, capability. This lens tells us the level of intelligence or specialization an AI system had. Second, functionalities. Here we actually focus more on how the AI process and react to data. Last one, technologies and branches. This perspective examining the underlying method and algorithm a bit, such as machine learning, natural language processing, or robotics. Now, a common misconception is that all AI can perform at the same level, but that is really not the case. So first, let's look at capabilities. It will categorize AIs into 3 categories. Actually, most of the AI that we know of today are narrow AI. These are systems that are designed to excel at one specific task. This is like a reliable friend who is amazing at just one thing. Whether it's recommending songs, predicting the weathers, or detecting spam email, this AI focuses on doing one job, and it does it well. You could always count them. I think one of the best ones you could see is, for example, Netflix recommending you a series you didn't know that you would love, but now you can start watching. So now you might have heard me mention ChatGPT or generative AI a couple of times and wonder if this is a different type of AI. However, generative AIs or this instead of GPTs should be understood as a specialized subset of narrow AI. Despite its growing sophistications and powers, it is designed to produce specific output, such as text, images, or audios, rather than demonstrate general intelligence across multiple domains. However, because it exhibits creativity capabilities and people are using it for different unintended, like original design, many believe that it deserves its own category within the overall AI landscape. Well, that was still the debate. Next, we have is general AI. Well, the general AI is the AI that scientists are still working on. Well, the kind that we would say that can think, reason, and learn just as a human across many topics. So if you can imagine Siri not just answering your question, but actually understanding your emotion, solving math problem, and giving career advice too. Well, it is still in the development, but we are getting there. And the last one you have is super intelligent AIs. An AI that can surpass human intelligence in every single possible way. However, this is really a concept of machine that can be smarter than all humanity combined. Honestly, this is still purely hypothetical, but it does make a great movie plot, right? Now, AI thought process also varies based on how much it remember, understand, and reflect. So let's look at this classification based on functionalities. First, we have reactive machines, which mean they only react to what is happening now. They don't have memory, there's no learnings, it just instant response. For instance, a chess program evaluates the board as it is without drawing from previous move. And then we also have limited memory AI. This AI learn from the past, like you study for an exam to make better choices. A self-driving car, for example, would continuously update the response based on past driving conditions. There's also this theory of my AI, although this is still in development and remain largely hypotheticals. This referring to future AI that could understand emotion and intention. So if you imagine like a chatbot that know when you are feeling sad and respond with extra kindness. And the last one, the ultimate goal, self-aware AI, the AI that is aware of itself as an AI, its emotion, does it have emotions, and the world that is currently, well, this is really only found in science fiction. I'm not sure if it's even realistic in any sense. Now, let's break down AI by its underlying technologies. So this approach categorized system based on the method they use. First, we have machine learning, which means AI that learn patterns from data. Clearest example is kind of movie recommendations. It learned your previous watch movie and recommends similar one. Deep learning, a subset of machine learning that use neural network to identify complex pattern. So this you can see more in like voice assistant and image recognitions. You also have natural language processing, which is what powers, with this base power of generative AI. These technologies enable computers to understand and generate human-like language. So as examples, Google Translate, but also GPTs. Computer visions, these allow machine to interpret visual data, such as image, facial recognition for unlocking your phone. Robotics, I think the mechanism is that this embodies medical function, but it can have AI system underneath that enable it to interact with the real world. So they would, it will be more like the defined rules of how the robot should act. And then you also have expert system, and these operate based on predefined rules to make decisions, such as detecting ATM fraud. Now, let's consider a real-world examples, Google Translate. When you type in like a phrase like, why do people love? So what would happen? The system would quickly provide a translation by analyzing millions of previous examples, right? However, while it delivers an accurate translation, it does not capture the emotion nuances or the deeper cultural context behind the words. The problem here is that user might expect a deeper understanding from the tool. But the answer we should realize is that Google Translate is specifically designed for efficient language conversation. It excels at accuracy and speed, but it isn't meant to interpret abstract idea. So this showcases how the importance of using AI for its intended purpose. Now, let's connect this concept to everyday experience. Think about your online shopping habit. Have you ever noticed that the product recommendation you receive are often uncannily relevant to your interest? Can you guess how the AI behind the app learn what you like? Well, this is the direct result of AI analyzing your browsing histories and your purchase behaviors. Then it's your machine learning to predict what you might like next and then recommend similar products. While this tailored suggestion can enhance your shopping experience, there are times when they might miss the mark also. Can you think of a moment when a recommendation introduced to you is actually very on point, but also the time when you feel it's kind of out of sync with your needs? Your observation can reveal much about how the effectiveness of the system in real-world scenarios. AI across industries. Let's explore some example. AI isn't limited to consumer gadget. It's making an impact in every industry. For example, in finance, AI help protect our money by detecting suspicious transactions and preventing fraud. So any AI different fraud system, you can know some of the big one used by HSBCs, MasterCard. These scan millions of transactions to spot anomalies, which mean catching fraud in seconds instead of days. In education, you can have tools like adaptive learning platform that can tailor lesson to each student paces, making learning more effective. So they can go from very smart, integrated all-in-one learning management system to more specific edtech tab like Duolingo's or Squirrel AI. These apps kind of personalize learning and adjusting lesson difficulty based on the student progress. It can help if the students struggle with certain concept or certain vocabulary to get extra support while allowing advanced learners to move ahead. In retail, personalized product recommendation makes shopping a more engaging experience. So you can see some retail giants, H&M, Sephora, Shein, they all use AI to analyze customer behaviors, predicting the fashion trends and personalizing recommendation, both in online and in store actually. So even logistics company like FedEx, they actually use AI to optimize the delivery route to ensure like a faster and more reliable shipping. So these examples show how AI is not only simplify tasks, but it's also enhance safety, learning, and overall quality of the service in our daily life. As you consider this example, think how this technology affects your own industry. Now, let's examine a case study from finance that really showed the power of combining different types of AI technologies. So, what would happen if you have a system that use machine learning to learn from millions of transactions to spot unusual behaviors, plus an expert system that applies strict rules for flagging these risky transactions, and natural language processing app to understand the customer explanation when dispute happen. What will you get out of this? The problem is that there's no single technology that could handle fraud detection alone. It's a multiple step. The solution is integration. By combining these tools, we get faster and more accurate fraud detection with fewer errors. This real-world example demonstrates that when we use the right mix of technology, we solve problems more effectively. This can be either integrated into one or actually using different AI technology in combination. I encourage you to explore how you might combine tools in your work and let me know what works best for you. As an educator, you have a special role. Now, imagine your students are researching climate change for projects. With just a few clicks, AI tools suggest reliable sources, generate personalized learning reading lists, and even quiz them based on their learning style. Welcome to the AI-powered classroom of the futures. Now, but where does that leave us as teachers? If AI can provide content, track progress, and even test students, what is our role? What should we know? Let's imagine a typical classroom. A teacher is managing a class of 30 students, each with different learning needs. Some students grab the concept quickly, while others need more time. Some excel in math, and some others struggle with numbers. Traditionally, it's challenging for teachers to cater to everyone at the right place and at the right time. But today, AI-powered tools are making personalized learning possible, and a teacher that can leverage this can ensure that every student gets the support they need. So look at a few potentials. First, adaptive learning tools. Imagine that a student logging into a math app as they complete exercise. The system analyzes the response. If they struggle with a fraction, the AI will slow down and offer additional practice on this. If they excel, the AI presents more challenging problems to keep them engaged. Instead of moving at a fixed pace, students would now learn at their own speed, building confidence along the way. Next, speech-to-text tools. Think about a student with dyslexia who find writing assignment overwhelming. Instead of struggling to type, they can speak their thought, and then AI will transcribe their word into text. This removes the barrier to learning, helping students express themselves more easily and focus on their ideas rather than the mechanics aspect of writing. Then there's AI assist research. When students search for information online, they often feel overwhelmed by the numbers of sources. AI can help filter relevant materials, summarize key points, and even suggest additional reading. But here's where teachers play a critical role. AI does not verify credibilities. It does not check for bias. That's why we must teach students to think critically about information rather than accepting AI-generated results at a face value. And it's not just students who benefit. I also help the teachers by tracking student progress over time. It highlights which student need the extra support, which topic is require reinforcement, and it can even assist in creating different lessons plans, making sure the learning is tailored to each student needs. So what does this mean for us as educators? It means that AI is not replacing the role of teachers, but rather is enhancing how we support our students. It's helping us identify the learning gap faster, it provides personalized instruction, and it can make education more accessible. But the most important role we play is beyond technology itself. We are here to guide students, helping them use AI wisely, ethically, and critically. AI is a powerful tool, but it still requires the human judgment, creativity, and emotional intelligence, all the things that only as teachers, as educators can provide. Let's pause and reflect. What online challenge you face in the classroom? Could AI help? Think about a very time-consuming or repetitive task like grading, or lesson planning, or tracking student progress. Now, imagine if AI can assist with this. Share your thought with your fellow educators in the discussion section. Now, think back to these scenarios. Do you have your answers now? What is our role? What should we know? Are you able to guide the student to the type of AI that can benefit the process and then how to use them critically? And before we close, let's reflect on what we have covered in these sessions. First, we explore how AI is classified by its capabilities, functionalities, and technologies. Understanding this will help us recognize the AI potential and limitation and ensure that we use AI appropriately across different contexts. Next, we discuss how understanding AI varieties allow us to use it wisely. AI is not a single entity. It comes in many forms, from simple task-based automation to complex machine learning systems. Knowing this difference between narrow AI, general AIs, or even the concept of super intelligent AI can help us set realistic expectations and make informed decisions about the AI we choose, and also how to use it in our education, work, and society. Last, we also learned that real-world AI doesn't work in isolation. It combines multiple technology, whether this is fraud detections in banking, personalized recommendation in retails, or adaptive learning in education. AI solutions often integrate machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision, and expert system to create a seamless and intelligent experience. AI is more than just a tool. It's an evolving force that will continue to change the way we teach, learn, and how we interact with the world. And as we move forward, we must ask ourselves, will we simply adapt to AI, or will we shape its futures? The way we introduce AI to students, guide the ethical discussion, and use AI in our own work will influence the next generation of thinkers, innovators, and leaders. So, what's next for you? How will you apply what we have discussed today? What challenge do you foresee? What excites you about AI in education? What you will create tomorrow? Let's keep the conversation going and share your thought in the discussion forum.
Hi everyone, I'm Shafiq. I've spent over 18 years in education, instructional coaching, and digital learning. I also serve as a working group member for Brunei's AI Governance and Ethics Guide, and I've been training under APEX programs for digital policy and e-learning. Today I'll walk you through how AI is shaping our everyday lives. This module falls under the AI fundamental category. Our focus is on understanding how AI is already a part of our lives, often without us realizing it. You learn how AI works in daily life, whether that's through your phone, your home devices, or even the platforms that you use to learn or shop. It's all around us. Now let's explore how AI is being applied in different parts of our everyday routine, from the moment we wake up to how we entertain ourselves at night. Let's start with a quick question. How do you use AI in your daily life? How about the apps that you open every day? Maybe YouTube, TikTok, Spotify, or even your online shopping or language learning apps. If you've ever wondered how YouTube knows exactly what video to recommend next, or how Spotify creates a playlist that matches your mood, it's because those platforms are powered by AI. They learn what you click, watch, or skip, and then personalize your experience. In fact, any app or tool that seems to adapt to your preferences or habits is likely using AI behind the scenes, even if you don't realize it. So take a second to think. What AI powered tool did you use today without even noticing? Now, what exactly is AI? AI is, well, in simple terms, right? AI is the ability for machines or software to do things that normally require human intelligence, like learning, making decisions, or recognizing language and images. Think of it like a smart assistant that keeps learning over time. Like how your phone gets better at predicting your next word or suggesting replies. I'm sure we all can relate to this. Let's start with communication. If your email inbox is relatively spam free, which I can't quite say about my inbox, but if it is, you can thank AI. Platforms like Gmail use machine learning to filter out junk and sort messages into categories like primary, social, and promotions. That way, you focus on what really matters. And when you chat with a customer service bot that solves your issue without waiting on hold, that's AI as well. These virtual agents answer questions, guide users, and even resolve problems instantly. It's faster and more convenient for everyone. At home, AI helps create smarter, safer spaces. Think about voice assistants like Google Assistant or Siri that can control your lights, remind you about appointments, or even tell bedtime stories. Robot vacuums, they use AI to map your room and clean more efficiently. Even your air conditioning may adjust based on your habits. Shopping is another big one. When Amazon or Shopee suggest products based on what you search or clicked, that's AI. Prices can change automatically depending on demand. And if you've ever felt like you search something on Google and then you click on an ad and it follows you everywhere, it shows on IG, it shows on all the other social media platform, well, that's AI in marketing, learning your interest as it goes along. In finance, AI works behind the scenes to detect fraud, approve loans, and even help you budget better. Apps like Mint categorizes your expenses, and banks use AI to assess your credit risk instantly instead of manually reviewing everything. In health, AI is helping us stay more aware of our bodies. Wearables like Fitbit or Apple Watch track your heart rate, sleep, and even stress. Some apps now analyze symptoms or even coach you through workouts with personalized advice. It's like having a mini wellness coach in your own pocket. Ever wondered how Waze and Google Maps knows the fastest route? That's AI crunching real-time traffic data. Grab, Uber, they use AI to match you with the nearest driver. And self-driving cars, they rely on AI to understand traffic and make split-second decisions. AI also powers how we unwind. Streaming platforms like Netflix or Spotify use AI to recommend shows or songs you're likely to enjoy. It's also used in video games to make characters smarter or more lifelike, and in content creation from generating music to special effects in films. AI is transforming education. Adaptive learning platforms adjust content based on how a student is performing. Duolingo changes lesson difficulty depending on how you do, and AI tutors can walk you through math problems step by step. Even grading and lesson planning can now be automated. So, what are the big takeaways? AI saves us time and energy. It gives us personalized experiences, boosts safety, and adds convenience. Whether it's managing your home, recommending content, or supporting your fitness, AI is quietly making our lives smoother. But we also need to use AI wisely. For example, video tools like Synthesia, RunwayML, or Pictory can automate video creation, but we must still verify the facts and ensure authenticity. Use AI to enhance your creativity, not replace it. Always review what it produces and stay aware of how it shapes the content you consume or share. So that's section one. AI is already a big part of our daily lives. The more we understand it, the more we can use it thoughtfully and responsibly. In this section, we're going to shift from how we use AI to how AI works behind the scene, especially on social media. We'll explore how to spot content created by AI, whether it's a post, a video, a photo, or even a voice recording, and how to verify what's real and what's not. AI generated content is everywhere now. It includes text, images, videos, or even voice recordings created by machines, not people. You might have seen realistic AI generated faces on Instagram, or videos where someone speaks with a voice that's been cloned. Popular tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, DALL-E are making this more accessible to everyone. So learning how to spot these things is important. Let's take a look at some signs of AI-generated text you might come across online. First, repetitive or generic language. You'll notice the writing sounds polished, but it often repeats itself or feels like it came from a template. Then there's lack of personal touches. There's no story, no opinion, just statements without heart or personality. We've got inconsistencies in context, where sometimes the AI contradicts itself or jumps between ideas that don't really connect. And of course, there's no personal engagement. AI written comments often ignore the conversation happening around them, just like when you're talking to a wall. And then, unusual grammar phrasing. Sentences may sound off, like they were translated by a machine, not written by a human. So if you do see a comment that sounds too polished or robotic, it might be AI. Let's talk about images. With ChatGPT's latest update, this has become even more accessible. AI generated pictures might look realistic at first, but there are signs. For example, like these strange facial features, extra fingers, distorted eyes, just to prove that I am not AI. Let me just show you my fingers. Right? Sometimes like you get like these weird extra fingers or weird looking fingers. That's how you know that it's AI generated. But there's also weird backgrounds, blurry or dreamlike objects. Then there are glitches, especially around hands, eyes, or text in the image. And of course, too perfect symmetry is another clue. Real people aren't flawless, just what you're seeing here right now. That's proof enough that I am not AI. If someone in the photo has a jawline sharper than your kitchen knife and zero pores, yeah, that's probably AI. So if you want to use it, you want to check You can use tools like Google Reverse Image Search or AI detectors like Hugging Faces tool to double check. Now it gets trickier. Videos. Deepfakes are getting really good, but there are red flags. Natural blinking or expressions, lip syncing that's just a little off, blurry edges around the hair and lighting, perfect skin that looks a bit fake. So try out tools like Deepware Scanner or Microsoft Video Authenticator if you are unsure. AI generated voices can sound a little too perfect. No stutters, no just smooth, flawless speech. Basically, if someone sounds like a robot who just finished a public speaking course, it might not be them at all. So here are a few signs to listen for. Lack of natural pauses. It flows like a script with no breathing space. Remember, humans usually pause, even for a second. Robotic or overly perfect pronunciation. The tone might be too flat or too smooth, just like a radio DJ trying not to mess up. Background noise consistency. AI audio is often too clean. Real people have some ambient noise around them, unless they're in a studio. Sudden pitch changes. You might hear unnatural shifts in tone or emotion, especially when the voice is meant to sound surprised or emotional. And if you're still unsure, tools like Resemble AI Detector can help verify if the voice is synthetic. So, what can we do about all this? Here are a few good habits. Use reverse image search tools like Google or TinEye. Check if the story appears in multiple reliable sources. Use AI detection tools when something feels off. Look for verified accounts before sharing. And watch out for spammy likes or comments. They can be bot generated too. The key here is to slow down before you start sharing something. Ask, is this real? Is this trustworthy? AI is powerful and it can be fun and useful. But as creators and consumers, we need to stay informed, critical, and responsible. Just because something looks or sounds real doesn't mean it is. Welcome to this section where we'll explore some of the most powerful AI technologies and how they are already quietly supporting creativity, learning, and communication in our daily lives. One of the biggest breakthroughs is generative AI, systems that can create original text, images, music, or videos based on patterns they've learned from data. And it's not just copying, it's like remixing ideas into something new and original. You've probably heard of tools like Gemini, ChatGPT, and Midjourney. They're great examples of how AI helps with writing, designing, and brainstorming creative ideas. Whether you're drafting a short story, creating a piece of art, or coming up with new project ideas, generative AI can be a great creative partner. Think of it as your creative sidekick without the writer's block. Next, we have AI chatbots. These simulate human conversation using natural language processing. Basically, they understand your questions and respond in helpful ways. You see them everywhere now, from customer service bots on websites to study companions helping students learn outside of classrooms. They're like having a mini assistant you can chat with anytime, whether you need an answer, a reminder, or just some guidance. Another super useful area is how AI helps us ask smarter questions and analyze content. Imagine trying to get through a long article or report. AI tools can summarize it, highlight the key points, and even answer follow up questions, all in plain language. Think of it like having a personal researcher who reads everything and gives you just what you need to know, saving you time and probably a few headaches too. Another powerful use of AI is in speech recognition and translation. AI can now transcribe speech into text, translate conversations across different languages in real time, and even assist language learners. So, whether you're turning your voice notes into written messages, translating a document, or trying to practice a new language, AI helps break those communication barriers. Way better than trying to mime everything across a language gap. When we talk about AI getting smarter, it's not just about reading words, it's also about seeing and understanding the world around us. For example, there's document intelligence, where AI scans through massive sets of documents and pulls out useful information, saving hours of manual searching. Then there's computer vision. This is where AI can actually see and interpret images, like recognizing products in photos or identifying patterns in security footage. We also have facial recognition, where AI verifies identity just by analyzing facial features. It's great for things like secure access, although it does raise some important privacy questions. And finally, OCR, or optical character recognition. It lets AI read printed or handwritten text from images, like scanning a handwritten form and turning it into editable digital text. So, in short, AI isn't just reading anymore. It's watching, learning, and helping us interact with both digital and physical information more efficiently. Welcome to this section on how AI is reshaping education. Now, let's get one thing clear: this isn't about replacing teachers with robots. It's about giving educators the tools to do what they do best better. From grading papers to personalized learning plans, AI is being used globally to make education more efficient, adaptive, and inclusive. And while AI can automate some processes, it's the teacher's judgment, creativity, and empathy that still drive learning forward. Teachers like myself spend a huge amount of time on routine tasks. That's when AI steps in, automating grading, generating lesson outlines, and even giving instant feedback. Imagine assigning a task and having a platform check the answers and provide basic comments before you even get to it. That's time back in your day for real teaching. AI platforms like Khan Academy or Squirrel AI adjust content in real time based on how students respond. This isn't just convenient, it's powerful. Students stay engaged because the learning matches their level. This way, you're not stuck teaching one size fits all. Need a quick quiz or summary? AI's got you. From auto-generating flashcards to creating explainer videos or simulations, AI can help you build more dynamic, relevant learning experiences without burning hours prepping. It's not cheating, it's working smarter. Tools like Grammarly, Quillbot, and DeepL support students with grammar, paraphrasing, and translation. They're especially useful in ESL settings or multilingual classrooms, helping learners find their voice while freeing teachers up to focus on the bigger picture. Just think of them as digital language aides who never take coffee breaks. Engagement isn't just about flashy visuals, it's about relevance, interactivity, and feedback. AI powered tools like Gemini Gem, Quizlet, and virtual tutors offer 24/7 learning support. And when students feel supported beyond school hours, learning continues, even after the bell. AI can track students' performance and alert you when someone might be struggling. Instead of waiting until exam week to notice a student falling behind, you get insights early and can step in with targeted support. It's like predictive analytics, but for better teaching, not sales. With great AI power comes great temptation. Let's talk integrity. AI tools like Turnitin now detect AI written content. Some platforms even compare a student's writing patterns over time to flag inconsistencies. The goal isn't to scare students, but to guide them in using AI ethically rather than as a shortcut. AI will be part of almost every career our students walk into. It's no longer a tech topic, it's a life skill. So we need to teach students not just how to use AI, but how to think critically about it, how it impacts privacy, jobs, and society. Digital literacy is a new foundation. It's just as important as reading and writing. Let's be honest, some educators worry AI will make us less relevant. But AI isn't here to replace teachers. It's here to remove the repetitive tasks that stop us from doing what we're best at: inspiring, adapting, and leading. Educators who embrace AI aren't giving up control, they're gaining capacity. Meet Professor Lee. He uses an AI platform that personalizes content, tracks student gaps, and gives feedback. What's the result? Students stay engaged, outcomes improve, and Professor Lee gets to spend less time grading and more time actually teaching. That's a case where tech and teaching work hand in hand. Now here's a scenario. Ms. Rodriguez uses an AI tool to grade essays, offering grammar corrections and content feedback. Your turn. Think about the outcome. What changes in student learning? How does this shift her role as a teacher? More importantly, what would you do if this tool was available in your own classroom? Let's wrap up. AI can support your planning, automate grading, personalize learning, and help you reach students across learning levels and language barriers. It's not a replacement, it's reinforcement. And in the hands of an educator, it becomes something powerful. The future isn't coming, it's already here, reshaping how we teach and how our students learn. We don't need to be AI experts. We just need to be curious, thoughtful, and ready to lead our students into the future responsibly and creatively.
I'm Ono Purbo. I'm director at Institute of Technology in Tangerang Selatan in Indonesia. I'm also the recipient of 2020 Jonathan Postel Service Award. It is the highest honor from Internet Society. You are welcome to reach me at LinkedIn. My ID is Ono W. Purbo. Today, I will talk about the fundamental of generative AI. In this module, you will learn about Introduction to Generative AI, how generative AI works, practical application and use case of generative AI. Let's dive into Introduction of Generative AI. In this section, you will learn about what is generative AI and machine learning through the years, example of generative AI tools, and finally, the strengths and weak points of generative AI. Basically, in generative AI, user will type prompt to the platform. The generative AI platform will process the prompt and generate either text or mix of it, text, image, and audio. So basically, generative AI is a machine learning model designed to generate new content, such as text, images, and music, as well as code, based on the example it has been trained on. So this model learned by observing pattern and identifying relationships in data that this kind of process known as training. The actual process in generative AI basically we can divide into 4 different processes. First, user provide prompt or existing data. And then the machine learning model, the AI, that was trained on large amount of data, vast amount of data, will process the input. And then the model will identify the pattern and relationship in the data, which is pattern recognition of the data. So we'll understand and learn the structure. Based on that, it will generate content. It can be text, image, and music, or audio or music. So based on its learning, the AI generate new content, such as text, image, and music. So basically, there are 2 main process here. The first process is training process. AI studies pattern of data. The second process is generation. AI produce new content based on what it learns. Let's talk about the evolution of AI. So AI and machine learning through the years, in the 50s, artificial intelligence, the branch of computer science, focused on developing intelligent machine capable of mimicking or even surpassing human intelligence. That's in the 50s. Couple decades later, machine learning emerged. It's a branch of AI that allows machine to analyze existing data, enhance their understanding, and make informed decision or prediction. 2 decades later, deep learning emerged. It's a machine learning approach that utilizes multiple layers of neural network to analyze data and generate decision. A couple of years after that, we can see this basically in 2021, we see generative AI emerge. It will generate new text, image, audio based on prompt or previously provided data. So this is now generative AI. This is the example of Gemini responding to the questions. Okay, let me show you in the actual web. Should I buy a laptop or tablet for class work? Okay, I can say here teacher, I as a teacher. Okay, then we can send it to Gemini. So Gemini will give you the pro, why we need laptops, the cons, and also the tablets pro and cons. Then it will show you the consideration for teachers, the way, the style of teaching, the classroom, budget, specific need. In summary, then it suggests laptop is often the best options. For interactive lesson, portability and its whiteboard functioning, tablet can be more valuable tool. So both actually good options. And it hopes this can give some advice for our needs. Okay, but the final decision still on us, the actual teachers. Okay, so we can go to Gemini and we can type, for example, please generate design of drone for land exploration. Okay, it will generate the image. See, this is image scan is coming from DeepMind. So it will generate the design. Basically, it's a prototype. So it's very interesting. Wow, okay. This is the drone design for land exploration. It has 4 what is this, propellers, and we can more than 4 propellers. It has this is maybe some flaps and whatever. It's got top configuration, robust frame, modular payload, and so on. So it's good for project in schools, and then we can also drill down into more detail of these things, okay, using Gemini. So it's very, very helpful. Okay. Okay. This one is the screenshot of the futuristic astronaut taking a selfie with a dinosaurs. Cool, eh? Now, the strength of generative AI. First, it can enhance creativity on content generation. It helps us produce text, image, music, video based on prompts. It helps in brainstorming ideas and automating creative tasks. Second, it boosts efficiency and productivity. Basically, it can automate repetitive tasks by writing and summarizing and decoding, as well as save times for educators, students, and professionals. It can also help personalize learning and assistance. So it helps adapt response based on user need, make learning more engaging. It supports educators in lesson planning and tutoring. And also it supports multimodal capabilities. It works across text, speech, visual format for diverse application. So it's very, very helpful. That's the strength. Of course, there are several weak points of generative AI. For example, accuracy and misinformation issue. Generative AI can generate incorrect and or biased information. We need to make sure fact checking of the results of the outcome before use in education and research, because sometimes generative AI will produce hallucination results. It may also have some ethical and bias concern. AI model may inherit biases from training data. It may reinforce stereotypes if not carefully managed. It create dependence over reliance. User may rely too much on AI and reducing critical thinking skill. There is a risk of plagiarism in academic setting. Finally, in privacy and security risk, AI tool may collect, store user data, and raising privacy concern. Sensitive information should not be shared with AI system. So these are some of the weak points of generative AI. So make sure we are aware of these things when we use the generative AI. So, when to use generative AI? Basically, generative AI is a powerful tool, but it should be used responsibly. AI boosts creativity, efficiency, and accessibility. AI lacks human reasoning and can be biased or misleading. Use AI as helper, but always verify information and apply critical thinking. Now, let's dive into how generative AI works. In this section, you will learn about understanding AI model, basic concept of prompting, training data, AI learning, and limitation and ethics, bias, misinformation, and responsible AI use. And finally, risk mitigation strategy. What do you think make AI intelligent? How does it learn? That's the important questions. Okay, so basically, AI model are computational system designed to simulate human intelligence by learning from data. This model can be categorized into several different types. There is a supervised learning model, unsupervised learning model, reinforced learning model, and generative AI. Okay, to give you some simple example of this model, I will ask Gemini to give you the example. Okay, so we can go to Gemini. Okay, give very simple example for teacher. This is for teacher on supervised learning model. Okay, so these are the very simple example of supervised learning model. Basically, teacher may like to predict student test score based on study hours. So the data we can collect is how much hour the student study and the actual test score. For example, student 1, 2 hours study, it get 60, 3 hours 70, 4 hour 80, 6 hour 90. So based on this data, teacher then can train a model, create a model. So this one, the output label is a trained model. So the model is trained. So based on this, teacher can create model and then make prediction. Okay. For example, there is no 5 hours 5-hour studies here. We have only 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. So in 5 hours, what scores will the student receive? So based on that, we can predict if would predict score around 90, close to 90, less than 90, 80 something. Okay, so that this kind of thing is the supervised training model. Okay, how about the unsupervised training model? Okay, this is example of fruit basket. Okay, imagine we have a basket filled with many fruits. It can be apple, banana, orange, and so on. However, you have a pile of item, apple, banana, orange, with different shape, color, and size. In unsupervised learning model, we ask the algorithm to classify, to make a cluster of fruit based on color, shape, size. There is a red, yellow, which is orange. Size medium, the size may be small, medium, large. Based on the similarities, we can see that all around with red fruit is into one group. It's most likely apples. An elongated shape, yellow fruits, goes to another group, which is banana. Round orange fruit is the third group, orange. So that's the how the unsupervised learning. So unsupervised learning basically trying to make a group of things based on its features. Okay, that's unsupervised learning. Okay. And the other one is reinforced learning model. We can reinforce learning model. We can think as threat-seeking robots. So we can draw one-dimensional line, the robot position on the line, and the location of the threat. The action of the robot is move left and right. The robot will receive +1 if the robot reaches the threat, minus 0.1 reward for each move to encourage inefficiency. So the agent is actually the actual robot. How to reinforce learning works? In initial state, the robot will start with random position on the line, and then the action selected, the robot can randomly choose whether move left or right. The state transition, robot move to new position. So the robot will receive reward either +1 or minus 0.1. So the learning process, if the robot receives positive reward, it learns that the action leading to rewards is for good. If the robot receives negative rewards, it learns that the action is less desirable. Okay, iterate the robot, repeat 2 to 5 times. Then the robot knows where it goes, where it should go. So, think it like training a dog. If the dog does something to us, like reach for the treat, then you give it the treat, positive rewards. If it does something you don't like, you give it no, negative reward. Over time, the dog will learn to do things that it gets treat. So that's how it works. That's the reinforced learning. Okay. Now the last one is generative AI model. Let's ask Gemini. Okay. Oops, sorry. I have to click this one first. This one, generative AI. Generative AI models. Okay. For the scenario is a math teacher wants to give student extra practice with solving word problems involving fraction. Okay. In traditional approach, teacher would either create multiple similar problems themselves or search for them in textbooks, and both options are basically very time consuming. So this is the traditional approach. In generative AI approach, teacher use generative AI tools. For example, what we are using is Gemini, and the prompt, it type the prompt such as like this: generate 5 different word problem about adding and subtracting fraction that is designed for 5th grade students. Okay, and then the generative AI will generate 5 unique word problems that meet the above criteria. That's it. You don't have to consume anything. The time is very short time. Let's try this. So it will time saving. It can customize, and then it's random basically. So this is the type. See this? This is the format for typing in Word or something. Okay, so we can have something like this. Okay, so it's cool. So that's 4 different models. We can ask Gemini to describe about these models to us. Okay, how the generative AI works? Generative AI works is very similar to smart copycat, basically. That it learns from example and create new things based on the pattern it learns. In a simple way to understand it, the first step is learning phase or training phase. The AI studies lots of data, vast amount of data, like millions of pictures, books, and music, whatever. So it learns a lot of data, and then it finds hidden pattern in the data. Okay, the feature of the data without memorizing the exact copy. That's the key. So it finds the pattern, it finds the features without memorizing the actual copy. Okay, and then when it generates content, when we give a prompt, it will use what it learned to create new things. So it does not copy, but basically combines pattern to produce unique text, images, and audio or music. So it's combined patterns. It will improve over time as AI keep getting better with feedback. If a response is wrong or biased, developer adjust the training to make it more accurate. So it will improve over time. It's become much better over time. So there are 3 basic terms in generative AI: prompting, training data, and AI learning. Prompting is the method of interacting with generative AI by providing textual, visual, audio inputs to guide the output generation. The train data, the dataset used to train AI model, which include vast amount of text, image, structured data to enable learning. So that's the train data. User may not see this training data. The training data is used by the developer. The process through which AI model refine their understanding is through pre-training, learning general pattern from massive of data sets, fine-tuning, adjusting the model for specific application to improve accuracy and relevance, and reinforce learning from human feedback, basically enhancing AI model by integrating human feedback into the learning process. So there are 3 process through which AI model refine their understanding. Okay. There are limitation and ethics, which is bias, misinformation, and responsible AI use. In bias, AI model may reflect biases in their training data, leading to unfair or discriminatory outputs. Misinformation, generative AI can produce false and misleading information, so it's require very careful fact checking. So don't blindly believe on the output of the generative AI. We need to do fact checking. This kind of thing, sometimes we call it hallucination. So generative AI may hallucinate something to give you the results. So we have to do a lot of fact checking. Okay. Responsible AI use, the ethical AI practice involve ensuring fairness and inclusivity in AI training data, implementing transparency in AI decision making, establishing guidelines to prevent misuse. To mitigate risk, so to minimize risk associated with the generative AI, organization or individual should first use high quality data, curate diverse and representative data set to reduce bias. Implement AI auditing, so we need to regularly evaluate AI models for fairness, accuracy, and ethical compliance. Make sure we have human in the loop system, so ensure human oversight in AI generated outputs, particularly in a sensitive area like journalism and healthcare. We need to develop AI literacy, educate user on understanding AI generated content and recognizing potential risks. How generative AI differ from other type of AI between content creation versus decision making. So generative AI create new content. That's the important one, new content. The other AI normally focus on analyzing data to make decision or classification or forecasting, but in analyzing data, not creating new content. The training approach in the generative AI learns pattern from large amount of data using deep learning. In traditional AI model, it uses statistical analysis or rule-based system. So The application of generative AI is basically creates text, image, music, audio. Other AI predict trends, assist robots, and enable self-driving cars, for example. So that's the application of these two different AI. Okay, finally, understanding generative AI is crucial as it becomes more integrated into our daily life. While it offers vast opportunity addressing ethical concern and mitigation risk, will ensure responsible and beneficial use of AI technology. Thank you very much. Hope it will benefit for your teaching process. Thank you. Finally, we will check on practical application and use case of generative AI for educators. So in this section, you will learn about how generative AI support educators, how to engage with and obtain information from generative AI. Have you ever used AI for your teaching or research? Let's try this one. So how generative AI support educator? For example, in academic writing, research assistant. AI can be used for generating research summary, literary review, and academic papers. AI power citation and reference tools. In creating educational content, AI generated lesson plans, worksheet, quiz, and interactive contents. AI can also help in developing engaging presentation. In enhancing communication and administration, AI can be used to automating email, grading, and student feedback. AI can be used for summarizing long document. Okay, let's try some hands-on activity. Educator can explore an AI tool of their choice to complete one of the following: generate lesson plan using Gemini, create quiz question using AI tools, use AI to summarize research, generate AI visual aids for teaching. Okay, after that, we can reflect how did AI improve efficiency of your task. Let me do one of the example. For example, generate lesson plan using Gemini. Okay, for example, we are a teacher of math in ninth grade, and then the first semester. Ninth grade first semester, we need to generate the outline of math course for ninth grader. Okay, so we can create the outline of the course using Gemini, just typing the prompt like this: create the outline of math course for ninth grade first semester. That's it, and we have the outline of the course. Okay, we have foundation of algebra, reviewing of pre-algebra concept, introduction of algebra expression, and so on. Okay, if we need to elaborate one of the subsection, we can do something like this. For example, like this: create or explain, describe about this, and then please add some example. So it will create about this particular example and as well subsection, and also give some example of the subsection. So it's very quick to build the lesson plan for one semester. It may takes like 1 or 2 days, and that's it, finish with including all the example. And also we can create the the task, quiz, and so on using Gemini. Okay, so it's very quick process. Hopefully it will help the educator preparing their material for their class. Okay, in summary, AI can enhance lesson planning, grading, research efficiency. Educator must balance AI use and ethical consideration. Hands-on experience on AI tools is crucial for effective integration. Hopefully this will help educator to prepare their material for students with help of AI.
Welcome to AI Prompt 101, How to Talk to AI. I'm Johan. I'm the founder of InLife, a real-time AI agent platform. AI is a powerful tool, but how you communicate with it determines the quality of the response that you will receive. Whether you are using AI for learning, content creation, or problem solving. Learning to craft clear and effective prompt is the key to getting the best result. By the end of this module, you will have the skills to interact with AI more effectively, making it a valuable assistance in your work and daily life. Let's dive in and master the art of talking to AI. In this module, we will learn about four things. The first one is about what is the prompt engineering. And then we're gonna learn also the basic how to write a prompt. We will learn about the structure and how to use it. We also will learn about how to writing an effective AI prompts, including some types of prompts. We will see some examples and how we can improve the AI generated outputs by improving our prompts. Let's start with the first one. What is prompt engineering? In the world of AI, how you ask matters, and that's where the prompt engineering comes in. In this section, you will learn about what is the prompt engineering, why prompt engineering matter, and what do you need for prompt engineering. We also will learn about some types of the prompts. So now let's start to the learning. What is prompt engineering? Take a look into this example. Imagine yourself making dinners, and we are making some noodles, usually just instant noodles. But if you have eggs, veggies, or maybe other ingredients that you put in, it will be taste better compared with just instant noodle. So just like that example, with the better ingredients, you will have a better meal. Same as generative AI. The better the inputs, the better the result or outputs. So from that example, we can say that prompt engineering is an art and science of designing and optimizing prompts to guide AI large language model generating the desired responses that we like. It is an iterative process of repeatedly updating prompts and assessing the model response until we get the desired response. Why does it matter? AI generate response based on the input it received. So if you write a poorly structured prompt, it will lead to a vague and incorrect answer. To improve the output or the answer, you need to write a clear and specific prompts that will help AI provide more relevant and useful responses. By understanding the prompt engineering, it will help you to maximize the AI potential in various areas, including work, education, and daily tasks. So what do you need for prompt engineering? There are several key elements that contribute to effective prompt engineering. Mastering this allows you to communicate effectively with AI models and unlock their full potential. The first one is a prompt format. Generating AI comes with a lot of AI models, and each of them is able to understand the inputs in different ways. It can be a question and answer, a direct command, or structured inputs with the specific fields. Another key element is the context and examples. Understanding how to use this by providing the right context and examples can improve the AI outputs. The last one is the multi-turn conversation. How we can get a complex answer by having a multi-turn conversation with the AI. Just short our first question and then throw out follow-up questions to learn and deep dive more. So let's talk about the types of prompt. There are various types of prompt used in AI, and each serving a specific purpose. The first one, the most simplest one, is a direct prompt. Usually we call it a zero-shot prompt. This prompt basically a direct instruction without giving any examples. We usually use this type prompt when asking questions about specific knowledge that someone will be able to answer it, even without an example. So if we ask explain what a robotic design model is, if someone know and have knowledge about robotic, that they probably already able to answer it, even without providing any example. The next is one, few, and multi-shot prompts. With this prompt, we will give the model with one or more examples of input-output pairs before giving the actual prompts. This will give AI model more context and better understanding about the task, and it will generate more accurate response. Take a look into the examples. We want to create a post of social media by giving the example post, and we are asking for a similar one. Because we are giving a short input about benefit of eating fruits and veggies every day, then expected answer, if we want to create a similar pattern answer, is about staying hydrated. The answer will predict the most possible response that pair for stay hydrated context. The next one is the chain of thought prompt. If we as human facing a complex questions or tasks, it will be better to break down and solve or answer the questions step by step. For example, if we are asking questions about making something, usually we need a series of steps. Giving it a prompt to do it step by step will help AI model to think and giving the better response. So take a look into the examples. Just by adding explain the steps will force the AI to thinking and reasoning and give you the step-by-step process that help you to easier to understand it. We can combine chain of thought prompt with the share shot or direct prompting. The response will come with the step-by-step reasoning and allow model to provide better response even with not giving any examples. Now we will learn some basic principles in prompt writing. In this section, you will learn the fundamentals of writing prompts, simple yet effective to generate accurate and better response. Before you start, you need to understand the basic of AI prompting, because writing for AI isn't just about asking a questions. It is about asking the right questions in the right way to get the best response. These are 4 basic principles to remember whenever you're writing a prompt. First, use clear and unambiguous language. Be specific with what you want. Second, provide more context to guide the AI response, and maybe some examples if you want or need it. Third, scope the response by providing some constraint, so AI can focus on the scope and narrow down the response into the correct one. Last, if needed, we can let AI to be creative by encouraging it to think outside of the box and giving it some inspiration or reference. Let's see how we can apply those principles in some examples. Because a prompt is a question or instruction given to AI to generate a response, if we apply those principles, then the prompts maybe something looks like this on the slide. Let's take a look some key points here. The part of suggest a creative and unique science project idea for high school. This is a clear instruction. This is what we need to generate output. And we also have this is fun, hands-on, and easy to explain. This part is the context. And then we have another one, use common materials and be related to space and or environment. This is the constraint to guide AI to focus on common materials and only idea that related with space and environment. Even we have a creative word in the prompt, but do you have any idea how we can give some inspiration to AI model to thinking outside of the box? What do you think we need to add into our prompt here? Let's take a look into these 2 examples, so we can learn how the good and bad prompts looks like. The first one is asking AI to help with the homework. So instead giving a broad questions like help me with the story, you will get a better response if you are asking specific questions. For example, like which part of the history that you want to learn about. The second task is asking AI to help us write a creative story. But instead asking a just to create me a story, we better provide what kind of story we like to write and maybe how long it will be, like 200 words, for example. Both examples show the more specific a prompt, it will generate a better response. So if we are asking specific questions that only an expert with relevant knowledge able to answer it, or maybe how to respond in a specific situation where only relevant experts know how to react in those certain situations, this is where we need to use role-based or scenario-based prompt technique. Giving a role just as simple as telling AI like you are a researcher or you are a coach or you are an engineer. We can also add some context or details by giving it specific situation. For example, you are engineer working on oil mining industry. You are programmer in financial technology company. So this both giving a role and also giving the situation as a context. Let's take a look into this example. What if AI can be as an assessment designer for classroom engagement? Imagine you are a high school English teacher and you want to build an assessment to test your students' critical thinking and also text analysis skill. You can ask AI to generate some suggestions. For example, maybe for questions types, or maybe create a well-rounded test. And this will help educators save time while maintaining questions quality and depth. By adding a high school grade range and requesting a simple language with short story, for example, The Lottery by Shirley Jackson as the context, AI will give you a better response compared with asking just a regular questions, like a simple one, generate 10 multiple choices English test for 10 grade students. Even adding a follow-up request for the existing output, the AI will still follow the previous context to generate some recommendation. So you don't need to keep input the same thing again and again. Another case study, take a look into this one. Imagine you are a middle school science teacher and you want to build lesson plan to test your students' learning. You can ask AI to generate some suggestions for multiple elements, like intro, activity, or assessment. To get a comprehensive lesson plan, or maybe asking for suggestions in multimedia resource, or maybe some activities to enhance engagement in the class. By adding a middle school age range and requesting a simple language with providing key concepts like DNA, genes, and inheritance as the context, AI will give you a better response compared with asking regular questions like generate lesson plan about DNA for middle school, which is very broad. AI can be very useful tool for lesson creation and planning. We can use to adapt our lesson plans to adapt it to curriculum standards. Or maybe we want to experiment with some interactive activities or maybe some diverse learning. To start, you can play around with AI tools, for example, a Gemini to generate your lessons outlines. Then you can add the learning objective and what kind of desire students as output constraints. And if needed, try to modify the generated plans by giving it more context. Maybe like giving how the teaching styles or maybe what the class needs. For example, in the slide, we have created a 45-minute lesson plan for a grade 8 history class on the Industrial Revolution, including learning objective, key discussion points, and also some interactive activity in the class. This will help you to generate something that you want by having a clear specific instruction, context, and also some constraint. Once you have the structured lesson plans, you can continue to create a presentation. Using tools like Canva, Beautiful AI, or Gamma, you can generate a presentation slides. And with this tool, you can have slides that visually appealing, highlight some key topics, and also provide some interactive elements, maybe some polling or quiz. The example prompt can be as simple as generate a PowerPoint presentation with 10 slides on water cycle for high school science class, including diagram and also key explanation. You can try this on Gamma. It's a tool for generate a presentation or PowerPoint. Beside presentation, effective study materials also can be time consuming, but AI can be very, very helpful here because it will be simplify the process by generating a concise summary, interactive flashcard, key concept explanation, and personalized study guide. Whether you are a trainer, educator, or student, AI-powered tools can be generate study materials for different learning styles, making it easier and effective. Tools like Gemini, Quizlet, or Summarize Bot can be very useful here. You can convert a long textbook or PDF into summary or flashcard and personalize it based on the student comprehension levels. Like here in the example, we asked to summarize the Newton 3 law of motions, but we give the target audience context for middle school students and include some examples that maybe they familiar with. Learning is not complete without quiz. So we had our lesson plans, presentation, and also study materials generated by AI tools. Now we can use AI also to generate our quiz. The best part, we can include our previous generated presentation or maybe the learning materials, put it together into our prompt, and then request the AI to generate us the quiz. We can put more context, like use the multiple choice format and generate me 10 questions or maybe more if you want. The last one in our learning activities is assessment. We can use AI to help us assess the quiz or homework of students. For essay, we can also use AI to give us the students an instant feedback based on the structure, clarity, or maybe the argument strength of their essay. Tools like Gradescope or Turnitin AI can be very useful here. You can just upload the student response to these AI tools and let AI assist you in grading and giving feedback. That is how we fully utilize AI in teaching process, from generating the lesson plan, presentation, learning materials, and also quiz. Then the last one, assessment and giving feedback. With AI, teachers can have more time to help their students because they don't need to generate everything manually. Now let's continue how to writing an effective AI prompts. In these sections, we will learn about what the prompt strategy for more scenarios and also the benefit applying this principle and strategies in prompt engineering. These are some popular scenarios when working with the text and language problem. Text is the fundamental model or medium to communicate, and we use it a lot in our job, from chatting, emails, making reports, reading books, a lot of things. Let's see some of popular scenario how AI can help us when we working with the text. AI can help us to write in any style, genre, and tones. Just give it the details what you want to write and how the writing styles you want. Or maybe we can also ask AI to create a summary of existing writing. And maybe you can ask to highlight the specific key points that important to us. We can also translate the content without losing the meaning and also the context. Or maybe if we want, we can ask AI to help us answer questions that actually asking to us. But you want just to read and respond it without crafting your own words. You can see the example prompts on the right, how you can use the prompt for each the scenario. Try it later using Gemini or ChatGPT. The new generation AI large language model is trained for human conversation, just like a question and answer. So we can ask any questions and AI will try to answer the questions. These are several types of questions, and understand the difference between them will help us to put the strategy how we will write our prompts to ask our questions. The first one is open-ended questions. This is used for understanding the high-level concept. So we explain the concept, and then we follow up with some question to deep dive into the lower level of knowledge. A specific question is used if we want to know a specific answer, like questions like who, where, when, or what questions. If we have a candidate of answer, but we are not sure which one the best answer, this is where the multiple question answer will be. So we can use that one to pick the best answer based on the multiple choice that we have. Hypothetical questions is used to explore hypothetical situation, to see like what the possible scenarios that might be happens if we throw the questions. Opinion-based questions is used for explore what the possible facts or reasons if we want to justify a thing or support the opinion. So this some of questions that you can ask the AI just to get the answer from the large language model. But generative AI is not always about generating text. It's already beyond that. One thing that already used a lot is image generation. We can generate images from photorealistic to abstract image. Even today, we can edit the image just by asking AI to do it. For example, if we want to remove an object in the photo because we want to see alone in the photo with the good backgrounds, right? Here are 4 image generation scenarios and what the example prompts that you can use on the right. From in the instruction, we can see how having understanding or knowledge about producing an image object, like photos, or maybe painting, or also knowledge about image editing, can be applied into this image generation with AI. If you can explain how an image can be produced or edit or adjust, then you can use that knowledge as a prompt to generate the image that you like. So these are 6 strategies that you can use to write better prompts. By applying these strategies, you will be able to unlock the AI's full potential. By starting from the goal or objective, like what do you want for this AI? Like, do you want to generate a content, answering question, or maybe just analyzing a data? From there, we put together more details, give like context or backgrounds. This will allow AI to use it for our goal. If possible, give some examples. The examples will guide AI how the output we like to have. And also to make the AI more focused on specific things, we can set some constraint and scope down the outputs that we like. From there, let's see how the outputs come from the AI, and then we can just iterate if we're not satisfied with the result. Consider to leverage the chain of thought prompt if you are working on a complex problem that maybe need a better logical flow to respond to the questions. This all will help you to maximize the AI potential to help you on do anything in your daily life and also your job. After we see some example and strategy how we can maximize our prompts, these are the benefits that we want to achieve through the prompt engineering. By having a clear and ambiguous prompt, we improve the model performance. And by providing background and context, we guide the AI to reduce bias and also harmful responses. It will also increase the accuracy of the AI. And to make output focus on specific things, we're setting the boundaries to scope it down. This way, we're able to control the outputs that we want. And we also able to get the more creative outputs by encouraging the AI to think outside the box. With this example, strategy and understanding the benefits, hopefully you can understand how you can effectively write your prompts. Now we will continue with some practical example on improving AI-generated outputs. In this section, you will practicing AI prompting using Gemini AI and also learn some case studies about how we can improve the prompt output. So let's dive in. So let's take a look into this case study example. So let's see the initial prompt. Tell me about AI. It's a pretty broad questions. And the AI response also very common and standard, probably something you already know about. So if we try again with refined prompt by adding more details, like asking for real world examples, now the AI give us a better response. As you can see in the answer, it provide the examples of real world applications, which just give us better understanding with something that we are familiar with. This example show us how important to be specific your prompts. The more detail we provide, the better the AI can understand our requests and generate a relevant and useful response. So if you got answer from AI, but it's not something that you are looking for, don't stop. Try to refine your prompts by adding more context and details. To also help you write a better prompt, here are some tips to help. The first one is know your model's strengths and weaknesses. There are a lot of options of AI models, and they come with their own strengths and weaknesses. Some AI models train for specific tasks, like understanding audio, images, or maybe videos. There are also different sizes of AI models. So understanding the strengths and weaknesses of AI models that we use will help us to use AI model effectively. So the next tips will be more specific. AI is very smart. They can understand natural language, multilingual text, even programming code. But they're not mind readers. They can still misinterpret what you are asking if you're not clear enough. Take a look into the example. If you are asked for blueberry muffin recipe, you might get a recipe but for personal or family consumption. But what if you are baking for a large group? By providing the exact number muffin you want to bake, it will give you the correct recipe for that number. And maybe by adding a gathering context, it will be more relevant to the gathering. Try out more details and see how it can surprise you with the response. You see, prompting only question or instructions sometimes not good enough. We need to provide more context, just like on previous example when we add the gathering word into the prompt. Did you see any difference? So what does it mean in practice? Think like this. If you're asking someone for direction, you wouldn't just say, tell me how to get there. You tell them where you are currently, where you want to go, or maybe even what kind of transportation you are using. It's the same with AI. Take a look into the example. When we are requesting a blueberry muffin recipe, try to add more context. We add context, it should be vegan friendly and written by a skilled vegan chef, ensure for more accurate response. That's providing context. You're not just asking for any recipe from anyone. You're asking for a specific kind of recipe tailored for a certain dietary needs and expertise. By giving the AI this context, you are setting the stage for much more relevant and helpful response. We talk about giving AI more context, but sometimes the best way to show is provide some examples. It's like teaching someone a new skill. Sometimes it's easier to demonstrate than just simply explain. AI works in a similar way. We give AI instruction by adding some examples, make those instructions easier to understand. By providing an example like, here's some recipe I like, create a new one based on that. Now the model, now your preference, allowing it to generate more relevant response. This helps the AI align its output with what you have in mind, ensuring a much more satisfying result. With those tips, try to play around with the different prompts and see how AI will respond differently. This helps you understand how the model is able to keep improve the output if you give them more details and more specific instruction. Another tip is adding persona or role playing to the prompt. If you ask some questions that only can be answered by an expert, for example, a financial advice, we will prefer to have it from a financial advisor, right? Instead just like a regular friends. So crafting unique prompts and refining them, that's what we call tuning. It is about how we can generate best possible outcome from AI model. The last tip is for working on the complex problem. Using the chain of thought prompting will encourage the AI to break down complex problem into the smaller one and more manageable steps. It's like asking AI to show how do you solve this. Chain of thought prompting enhances the reasoning abilities of large language model by asking them to break down complex problem into smaller steps and provide intermediate reasoning for each step. This deepens the model understanding of the complex problem and leads for more accurate and informative response. Try to use this technique on the complex tasks. Anything maybe like a mathematics or programming problem. You will see how the AI can guide you and help you to understand the process and give you the better response. Now that you have learned the key concept of AI prompting, it's time to apply your knowledge with a hands-on mini exercise. Here are 2 exercises that you can do by your own. Use the Gemini to prompt these 2 exercises and apply the tips and principles that you learned before. Good luck! To summarize, AI more than just a tool is a superpower that can help you learn smarter, work faster, and be more creative. By understanding how to write a good prompts, you can use AI to improve your study habits, generate ideas, or even assist with the project and assignments. Keep use and practice it. The more you use it, the more you will be understand how to write a perfect prompt. And it will slowly become your daily assistant that's ready to assist you anytime. Congrats, you've taken a deep dive into the world of AI prompting, learning how to write an effective prompts and refine the AI response. As you continue practicing, let's start the mindset. Whenever you have questions or tasks to do, always think first how AI can help you, whether for education, training, parenting, content creation, or beyond. Thank you for joining this learning journey. Good luck at Keep Prompting.
Hi, I am Veena Navapateep, a Chief Learning Officer at Espresso Company based in Bangkok, Thailand. I am an educational researcher and a learning architect, passionate about reimagining how we teach computer science and STEM education. For over a decade, I've worked alongside teachers, researchers, and a policymaker to design inclusive learning experiences and transform classroom practices across diverse contexts in the Asia-Pacific region. Welcome to the module Artificial Intelligence. Work smarter, not harder. Maximize productivity with AI by AI Ready Asian. In this module, you will learn about first, AI's impact on productivity across sectors. Second, universal AI productivity tools. AI's impact on productivity across sectors. In this section, you will learn about understanding productivity then and now at the first one. Second, AI in key industry. Third, benefit of AI in daily life and work, and finally, key productivity skills in the AI era. Let's talk about productivity. We hear this word all the time, but what does it actually mean? Is it just about getting more things done, or is there more to it? In simple terms, productivity is about how efficiently we use our resources, whether it's time, energy, or money, to achieve a goal. But here is the key point. Being productive does not just mean doing more work, it means working smarter to get better results. Now, let's look at how productivity is measured in different sectors. In the past, productivity was often measured by simple numbers like how many lessons a teacher taught, how many patients a doctor saw, how many items a factory produced. But was that always the best approach? Let's take education as an example. A teacher might teach 10 lessons a day, but if students don't understand the material, is that really productive? Today, AI and smart learning tools help personalize lessons, so each student learn at their own pace, leading to the better learning outcomes rather than just more lessons. The same shift is happening in other industries. In healthcare, instead of just counting the number of patients seen, AI helps doctors diagnose faster and more accurately, leading to better patient outcomes. In manufacturing, it's not just about making more product, but making them with fewer defects and less downtime, using AI power quality control. In agriculture, farmers used to focus on how much land they could plant, but now AI helps them grow more food with fewer resources by analyzing soil and weather data. And in business, it's not just about completing more tasks, it's about using AI to make smarter decisions with fewer errors. So the key shift we are seeing is that productivity today is not just about doing more, it's about doing things better and smarter. Let's take a moment to think about how we make decisions. Have you ever had to guess the best time to do something? Maybe when to start studying for the test, when to water your plants, or even when to leave home to avoid traffic. Now imagine farmers before modern technology. They had to guess the best time to plant crops based on experience, tradition, and something just luck. But today, AI can analyze soil data, weather pattern, and growth cycles to predict the perfect planting time, helping farmers grow more food while using fewer resources. Look at these two images. On the left, we have a traditional farmer thinking, is today the right time to plant? He is relying on what he knows, but there is always a chance of getting it wrong. On the right, we see a modern farmer using AI. Instead of just guessing, AI provides real-time data and prediction, helping them make smarter choices. This means higher crop yield, less waste, and more efficient farming. Now, let's bring this back to our own life. Think about a task you do regularly: studying, cooking, exercising, or even managing your schedule. How could an AI tool make it faster or smarter? Let's talk about a major transformation that's happening across industries: the shift from manual work to intelligent systems powered by AI. First, let's look at what work looked like before AI, in what we call the manual era. Entering data into spreadsheet or sorting through a tons of email. Decisions were based entirely on human judgment and experiences. which can be limited and inconsistent. And because of that, system had limited scalability and flexibility. It was hard to grow or adapt without hiring more people or spending a lot of time and effort. Now, let's fast forward. AI step in, our little robot friend here, and everything begins to change. In the intelligent era, things look very different. Tasks are now automated and data-driven. Instead of relying on people to do everything manually, we train systems to do it for us, and often better. These systems learn and adapt over time. Using machine learning, they actually improve as they go. And that frees up human workers to do what they are really good at: creativity, problem solving, and oversight. We have seen how AI is transforming work. Let's talk about something even more relatable: how AI helps us in our daily life. On this slide, we have 5 key benefits of using AI every day, shown around our friendly little robot in the middle. The first one, AI saves us time and energy. Why I say like that? Because AI built to handle repetitive or time-consuming tasks super quickly. Think about smart assistant scheduling appointment or map app finding the fastest route. It's all about doing things more in the less time. Second, AI reduces human error. Unlike us, AI does not get tired or distracted. It follows rules consistently, which means fewer mistakes, like auto-correcting grammar or doing quick calculation without error. Third, AI helps us multitask. It can handle multi-things in the background while we focus on something else. For example, a smart home system might manage the temperature, turn on light, and even run a vacuum, all while you are busy working or relaxing. Fourth, AI can boost creativity and help us make better decisions. It can suggest content idea, help design visual, or analyze data to spot trends. So we can make smarter choices, whether it's picking a product or planning a business move. And finally, AI automate boring, repetitive tasks, whether it's filtering spam email, managing calendar invite, or sorting file. AI takes over the tasks that eat up our time, giving us more freedom to focus on what matters. So, as you can see, AI is not just for tech company or robot in factories. It's quietly working in the background to make everyday life easier, more efficient, and sometimes even more fun. Let's take a look at key productivity skill in the AI era. The first one, digital literacy. What does it mean? This means the ability to confidently use digital tool and AI application. For example, navigating AI platform like ChatGPT or Notion AI. Why it matter? Without this foundation skill, learners and professionals may struggle to stay relevant in a tech-powered world. The second, adaptability. It means being open to learning new tools, workflow, or ways of thinking as technology evolves. For example, switching from traditional note-taking to AI-powered knowledge organizer. Why it matters? Rigid mindset become obstacle. Adaptable individual will try it fast, changing work environment. The third one, critical thinking. It means the ability to analyze and evaluate AI-generated content, spot misinformation, or challenge bias suggestion. For example, checking facts from AI written summary, or identifying when a chatbot response lacks a nuance. Why it matters? AI can make mistakes, replicate bias, or misinterpret user intent. Humans still need to validate outcomes. 4. Collaboration with AI. It means like just knowing when to use AI tools and when human judgment or creativity is better suited. For example, using AI to draft content, then you have to adding personal voice and empathy. Or letting AI crunch data while you tell the story behind the number. Why it matter? Working with AI boosts efficiency without losing the human touch. The last one, the ethical awareness. It means understanding the ethical implication of using AI tools, including privacy, fairness, data, or bias. For example, asking, is this AI tool storing sensitive info? Or considering who might disadvantaged by an AI decision, like hiring algorithms. Why it matters? Ethical literacy prevents misuse of AI and promotes responsible, inclusive text use. Let's go to Universal AI Productivity Tools section. In this section, you will learn about understanding AI power tool. Second, AI tools everyone can use. And the last one, smart scheduling, reminder, and time blocking. So, welcome to AI Productivity tool. Imagine you have a personal assistant who never sleeps, always help organize your day, and even give you writing suggestions. That's the power of AI tools today, and most of them are free. In this demo, I will show you how to use Google Calendar and Reclaim.ai to automate your schedule, create smart reminder, and protect time for what matters without having to micromanage your calendar. Let's start with the basic Google Calendar. You probably already used it, but let me show you how to maximize it to productivity. You will see as you already use it today. For example, you would like to add the task here. You need a deep what I have to say, deep work session. Okay, on the 6th June. And you need to add time. You create the event here, and you would like to start at 9 a.m. and end at 11 a.m., right? You can use the repeat one. If you have the session like it in every month or every week, it can set it here. Or sometimes you can make the custom. Custom is mean you can use this one on every week or every Friday after how many concurrent that you need to set up. And you can use the color to identify your task or your event as well over here. And then you can save. Um, from here, I would like you to focus about the calendar that sometimes you can use for personal or sometimes you can use for work, and the color coding and repeating events are two simple but powerful way to protect your time from habits. Yeah, this is just the basic one. This is the planner that already syncs your schedule from Google Calendar already. And yeah, now let's try to think about what is your habit. For example, your habit here, you see here, you need to exercise. You can add new habit here. And exercise is running. For example, you set to high priority, running, and yeah, it had to be maybe in working hour. Okay, on work day you can set work or personal time. It's up to you. For me, it's I need to go to my personal here, and then you can edit. You can edit. I mean, you can edit your time. I mean, your personal or your work hour around here. You can set, you can change, for example. So for me, I would like to run every day. Every day. So you will see I already set out Saturday. So it means that I will not run on Saturday. I already set at my personal hours. You can already set it's up to you that you want to choose it. And my ideal time for running is about, maybe I have to start 4 p.m. 4 p.m. and I have to running around 45 minutes to 1 hour. Yeah, just 1 hour every day. Just 1 hour every day. And after that, you can save here. Okay. Okay, let's take a look. What happened in my calendar? In my calendar. Okay. Yeah, please go to here. I have to go to May. Here is May. It's on May already. Here, okay. Here, yeah. I'm starting at 5 May, right? And this is my ideal time. What happened? I would like to see, to show you. My ideal time is I would like to start at 4 to 5, right? But you will see on Wednesday 7. Wednesday 7, oh no, Thursday 8, I'm not available at 4 p.m. So, the AI, I mean, at the Lichem AI, try to find availability time for me. I'm sorry. For example, running, 3:30 to 4:30. But if you think, hey, I don't want to run at this time, maybe you would like to run after you finish your work, you can put it here. You can like drag and then drop in at the time that you would like to drop. For example, I can use it here. You would like to run at 1 p.m. You can change, yeah, as on Sunday I have a tight schedule. So running it start at 2. It's they try to find the time for us and put, this is my habit. I would like to exercise like running. Yeah, just an example that I would like to show you. And this is the time blocking without the headache. So Reclaim try to find space in your day based on your real availability. And I try to create tasks as well. For example, if I have to prepare my slide, and I need 2 hours for working, and yeah, you can split it up or not. It's up to you. The 2 hour, so the minimum you can change to 1 hour or 30 minutes, something like that. You can work on working out, and you can set the schedule when you want to start. For example, if I would like to start at 12 May and my due date is on 16 May. Okay, let's see what happened. They will try to put it here, and every day you will see in like instead of choosing when to do the task manually, Reclaim try to find the optimal time to book it for you. Maybe if you try to, for example, you change the time, you need to put it out like you already know on 12, right? On 12, you are not, if you need to prepare on in the evening, you can edit here, and you have time in the evening. Yeah. They try to find the time that you are available to put 2 hours for working for you. They will calculate by themselves, or sometime if you are not available at this time, they will try to find the time for you. All right. I hope you are enjoy the AI tool that I already demonstrate to you all. And as I frequently to tell you, AI tools are not just for text experts. They are for anyone who wants to work smarter and live more intentionally. Whether you are student, parent, or educator, please learning to use the right tool. It can transform the way you manage your day and bring your idea to your life. Hi, I'm Veena Navaprateep. Welcome to Module 6, Work Smarter, Not Harder. Maximize Productivity with AI for Educator by AI Ready Asian. In this section, you will learn about first, AI tools for educator. Second, create interactive lesson in minute. And finally, strategic collaborative with AI. Welcome to this section. Before we jump into exploring AI tools, let's start with something simple but powerful. A quick reflection on how you currently spend your time as an educator. Take a look at the screen. You will see a few common tasks that most teachers juggle every week. Lesson planning, grading and feedback, student support, one-to-one help, emails and admin form, meeting or parent communication. Now, here's your warm-up activity. Think about a typically week in your teaching life. Roughly how many hours do you spend on each of these tasks? And more importantly, which one takes up the most time but feel the least productive? In this section, we will explore how to leverage AI to work smarter, not harder, in our teaching practice and daily admin tasks. You can build writing skill. You can clarify your slide, use PowerPoint. You can do it before and then let the QReport help you. And you can generate lesson, prepare for testing, and establish daily routine. Let's go to generate a lesson. For example, go to math class, algebra. Okay. Go to maybe grade 6, a fraction. You will see a lot of language over here. And also align the standard. They have a lot of country standard. You can look around and take it over here. Okay, now get the lesson. It will take a bit time to generate from AI. So QReport will now auto-generate an interactive slide deck for you. Complete a learning objective, warm-up, activity, quiz, and even exit ticket, all aligned to your topic and grade level. These slides are editable, so you can adjust anything to match your context or add your own spin. Let's look at this slide. It's a live word cloud. You can ask students, what's come to mind when you hear about the fraction, for example, something like that. And if you try to go to each slide, you can edit, you can add, you can delete by your own. And if you already finish your slide, you can use it in your classroom by interactive. You let your student go to Curie.live and get the pin 439360. Join. Okay. You will see on the screen. They call Silly Ocean, right? But your student can put his real name or her real name in the device. Now, the real name not show in the screen is for PDPA and protect your children. Now, start. Algebra and fraction. This is the slide that you can go through and let the student learn. This is very interesting. They provide an open question. What's common between pizza slices and algebra? Both use fraction. Imagine you have 3/4 of a pizza. If you want to share it equally with a friend, how much pizza do you get? How much pizza do you each get? And you will see the time counter. You can just start activity and your student can respond by their own device. For example, if they write, okay, how much pizza do you each get? Maybe they write 2. You can end activity in any time before the time stop, right? And then you can go to another one. Let's explore. It is just a warm-up activity. They start like a warm-up and then dive into the content, understand question. I think it's very interesting. This is an interactive lesson. The power here is not just in saving time. It's how QReport help you build engaging, student-centered lesson with minimal effort. You are still in charge of your pedagogy. QReport just give you a head start. Let's try.
Hi everyone, welcome to the course of AI Ready ASEAN, Module AI for Content Creation. I'm Ashiana Ekaputri, Marketing Manager at Binar, that will accompany you learning AI for content creation purposes. I am also a certified AI-powered marketer by SEMrush, and I was also a trainer for digital marketing classes at Kelas Prakerja by Indonesian Ministry of Manpower. I was also appointed as an ASEAN Youth Ambassador by the Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Alright, so let's get started with today's topic. We're going to talk about AI usage and implementation, specifically how AI is used for content creation. This is something I personally find super exciting because AI isn't here to replace creators like us, it's here to enhance what we do. There will be 3 modules covered during the session. The first one, you will learn how to generate content with AI. The second module, you will learn how to identify an AI-generated content. And lastly, you will also learn about the ethics, challenges, and things to consider while using AI to generate content. Are you ready? So let's get started with the first module, which is how to generate content with AI. Let me ask you this. Have you ever used AI to help you write something, design a visual, or even edit a video? I personally think AI is like a creative buddy. It gives you boost and inspiration, but it won't do the thinking for you. You still need your voice, your ideas, and your intention behind the content. So, when we say AI generated content, we're talking about digital stuff made with the help of AI, like text, images, videos, even voices. It works using tools like machine learning and NLP or natural language processing, so it can learn how to sound and look more human. What are the benefits of AI for content creation? The first one is efficiency. We have less time creating and more time thinking strategically. The second one is for creativity boost. Sometimes AI suggests ideas we didn't even think of. The third benefit is, of course, it's cost effective. It's really great if you're working solo or with a very small team. The last benefit is more personalizations. The AI can even tailor content based on the audience you're targeting. And honestly, who doesn't want a little help when deadlines are creeping up? Do you know that AI can generate blog posts, articles, product descriptions, social media captions, and other text-based contents? Yes, you can use these tools to generate text-based contents, such as Gemini and ChatGPT, to create a conversational AI for generating text-based responses. The second one is Jasper. You can use this to make copywriting for your marketing purposes or blogs. And the last one is Copy.ai and WriteSonic. It can help you generating contents for advertising and social media purposes. Some best practices that you can take into your account. The first one, you still have to review the AI generated text for accuracy and originality. The second part is you still need some edits, and of course, personalize your contents to match your tone and style. And the third part, you still need to avoid over reliance on AI. Use it as an assistant, not a replacement. You've probably seen people using DALL-E and Midjourney to generate art, or Canva and Adobe Firefly to assist with design. These are great examples since AI tools can generate stunning visuals and enhance designs for branding and marketing purposes. And of course, these are super fun to play with. But remember, use AI generated images just for a starting point, and still you need to refine them. The second part, you have to make sure you're not accidentally using copyrighted or problematic content. How about video content creation? AI can help you enhance video production by automating editing and content creation. Some examples you can use, such as Synthesia to create avatar and voiceover videos, or you can also use Runway ML. It's an AI assisted video editing. And the third example, you can use Pictory. It's an AI generated short form videos from text. But still, people connect more with authenticity, so use AI as a helper, not a clone of yourself. The next use case that you can try is how to use AI for audio and music production. AI can generate voiceovers, soundtracks, and audio effects for various applications. Some popular tools you can try: 11 Labs and Merv, they're AI voice generators for narration, or Ava and Boomi, their AI generated music and soundtracks. Some best practices you can try. The first one, you still have to review AI generated voiceovers for clarity and authenticity. The second part, you have to be responsible to use the AI in synthetic speech to avoid deepfake misuse. As you previously have learned how to use AI for different type of content production, now we're gonna talk about how and what you need to do for creating content using AI. Okay, the first phase is to plan and to strategize. Before we jump into tools and creating, there's some thinking to do. The first step is to define your content goals. Ask yourself, what do I want to create? Why am I creating it? And what do I want my audience to feel or to do after seeing it? Being specific here will make your AI prompts a lot better too. The second step, you have to identify your target audience. Who are you trying to reach? What do they care about? What are they struggling with? And what kind of solution they're looking for? And finally, where do they hang out online? This is very exciting because I usually make a simple audience persona to guide me when I write or design. And of course, for the applications, you can use generative AI to create text, images, and music, or you can use other AI tools to predict trends, assist you in robotics, and enable self-driving cars. The next step is to conduct keyword research. It will be beneficial and helpful, especially if you're doing SEO or social media optimization. I usually use some research tool for keywords such as Google Keyword Planner, SEMrush, and Ahrefs, and I usually consider long tail keywords too. They're usually easier to rank and super targeted. The next part is to brainstorm content ideas as step 4. You can try mix evergreen content with timely content or the trending topic, so on. And don't forget to look at what your competitors are doing. How can I do better or different than them? After completing your research, you can then move to the second phase, which is to create and optimize. First step you can do is to create high quality content. You can focus on providing value to your audience and be their problem solver. Ensure accuracy produced by AI tools. Structure your content logically and write in a manner that resonates with your audience. Don't forget to add visual context or illustration for more clear messaging. Add personal touch to make it more relevant with your audience. I have also a pro tip in using AI tools here. You can be super clear with your prompts. The more details you give, the better the output. After producing high quality contents, now you have to optimize your content. I have some checklists for you. The first thing to do is to incorporate relevant keywords naturally throughout your text, headings, and meta descriptions. The second thing to do is to optimize images and videos with descriptive file names and alt text. The third thing is to ensure your content is mobile friendly and loads quickly. The fourth thing, don't forget to include internal and external links to relevant resources. And lastly, for social media, tailor your content to each platform's best practices. For the last step, please don't skip this. Even the best AI tools make weird mistakes, right? So please thoroughly review your content for grammar, spellings, and punctuation errors. And also check for clarity, flow, and accuracy. Or if you're lucky, have a friend review it too. You've created your content, that's great, but don't stop there. After producing and optimizing your content, you still have to do the analysis and iteration. The first step to do is to track your results. You can use Google Analytics or other social media analytics to monitor traffic, engagement, etc. The second step is to analyze your performance. You can identify what's working well and what's not. And probably you can ask yourself what content performs best, which channels give you the most ROI. The last step, don't forget to iterate and improve. Keep testing, adjusting, and evolving. Your first content is never perfect, and that's totally okay. So, to wrap up, AI is a very powerful ally if you know how to use it right. Use AI to express your ideas better, not to replace your ideas. So, now let's talk about something a bit more practical. How can you tell when content is AI generated, especially on social media? This is super important today, not because AI is bad, but because we all need to be aware of how to spot the difference between what's created by humans and what's created by machines. Okay, first, what is AI generated content? So it's basically anything text, messages, images, videos, or even voices that's created by an artificial intelligence instead of a human. You've probably seen examples of AI written posts like tweets, blog articles, or even YouTube comments. The second example is such AI generated images. For example, realistic faces, surreal art, or weird profile pictures. The third example is deepfake video, where someone is saying something they never actually said. And, of course, synthetic voiceovers that sound almost real. Some tools that can create this kind of content include ChatGPT, Gemini, Midjourney, Dolly, Synthesia, and 11 apps, among others. And trust me, there are many more popping up every week. Okay, you might think it all looks normal, right? But there are actually some small clues that give AI text away. Here's what you can look for. First sign, repetitive or generic language. So AI loves patterns and can sound a bit robotic. Second sign is lack of personal touch. It might be missing real emotions, opinions, or even simple things like slang. The third sign is the inconsistency in context. Sometimes AI contradicts itself or says things that don't make total sense. And fourth sign, there's no personal engagement. AI doesn't usually reply with real interest. It's just there. And the last sign you can see is the unusual grammar or phrasing. If it sounds off or too perfect, that's a red flag. For example, if a social media comment that sounds like a mix of Wikipedia and chatbot, yeah, you get the idea. That must be an AI generated text. How about images? This one is actually fun and kind of scary sometimes. Here are the signs that an image might be made by AI. The first sign, unrealistic facial features like six fingers or ears that don't match. And then strange backgrounds. Sometimes it's just blurry or nonsensical objects in the background. The third sign, glitchy details. Look at the jewelry, eyes, or hands. They're usually weird. And the fourth sign, the last sign you can see is they're just too perfect. Some AI faces look flawless, but also kind of fake. No pores, no soul, you know? So if you want to use some tools to see what kind of AI images to detect AI images, you can use Google reverse image search or AI image detection tools like Hugging Faces AI detector. Next part, how to detect an AI generated video or deepfake. There are four signs. The first one, weird blinking or stiff expressions. Sometimes people in deepfakes blink too much or not at all. The second thing you can see is their lip movements. Sometimes they don't match the audio. The third sign is the blurry or distorted edges, especially around the face or the hair. And the last sign is the strange lighting. Sometimes the skin looks way too smooth or unnatural. And we can try to use these tools to detect deepfakes, like for example, Deepwear Scanner or Microsoft Video Authenticator. The next part, how to recognize AI generated audio. You can see four signs. The first one, the lack of natural pauses. AI generated speech can sound too smooth or mechanical. And then you can hear the weird pronunciation, like a robot who graduated from speech school is just too perfect. The third one, background noise consistency. You may hear the lack of natural background noise. And finally, sudden pitch changes. Some AI generated voices shift pitch unnaturally. You can use these tools to detect the AI audio, resemble AI detector, or AI voice deepfake detection tools. They can help you out. So, what you can do about it? Here are some things I personally think are useful when verifying content online. First, use Google or TinEye reverse image search to check where an image came from. And then you can compare what you see with trusted news sources. The third thing, you can also try online AI detection tools, even if just for fun. And then you can also look for verified accounts. Trusted accounts are less likely to share fake AI generated media. And lastly, you have to see at the engagement patterns. Look at the comments. If they feel spammy or too perfect, something might be off. In today's digital age, AI tools are becoming powerful companions in the world of content creation, helping us write faster, design more beautifully, and brainstorm ideas with ease. But with great power comes great responsibility. Using AI in creative work is not just about pushing buttons and getting results. It also means thinking carefully about ethics, ownership, and how our content impact others. Some ethical considerations in AI generated content is transparency. It's crucial to be more open about using AI, especially when your audience assumes the content is fully human made. A simple disclaimer, like created with the help of an AI tool, can build trust and credibility. Hiding the use of AI, on the other hand, can feel deceptive and harm your reputation in the long run. The second thing to consider is the intellectual property, the IP. It is another area to be mindful of. While AI can generate incredible images and texts, we must make sure the outputs don't accidentally copy copyrighted materials. This is especially tricky in the world of AI generated art and writing, where copyright laws are still evolving. When in doubt, give credit where it's due and avoid using AI to repurpose or remix protected work without permission. Then there's the issue of misinformation. AI tools can sometimes hallucinate facts or create contents that feels real, but it's not. That's why it's essential to double check the information before sharing it, especially when it comes to news, statistics, or anything sensitive. Using AI to create fake images, audio, or deepfakes for deceptive purposes is not only unethical, it can also cause real harm. Lastly, we need to talk about bias and fairness. AI systems are trained on human data, which means they can inherit human biases. If we're not careful, AI generated content might reinforce stereotypes or exclude certain groups. As creators, it's our job to use these tools responsibly to amplify diverse voices, challenge outdated narratives, and also promote inclusivity. While AI can make content creation faster and easier, it's not perfect. Many creators notice a loss of authenticity when they're relying too much on AI. Sure, the writing might sound polished, but it can lack emotion, personal perspective, and the messy humanness that people connect with. That's why it's important to mix in your own voice, your thoughts, stories, and style to keep the content real. Accuracy is another challenge. AI doesn't always get the fact right. Some models aren't updated with real time data, and others may confidently state things that are completely untrue. So, even if AI speeds up your writing, it doesn't replace the need for solid research and fact checking. There's also the risk of over-reliance. If you lean too heavily on AI, you might stop flexing your own creative muscles. That's a slippery slope. AI should be an assistant, not a replacement. The best creators use it as a co pilot, not a driver. And as deepfake technology becomes more advanced, it opens the door to ethical dilemmas. AI can now generate voices and videos that look incredibly real. But with that power comes responsibility. Misusing AI for deceive or impersonate can cause serious damage, and in some countries, even legal consequences. And of course, there's the impact on jobs. As AI takes over some tasks, certain creative roles may evolve or disappear. But rather than seeing AI as a threat, creators can future proof their careers by learning how to work with it. Think of AI as a new language in the creative world. The sooner you learn it, the more valuable you become. To use AI effectively and ethically, choosing the right tools matter. Not all AI platforms do the same thing. Some are great for generating text like ChatGPT or images like Midjourney. Know your tools, explore their strengths and limitations, and pick what best suits your content goals. Also, always keep the human touch. AI might help with structure and ideas, but you bring the emotion, the nuance, and originality. Review everything before publishing, add your personal insights, and never rely solely on AI's output. Don't forget to fact check. Just because something sounds right doesn't mean it is. AI can generate information that's outdated, misleading, or simply false, especially when working with quotes, data, or imagery. If something seems too perfect, you need to take a closer look. Think too about how audience might feel. Some people might appreciate transparency, but some may feel uneasy if they discover a post or artwork was AI generated. Being honest builds credibility and creates space for deeper conversation about tech and creativity. And lastly, stay updated on AI laws and platform guidelines. AI regulations are changing fast, and different platforms have different rules of what's allowed. Make sure you know what's okay to post and when to give credit to the tools that helped you create. Take Alex, for example. They run an online store and started using AI image generators to make stunning product visuals. And, of course, AI writing tools to improve product descriptions. The result? Their shop looked more professional and appealing, leading to higher engagement and better sales. In this case, AI didn't just save time, it elevated the entire customer experience. Imagine Maya, a singer songwriter struggling with writer's block. She turns into an AI lyric generator to spark new ideas and explore fresh themes. The AI helps her think outside the box, and she ends up writing one of her most loved songs yet. Now, ask yourself, what AI tools were used? How did AI help? And what was the outcome? To summarize, AI tools can improve clarity, structure, and visual appeal, especially for creators without design or writing experience. But media literacy is more important than ever. Learn to recognize signs of AI involvement, like overly polished text or strange image details, and use tools that help you detect AI generated content when needed. Okay, to close, I think AI doesn't replace creativity, it unlocks it. When used with care and mindfulness and intention, it becomes a powerful tool to storytell, for ideation, for expression. The key is to stay curious, stay human, and always stay ethical. AI is deeply integrated into the social media and digital platforms students use daily. Whether they're creating content, learning, or communicating, AI can both empower and challenge students in various ways. As educators, you have the opportunity to guide them toward responsible, thoughtful use of AI, helping them unlock creativity, collaboration, and communication while navigating its risks. Dear educators, do you know that AI offers exciting opportunities for your students to expand their creativity, improve their skills, and enhance their learning experiences when used mindfully? Some of the key benefits are creativity and engagement enhancement. AI tools like image generators, caption assistants, and video editors, they allow students to create compelling content for school projects or self-expression. The second benefit is the accessibility of tools. AI-powered captions, translations, and voice-to-text features make content more inclusive for diverse learners and students with different needs. The third benefit is the improved communication skills. AI-driven writing aids and smart editing tools help students refine their messages, structure ideas, and communicate effectively. And you also have the real-time feedback. AI tools offer instant suggestions for grammar, tone, and content improvement, enabling students to make quick adjustments. And last but not least, discovery, and learning. AI recommendation expose students to educational content, tutorials, and inspiring creators supporting personalized learning paths. But then, what to be aware of? While AI unlocks many exciting opportunities, it also brings risks, especially for students who might not yet have the maturity or skills to evaluate what they see and create online. First of the risk is algorithmic influence and addiction. AI curates personalized content that can trap students in echo chambers, leading to compulsive scrolling and narrow worldview. The second risk is misinformation and deepfakes. AI can generate convincing fake news, images, and videos, misleading students and eroding trust in credible sources. They can also lose their authentic voice. Over-reliance on AI-generated content can reduce originality and critical thinking. And also about the bias and stereotyping, AI algorithms can amplify social biases or inappropriate trends, which students might unknowingly absorb or replicate. And lastly, privacy and consent. Students may unknowingly share AI generated content or not fully understand the ethical boundaries and intellectual property rules surrounding its use. Educators are key in helping students become more responsible and informed consumers of AI driven content. Here's how you can integrate these conversations into your teaching. The first strategy for ethical use is to introduce AI concepts early. Teach students what AI is, how it works in social media, and how it influences the content they see and interact with. Build foundational knowledge early on. The second strategy is to introduce the media literacy. Use exercises where students compare real versus AI generated content. Have them reflect on how algorithms shape what they see online and how that affects their online behavior. The third strategy is to support critical thinking prompts. Ask thought provoking questions like, who created this content? Is this image real or edited? Why did this video appear in your feed? You can also discuss the digital ethics, cover topics like plagiarism, responsible sharing, giving credit for AI assisted work, and understanding the implications of manipulated media. Encourage students to respect others' work. And lastly, you can also try to create ethical content projects. Challenge students to use AI tools creatively but transparently. For instance, they could label AI generated elements in their work or explain their choices in content creation. Next, please pay attention to this case study. Professor Diaz used AI-powered lesson planning tools that analyzed student data to create personalized activities for each student. The AI suggested tailored resources and activities, leading to increased student engagement and better understanding of the material. Now, the questions. What AI tools were used? Second, how did AI help? And the third question, what was the results? Now, a little activity for you. A scenario. Mr. Chen, a high school teacher, used AI grading software to assess student essays. The AI offered detailed feedback on grammar, style, and content, allowing him to provide faster, more constructive feedback and freeing up time for one-on-one student interaction. The questions are, what AI tools were used? How did AI help? And what was the result? Okay, educators, to summarize, AI definitely has their superpowers: create high quality content, improve communications, create images only from text prompts. This opens creative possibilities for those without design or illustration skills. But remember, it is still important to teach and practice media literacy to detect AI involvement in the outputs. This is where watermark detection and AI content detectors can help. AI boosts students' creativity on social media, but brings risks like misinformation and bias. Educators like you must guide ethical use and critical thinking despite fast changing tools.
Hi, I'm Adinda, and I will be your discussion partner to guide you in exploring this module. With a background in learning, education, and technology, I've been immersing myself to join and contribute to the movement of developing students, youth, adults, educators, and parents, especially related to AI literacy for these past years. Based on this experience, I believe that the progressive development of AI is inevitable. Today, the debate between human versus AI is no longer relevant because AI will never fully replace human, but humans who can collaborate with AI will replace those who cannot. Therefore, I truly believe that we, as parents and educators, need to have the literacy on how to optimize AI utilization in order to optimize our role as parents and educators, to empower our kids and also students' potential, and provide guidance for them in the current AI era. Without further ado, let's discuss them more and happy learning. In this module, we will talk about learning and education in the era of AI. How we as educators can make the best out of AI to optimize learning and education for our students. We will discuss about how AI supports cognitive development, how AI can empower education, and last but not least, preventing over-reliance on AI in learning. These are important because I believe that with the right literacy, AI can actually bring benefits to the life and development of our kids, students, and even ourselves as parents and educators. But without the right literacy and understanding on how to optimize AI for human empowerment, it can unconsciously bring more harm. Just like when the internet and social media starts rising and becoming part of our everyday life. So, let's dig a little bit more on why it matters to learn about this in order to prepare our kids, our students for an AI-driven future. Many discussions among experts, professors, educators globally reach to a conclusion that today, the discussion between human versus AI is no longer relevant because AI will never fully replace human. But human who can collaborate with AI will replace those who cannot. Then we need to develop more decision makers, the creative thinkers, not just doing what a robot can do. There was an insightful discussion among educators that can illustrate how our attitude as parents and educators should be toward AI development and utilization. Let's reflect. If you were in that discussion, what will be your answer to this question? What's a teacher or parents need to do to prevent cheating or irresponsible behavior of using AI? How do you know your paper or task wasn't written by generative AI? Try to think your own opinion on this. Let's take a little bit time to reflect on this question. Now, do you have the answer yet? Good. Now, let's take a look on how these discussions or educations and try to answer this question. One educator on that discussion said, and I personally agree to this attitude, that the best way is to assume that our students, our kids, are using AI to complete their tasks nowadays. Then, what we should do to optimize the situation is by testing that knowledge in a new and more challenging way. So maybe that means we flip what we used to happen doing at home and school. It also means if it's no longer sufficient for students to write a basic paper or essay because AI can do that, we need to raise the bar on what humans can bring to the table. For example, we did this with math when calculator were invented as a new technology way back years ago, right? The calculator meant that we need to level up math to focus on stimulating human cognitive development that more than what calculator can do. To add on this, I would say that it was also similar during when social media just become a hit among our kids. There was a time instead of try our best to avoiding them because we cannot really like avoiding social media nowadays, right? We create a parental guidance on how to utilize social media responsibly in order to make sure our kids would still grow as their best version even during the social media era. So, the same thing with AI. We can sign our kids to go write this essay at home with AI, come back into school, and with no AI system, improve it, critique it, argue against it. So we need to level up the playing field the same way we've done with other technological innovations, just like when the calculator was invented or like the social media was invented. So instead of playing whack-a-mole, prevent our children to use AI, avoid AI, and trying to spy on who is using AI, we really need to adopt it and prepare for the future. Therefore, back to our initial goal of all these module and lessons that so youth, parents, educators, and trainers have the fundamental knowledge of AI literacy and the ability to use and collaborate with AI critically, creatively, and ethically. So that's the main idea that we want to discuss here. Let's discuss the details. We will start by talking about how AI supports cognitive development. Let's start with a quick activity. Take a look at these 4 examples that I will show you later. Do you think AI is involved in each of them? Like, this is to check how familiar we are with any process, technology, feature that use AI as the basis and which one is not. Okay? The first one is a digital whiteboard used in a classroom. Do you think this using AI or not? Does it use AI? Okay, try to reflect what do you think. And then the second one, a student using Google search to look up about dinosaur, for example. Does it involve AI? Okay. How about with YouTube Kids suggesting video based on what your students usually watch? Or Duolingo adapting lessons based on your students' progress. Okay, try to choose which one involves the use of AI and which one is not. Okay, have you done it? Now let's check them together. A digital whiteboard. How about it? Usually, it's not using AI. Okay, the second one, Google search, not AI either. Even though nowadays, Google search has been empowered with AI like Gemini to help summarize and make the information searching more efficient. But YouTube Kids suggesting videos, that's AI in action. Recommendation algorithm is using machine learning to learn the pattern on what kind of video that we usually have interest with, and they will recommend similar pattern of videos that may interest us. And Duolingo adapting lessons based on progress, that's also AI. So basically, AI is already into many learning experience even once we don't realize. And it's already part of our everyday life. AI is already influencing how our kids or students learn every day, whether it's educational apps, personalized tutoring, or speech recognition software. AI has the potential to make learning more engaging and accessible. But as parents and educators, we need to ensure it is used wisely. Therefore, we need to explore how AI as a technology that is supposed to become a supporting tool can give positive benefit to human cognitive development, thus will bring benefit to the learning education, cognitive development process of our kids or our students if we use them optimally and responsibly. If we know how to optimally collaborate with and utilize AI, it actually can become a powerful tool to develop critical thinking, creativity, and problem solving skill. Let's break down 4 key ways AI enhance cognitive development. Okay, first, AI can enhance computational thinking, which is a fundamental skill for enabling humans to perform more complex problem solving, which is also an important skill to be adaptive in a fast changing future. Actually, vice versa, computational thinking is also part of AI literacy. By developing computational thinking skills, which actually learn deeper on how the human brain works in complex problem solving, we can easily understand on how AI works because it works in a similar way. We'll talk about them more details after this. Okay. Secondly, utilizing AI as part of learning and education process can help to encourage curiosity and exploration. Next, it can also boost critical thinking and communication and help us to increase students' engagement by making learning more fun and engaging for our kids or students. Now, before we go deeper, let's take a look at what computational thinking is as part of important cognitive development that our kids will need in this era and an important future skills as well. Computational thinking is a problem solving process that involves breaking down complex problems into smaller or manageable parts, identifying patterns, abstracting essential details, and designing step by step solutions, or we call it algorithms, to solve them. So it consists at least four way of thinking or how brain is actually processing in order to approach and effectively solve complex problems. The first thing is decomposition. An effective problem solver should be able to break down a problem or system into smaller and more manageable parts. Secondly, patterns recognition. To be able to solve complex problems effectively, one should be able to identify similarities and differences in data or process to simplify the complex problems. And then the next one is abstraction. An effective problem solver should be able to focus on essential details while ignoring irrelevant information to simplify the complex concepts or systems. And lastly, algorithms. One should be able to develop a step-by-step set of instructions, or we call them an algorithm or step-by-step solution to solve the problem itself and achieve a desired outcome. And if you have all of these qualities, voila, having those qualities means we successfully develop computational thinking skills that will make our children potentially success in facing complex problems. So, how can AI actually help to develop and equip our kids with such skills? Here are some examples of how AI can help children develop structured thinking by recognizing patterns and breaking down complex problems into manageable steps. Some of the examples are by learning to complete some tasks or practice through several coding platforms like Scratch Junior, for example, or an AI puzzle games that you can find the open source materials for AI literacy, like from Teachable Machine or Code.org. It can help children grasp these concepts in an interactive and fun way. Or the teachable machine that can be explored to make our own machine learning, which is a fundamental part of AI, in which they also have resources for learning, like Ready AI Lesson and Dancing with AI to learn about AI literacy. Or my favorite, another resource like code.org. Actually, this website we have mentioned it also a few times in our modules. It's a platform with various library or catalog of games, learning materials, activities for children to learn basic coding, machine learning, and AI. As parents and educators, we can optimize these platforms to stimulate our kids and students' cognitive development, especially to enhance their computational thinking and problem-solving skills. Now, as we discussed in the beginning, AI can also help us to encourage curiosity and exploration within our children. And it is very important to our kids and students' development because curiosity drives learning. AI-powered voice assistants, for example, can spark curiosity by answering kids' questions in real time, encouraging them to explore new ideas and concepts. Next, AI can also boost creativity and communication skills. Creativity flourishes when children interact with AI, such as AI-powered storytelling apps, drawing tools, or chatbots. These tools not only make learning fun, but also challenge children to think outside of the box. And lastly, AI can help to make learning fun and engaging, which means fasten the development process of our kids. For example, utilizing AI for gamification and AI-powered feedback systems help keep children motivated. Learning apps like Duolingo, for example, use AI to tailor their lessons plan to each learner, ensuring they remain challenged in the right level. Young students can benefit from AI-powered toys and tools that make learning fun and engaging while building foundational skills in problem solving and creativity. As educators and parents, there are some tools that we can utilize to increase engagement during the learning process. You may explore some of the examples like Quick Draw, Body Scene, and Seeing Music. Enjoy exploring them to optimize AI for making your class or your kids' learning process more fun and engaging. You can explore them and let's discuss more after this. Now, on the second part, we will discuss how AI can empower education. In the previous part, we have discussed how we as educators can use AI to make learning more fun and engaging. One of the examples given was using Quick Draw. Now, as a warm-up, to illustrate how AI actually can empower education, let's try exploring how Quick Draw works and try to find inspiration on how we can use it or any other similar tools to make our class more fun and engaging, as it is one of the benefits of AI in empowering the learning and teaching process. Quick Draw is an online game by Google where you draw simple sketch and an AI will try to guess them in under 20 seconds. In my personal opinion as a teacher, Quick Draw can be used for at least two purposes. The first one, it can be used as a simple icebreaker or games to open the class as a hook. Or you can also use them and play them between the class to refresh our students' focus and attention. Because this game can be fun, engaging, and sparks curiosity. And the second purpose, it can be used as a practical activity to illustrate how machine learning and AI works. So it can be used as one of your learning materials if you would like to teach a class related to AI literacy, for example. And now, what do you think? What about you? As a teacher, how would you implement tools like QuickDraw or other similar AI-based platforms to enhance your class? Now, to get the inspiration, let's see how it works and try to think and in a creative way or in a purposeful ways how to use this kind of tools to make your class more fun and engaging. Yeah. Now, we will try to explore together the quick draw to try to find inspiration on how to utilize this kind of platform to make our class more fun and engaging. First, you go to this site, quickdraw.withgoogle.com to start playing. And how it works, you will go to this kind of page, and then there will be an instruction where you will receive a word that you need to draw. You need to sketch the word in under 20 seconds. Then there will be an audio powered by AI and machine learning that will try to guess your sketch. If your sketch is highly similar or represent the word given, the AI will guess them correctly. If not, the AI will keep trying to guess the word based on your sketch. Observe how it's smart enough to recognize your sketch and how, if you make a mistake, the AI will keep trying to guess them correctly. Let's try them. In some parts, I will draw a sketch similar to the word given, but in some parts, I will make mistakes on purpose by drawing different objects than the word given. Observe how the AI audio responds. Okay, here, like we mentioned before, there is already a word given, and we need to draw the word grape in under 20 seconds. Okay, I will start by doing it correctly, but later on, I will try to make some mistakes and see how the AI responds.
I see circle, bracelet, or satellite, or drum. I know, it's great.
Now, I will try to make mistakes by drawing something different than the word given on purpose. Let's see how it reacts. They asked me to draw sun, but I will try to draw other object that is not sun.
I see circle. I have no clue what you're drawing. I see ring, cloud, shrub, or animal migration. I see here. Sorry, I couldn't guess it.
Now, see how it responds differently when I purposefully make mistakes. It cannot like really answer what is the correct answer, but you can see like how flexible the AI to respond literally based on what we draw. Now, let's try to finish them all.
shrug. I know. It's police car. I see mustache. On the slide. I know. It's element. I know. It's bench. I see hockey puck. I know. It's tornado.
Now, see how it's very smart to sometimes like just like from like one sketch or like one line, it's already answer or guess my sketch. So the AI will provide reaction according to our sketch as an input, and it's smart enough to recognize the pattern and provide various answers. If you use this as the way to illustrate how machine learning and AI works, you can discuss them at the end of the results by showing this explanation. Here, if you click the picture, uh, you can see the explanation of how it works and how it actually can recognize the pattern from the input of our sketch. And then it compared them with the data and analyze them based on the previous data that they already have. And the machine learning algorithm then will provide the output in a form of audio reaction to guess our sketch. The more we give them data to learn, which the data is in the form of people's sketch that is labeled with a name of the object, the more the AI will be more accurate and smart to provide the answer. So, what do you think from this example? Do you have any inspiration on how to utilize this kind of platform to enhance your class engagement and make it more fun? Or you can explore any other AI-based tools, games, resources that we have also provided as example to find inspiration on how creatively use them to enhance your class. So now what we can learn from exploring tools like Withdraw. At least from this one AI-based platform as example, we can learn that we can enhance learning and teaching process to be more engaging and fun through AI. We can promote students' curiosity and propose casual discussion to talk about the concept of machine learning, or stimulate creativity and practice computational thinking and problem solving. And also developing technology awareness, like in this case about how this AI cannot do anything besides guessing the drawing, to spark discussion about limitation of AI and how it can also sometimes make mistakes. Other than to make learning more engaging and fun, AI can also enhance our education by helping us personalize the learning process of our students. As we are aware, learning is not one size fits for all. AI can effectively and efficiently help teachers to adapt learning materials to match each child's needs, ensuring personalized and effective education, from adjusting difficulty levels to providing tailored contexts, or AI-driven learning that can foster independent progress. There are several examples of how AI can help us personalize the learning process for our kids. Here is one of the examples. Using Gemini or generative AI, teacher can easily create a customized learning material. The first example is a prompt to ask AI to create items for a task with different level of difficulties according to students' understanding level. Or we can also ask AI to analyze students' level of understanding based on their data, like their test scores, answers, correct and incorrect answers, for example, or most frequently mistakes or questions. And we can ask the AI through the prompt to provide recommendation or for a teaching approach or strategy based on that analysis to personalize our teaching method and materials so they can be suitable with our students' characteristics and level in order to achieve the learning goals. But please remember, if we do something like this, always and always keep our students' data privacy and security safe by making sure to not provide personal data, but more like collective or group data or anonymous data. So in terms of personalized learning, AI can also be a game changer for children with special learning needs. For example, speech-to-text tools help children with dyslexia, while AI-powered reading assistants can also help to provide real-time feedback. We can explore further the already developed AI tools out there because these tools can create a more inclusive learning environment. Students have diverse learning needs, and some may require special support to thrive academically. As we may understand already that these conditions actually do not define intelligence, and that different children can benefit from different learning approach. One of the roles of teachers and parents is to recognize early signs so children can get the most optimal learning approach that is suitable with their conditions. AI can also help, like child development experts, in early detection of the special learning needs by analyzing the data and learning patterns that it has collected before. And the goal is to provide suggestions of personalized learning experience to help the children maximize their potential in the end. AI can help to customize the learning paths, provide the right assistance for any special needs in learning, and provide immediate corrective feedback to help students understand mistakes and track their progress efficiently. Therefore, educators can use AI as their assistant, help us to personalize and structure the learning environment according to our students' characteristic and the learning goal, help us to also monitor the progress and manage the communication among teachers, students, and parents. Moreover, AI application in education are still and keep expanding. More research and development are kept ongoing in order to extend and sharpen the positive impact of AI in empowering education. Some of the advancements are like AI facial expression, motion, and emotion recognition to help analyze students' facial expressions and body language to predict emotions such as boredom, confusion, or excitement, helping educators adjust the lessons in real time or make the classroom interaction to be more adaptive and dynamic to achieve the learning goals. On the other advancements like AI to help collaborative learning or collaborative process among group of or students, there are also like some benefits that we can optimize by having these tools in our classroom. Or the other advancements is like AI to help uh, gathering feedback and sentiment, do the sentiment analysis in order to keep improving the learning and teaching method and make continuous improvement on our education system. There are a lot of implementations on how AI can empower education. Now, by seeing all these examples, which one is the most interesting and inspiring for you to be explored further or implemented in your classroom? Okay, to close this module, we will talk about how to prevent over-reliance on AI in learning. Okay, while AI is a great learning tool, it should never replace traditional learning methods and human interaction. Critical thinking, human interaction, and practicing problem solving without AI are still essential for balancing our children's development. AI can assist, but it cannot replace human relationships, mentorships, and moral guidance. Social interactions and peer learning remain critical in a child's development. AI is both a tool and a challenge in academic integrity. Thus, schools and parents at home must keep educating students on ethical AI usage alongside enforcement on the measures. Responsible AI starts with clear boundaries and parental and teacher guidance. Some of the approach are like encouraging limited screen time, balance AI assisted and real world activities, and teach children to think critically about AI generated content. Now, there is this self-check quiz that can help us reflect and assess how dependent are we with AI. So let's try to do this quiz together. Let's reflect and assess AI dependency through this simple self-check quiz by crossing out any statements that apply to your child's learning habit and check on how many marks that represent the situation of our children or students. And you can see the result. Are they relying too much on AI? If so, consider adjusting their learning balance. All in all, AI is a fantastic tool that enhances learning, but it must be used wisely. Parents and educators play a crucial role in guiding our children's AI experience. Let's ensure that AI becomes not only like an assistant, but like a supplement to enhance our human potential. And don't let AI become a substitute for the real human quality like critical thinking, creativity, and human interaction. Again, AI is just like calculator or social media when it was first invented. It is just a tool. In terms of getting the kids working together and motivating them, the role of teacher and parents is the most important part.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Ardimas Andy Purida, and it's a pleasure to be here as part of this AI Ready ASEAN initiative. Let me briefly introduce myself. I hold a PhD in digital communications from the University of Edinburgh, UK. Throughout my career, I've been actively involved in both academia and industry, spanning Indonesia, Japan, and the UK for over 13 years. My work is focused on cutting-edge technology and innovation. I look forward to sharing insights and learning from all of you in this session. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Let's get started. Hey trainers, welcome to an exciting session where you will take the lead in empowering others to navigate the world of AI-generated misinformation. The digital landscape is changing fast, and with AI playing a bigger role in spreading both facts and fiction, your expertise is more important than ever. This initiative, brought to you by ASEAN Foundation with support from google.org, is all about equipping you with the knowledge and tools to train others in spotting fake news, hoaxes, and misinformation. AI can be used for good, but it also comes with risks. So together, we'll learn how to leverage AI responsibly and teach others to think critically in a digital world. So, are you ready to make a real impact? Let's dive in, learn, and lead the way in building a more informed and AI-ready ASEAN. This module is packed with essential knowledge to help you train others in identifying and combating AI-generated misinformation. Get ready to level up your skills and become a champion of truth in the digital age. Here's what we'll be diving into: how AI creates and detects fake news, understanding how AI can both generate and combat misinformation, AI tools for fact-checking and verification, exploring powerful AI-driven tools that help verify information and detect fake content, identifying AI-generated misinformation, learning key red flags to spot AI-created hoaxes, deepfakes, and misleading content, guiding learners during information consumption, equipping yourself with strategies to teach others how to critically evaluate digital information. This isn't just another training. This is about making a real impact. Let's get started. Welcome to a crucial part of this training. The rise of artificial intelligence has revolutionized the way information is created and shared, but with great power comes great responsibility. AI can generate news articles, videos, and images that look strikingly real, sometimes with the intent to mislead. In this section, we will break down how AI is used to create fake news, from automated journalism to deepfake videos and AI-generated social media bots. At the same time, AI is also being leveraged to detect, verify, and debunk misinformation at scale. Understanding both sides of AI and misinformation is key to staying ahead. Let's explore how this technology works and what can be done to counteract its negative impacts. Before we explore how AI creates and detects fake news, let's kick things off with a quick challenge. Below are two short news headlines. One is real and the other is AI generated. Can you guess which one is fake? Headline 1: Scientists discover a new island in the Pacific that vanished after 24 hours. Headline 2: NASA confirms evidence of parallel universe where time runs backward. Take a moment to think. Which one do you suspect is AI generated? What clues led you to your decision? Surprisingly, headline 1 is fake. It was created by an AI model trained to mimic viral news patterns. Meanwhile, headline 2, while sounding bizarre, is based on a real news story from 2020 about an unusual physics experiment in Antarctica. However, it was often exaggerated and misinterpreted by online sources. Why does this matter? Misinformation is all around us, sometimes spread by humans, sometimes created by AI. The real challenge is learning how to spot it, question it, and verify it. In this module, we'll uncover how AI is used to generate fake news, and more importantly, how it can be a powerful tool to detect and combat misinformation. Let's get started. Fake news isn't just a buzzword, it's a real problem that influences opinions, spreads misinformation, and even manipulates people for profit. But what exactly is it? Fake news refers to stories that are completely false. They are fabricated with no real facts, credible sources, or verified quotes. Some fake news is actually propaganda, intentionally designed to mislead readers or push a certain agenda. Others are clickbait, written to grab attention and generate money by getting as many clicks as possible. The more people click, the more money the writer makes. The goal? To deceive, manipulate, or make a profit, whether through advertising revenue, influencing public opinion, or spreading false narratives. So, how do we tell fake news apart from real news? That's exactly what we're going to explore in this module. Let's dive in. Let's talk about something surprising. AI is not just detecting fake news, but in the wrong hands, it is actually creating it. Here is how it happens. AI-generated text. Some news articles seem real, but they are completely fake. Large language models like OpenAI's GPT, Google's Bard, and Meta's Llama can write entire news stories that look legitimate. AI can generate articles that sound professional, even though the events never happened. It can create fake quotes, manipulate statistics, and craft misleading headlines that spread misinformation. Think about this. A news article claims that a major volcanic eruption just happened in Europe, but it is completely false. If people believe it, panic spreads, flights get cancelled, and chaos follows, all because of a fabricated story. Now, let's move to something even more advanced: deepfake videos and audio manipulation. Deepfake technology is making it harder to trust what we see and hear. AI can manipulate videos and audio recordings to make politicians, celebrities, and public figures appear to say or do things they never actually did. AI can swap faces and voices to create fake speeches or interviews. It can manipulate videos to make it look like important figures are making shocking announcements. Imagine a video appears online showing a world leader declaring a sudden war. If people believe it, it could cause global panic, stock market crashes, or even diplomatic conflicts, all based on a video that never actually happened. These AI-generated fakes are getting more convincing, making them harder to detect. That is why knowing how to spot and stop misinformation is critical. AI is not just writing fake news articles or generating deepfake videos, it is also creating entirely new types of deception using images and social media automation. AI-generated images, also known as synthetic media. Imagine scrolling through social media and seeing a photo of a massive protest in a city square. People holding signs, a large crowd, the energy of activism in the air. But here is the shocking part: the protest never happened. AI tools like DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion can generate hyper-realistic images that look like they were captured by a camera. But in reality, they are entirely AI created. These AI-generated images can be used to spread misinformation by making people believe an event took place when it never did. For example, an image could show destruction from a new natural disaster, when in fact it is a fake designed to manipulate emotions and spread fear. Now, let's talk about something that makes the spread of fake news even worse: AI-powered social media bots. Ever wonder how some misinformation spreads so fast? It is often because of bots, AI-controlled social media accounts that look real but are not. AI can create fake accounts on platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram that spread misinformation at scale. These bots can post fake news articles, share misleading videos, and even engage in comment sections to make false information seem more legitimate. Imagine a political campaign where thousands of fake accounts post the same misleading claim, making it appear as if it is widely believed. The more people see it, the more they assume it must be true. This is how misinformation goes viral, and this is why it is so important to understand how AI is being used to deceive people. Now that we know how AI can create fake news, let's move on to how AI can also help detect and fight misinformation. Now that we know AI can create fake news, let's talk about how AI is also being used to fight misinformation. AI-powered tools are scanning text, analyzing images, and tracking social media to catch and stop the spread of fake news before it goes viral. Understanding news articles with natural language processing. One of the most powerful ways AI fights fake news is by analyzing text. Natural language processing, or NLP, is a technology that helps AI read and understand articles, social media posts, and other written content. Think of it as an AI-powered detective that scans news for inconsistencies, bias, and manipulation. It looks for misleading claims, compares them with trusted sources, and flags suspicious content. For example, Google Fact Check Explorer is a tool that scans news articles and checks them against verified sources to help people separate fact from fiction. Spotting fake videos and images. With AI-powered verification, AI can also analyze images and videos to detect manipulation. Tools like Deepware Scanner specialize in spotting deepfake videos by identifying unnatural facial expressions or lip syncing that doesn't match speech. For example, if a deepfake video is circulating online showing a world leader saying something they never actually said, AI-powered detection tools can catch it by analyzing facial movements, lighting inconsistencies, and audio mismatches. Tracking misinformation on social media. Have you ever noticed how fake news spreads like wildfire on social media? That's because bots and fake accounts amplify misinformation. But AI can fight back by detecting patterns of misinformation and stopping it in its tracks. AI-enhanced social media monitoring tools like Hoaxy visualize how fake news spreads. They track how false information moves across social platforms, flagging misleading content and identifying the accounts that push it the hardest. All right, let's talk about a real example of how AI has been used to spread fake news and why it matters. Imagine you're scrolling through social media during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. You see a headline that says, "A new study shows drinking bleach cures COVID-19." Sounds shocking, right? And that's the point. This completely false claim was actually generated by AI, designed to grab attention and spread like wildfire. The result? Confusion, panic, and even people taking dangerous actions. But here's the good news. Fact checkers fought back. Tools like Google Fact Check Explorer and Snopes jumped into action. They scanned through verified scientific research and quickly debunked this misinformation. This is exactly why we need to be aware of how AI can create and spread fake news. It's not just a theory, it's happening. But the great thing is AI can also help us fight back by detecting and stopping misinformation before it spreads too far. So, as we move forward, let's dig into how AI creates fake news and, more importantly, how we can spot and stop it together. Ready? Let's go. Now that we understand how AI creates and detects fake news, let's talk about the tools that help us verify information. Misinformation spreads quickly, but AI-powered fact-checking tools are here to help. These tools scan news articles, analyze images and videos, and track social media patterns to catch false claims before they go viral. In the next section, we'll explore some of the most powerful AI tools available for fact-checking and how they work. Let's dive in. Let's talk about how AI-powered fact-checkers actually work. These tools use advanced technology to scan, analyze, and verify information across various sources. Here's how they help us fight misinformation. Natural language processing, or NLP, allows AI to scan news articles, social media posts, and websites to spot inconsistencies, bias, and potential misinformation. Machine learning algorithms compare claims with trusted databases and previously verified facts to check their accuracy. Image and video verification helps AI analyze visuals, detecting manipulations, deepfakes, and other synthetic media designed to deceive. Real-time misinformation tracking enables AI-powered tools to monitor news sources and social media platforms, identifying fake news stories as they start trending. By combining these methods, AI makes fact-checking faster and more effective, helping us navigate the flood of online information with confidence. AI helps analyze content, while human fact-checkers verify the details. Full Fact AI. This tool takes things a step further by using AI to analyze news, political speeches, and social media posts. It tracks misleading claims as they spread and provides corrections backed by evidence. These AI-powered tools are making it easier to separate fact from fiction. The next time you see a shocking headline or a questionable post, you can use these resources to check its credibility before sharing. AI fact-checking tools are powerful, but they're not perfect. That's where human judgment comes in. To truly separate fact from fiction, we need to combine AI with critical thinking. Here's how to make the most of these tools. First, always cross-check information. One tool alone might not give you the full picture. Use multiple fact-checking platforms to verify a claim before believing or sharing it. Second, look for credible sources. If a story comes from an unfamiliar website, dig deeper. Reliable sources cite experts, provide evidence, and follow journalistic standards. Next, analyze content for bias. Misinformation often plays on emotions or aligns with a particular agenda. Be mindful of extreme language or one-sided narratives. Also, don't forget to use reverse image and video searches. If an image looks suspicious, run a search to see if it has been altered or taken out of context. The same goes for videos. AI-generated deepfakes can be deceiving. Finally, always think critically before sharing. Just because something is trending doesn't mean it's true. Take a moment to question the source, intent, and accuracy of the information. By using AI tools wisely and applying these best practices, we can reduce the spread of misinformation and promote a more informed society. Misinformation has always been a challenge, but AI has taken it to another level. Fake news, deepfakes, and AI-generated content can look incredibly real, making it harder than ever to separate fact from fiction. In this section, we'll break down how to spot AI-generated misinformation, from detecting manipulated images to recognizing misleading text and videos. The goal is simple. If we can identify misinformation, we can stop it from spreading. Let's dive in and learn how to stay ahead of AI-generated deception. AI-generated misinformation is false or misleading content created using AI algorithms, and it's getting harder to spot. Let's break it down. Automated. AI can churn out fake news articles, tweets, and even entire reports in seconds, making the spread of misinformation faster than ever. Hyper-realistic. These tools can mimic real people's writing styles, voices, and even faces, making AI-generated misinformation look and sound incredibly convincing. Difficult to detect. Unlike traditional fake news, AI-generated misinformation doesn't always have obvious grammatical errors or distortions. It blends in with real content, making it even more deceptive. That's why critical thinking and fact-checking are more important than ever. Now let's explore the different ways AI can generate false information and how to stay one step ahead. AI can be used to create and spread misinformation in different ways, and some of them are incredibly deceptive. Let's go through some of the most common types. AI-generated fake news. AI can write entire news articles about events that never actually happened. Imagine seeing a viral headline about a celebrity's death that never occurred. That's AI-generated fake news in action. Deepfake videos. These are videos where AI swaps faces or manipulates voices, making it seem like a person said or did something they never did. A fake video of a politician giving a speech they never gave. That's a deepfake. AI-generated audio. AI can clone voices, making it sound like someone recorded a message they never actually said. Scammers have already used this technology to impersonate officials in fake emergency calls. Synthetic images. AI can generate completely fake but realistic-looking images. For example, an image of a protest that never actually happened can be created to manipulate public opinion. Fake social media bots. AI-powered bots can spread misinformation at scale by posting misleading content, engaging in discussions, and even arguing with real users to push a false narrative. Each of these tactics makes it harder to separate fact from fiction. That's why understanding how they work is the first step in staying ahead of misinformation. AI-generated images can look incredibly real, but there are some telltale signs that can help you spot the fakes. Here's what to look for. Focus on the details. AI models create images by stitching together patterns from existing photos. This means they often struggle with finer details. If something feels off, like a slightly distorted texture or unnatural lighting, it might be AI generated. Look for inconsistencies, asymmetry in faces and features. AI often struggles with symmetry, which can lead to people having extra fingers, oddly shaped ears, or misaligned eyes. Blurred or warped backgrounds. AI-generated images sometimes distort or melt background details in a way that looks unnatural. If the text on a sign is unreadable or objects seem half-formed, that's a red flag. Use reverse image. Search one of the fastest ways to check an image's authenticity is by using Google Reverse Image Search. This lets you see if the image has been altered, AI generated, or pulled from a different source. Check for over-detailing or blurriness. AI sometimes adds too much detail, like excessive wrinkles or exaggerated textures, or blurs fine details, like text on a shirt. If an image looks oddly smooth or over-sharpened in some areas, take a closer look. AI-generated images are getting more sophisticated, but by paying attention to these clues, you can spot the fakes before they spread. Deepfake technology is improving fast, making it harder to tell what's real and what's fake. But don't worry, there are a few key signs that can help you spot a deepfake. How to detect deepfake videos. Look for unnatural facial movements. Deepfake videos often struggle with realistic blinking, lip syncing, and facial expressions. If someone's face looks slightly robotic or their lips don't match their words, it's a red flag. Watch for sudden lighting changes. AI-generated videos may fail to match natural lighting, causing strange shadows or flickering effects. If a person's face suddenly changes lighting while the rest of the video stays the same, it's worth a closer look. Use deepfake detection tools. Some AI tools can analyze videos and detect deepfakes. Platforms like Deepware Scanner and Microsoft Video Authenticator help flag manipulated content. How to detect AI-generated audio. Listen for robotic tones. AI-generated voices lack natural variation in pitch and emotion. They often sound flat or overly smooth without the natural highs and lows of human speech. Spot unnatural. Pauses and breathing. AI voices often miss breathing sounds or insert awkward pauses in places where a real person wouldn't. If something sounds off, it might be AI generated. AI generated videos and audio are getting better, but by staying aware of these signs, you can spot the fakes before they mislead you. AI generated misinformation is everywhere, but you can outsmart it with a few simple habits. Here's how to stay ahead of the game. 1. Check who shared it. Not all sources are trustworthy. Ask yourself, is this coming from a verified news outlet or just an anonymous account? If you can't trace it back to a credible source, be cautious. 2. Look for fact-checking labels. Platforms like Facebook and Twitter flag misinformation. If a post has a fact-check warning or is marked as misleading, take a moment to verify before believing or sharing. 3. Be skeptical of clickbait. Headlines. If a headline sounds too shocking or outrageous, there's a good chance it's AI generated or exaggerated. Always check if reliable news sources are reporting the same story. Staying informed is your best defense against AI misinformation. Keep questioning, keep verifying, and help stop the spread of false information. As educators, we play a crucial role in shaping how students consume, analyze, and share information. In today's digital world, students are constantly exposed to AI-generated content, but do they know how to spot misinformation? This section is all about equipping students with the tools and critical thinking skills they need to navigate the flood of digital information safely. We'll explore strategies, techniques, and practical activities that help students recognize AI-generated misinformation in text, images, videos, and audio. Think critically about the sources of their information. Develop responsible media habits to avoid spreading false content. Our goal isn't just to teach students what to think, but how to think, so they can question, verify, and make informed decisions in an AI-driven world. Let's dive in and empower our students to be smart, responsible consumers of digital information. At the heart of fighting misinformation is one of the most powerful skills we can teach our students: critical thinking. With AI generating realistic yet false content, students need to be equipped with the ability to analyze, question, and verify information before accepting it as truth. Here's why critical thinking is so essential in the digital age? First, it helps students evaluate information sources. Not everything online is reliable. Students must learn how to differentiate between credible sources and misleading content. Second, it encourages them to question biases. AI-generated content can reflect biases in the data it was trained on. By teaching students to question narratives, they become more discerning consumers of information. Third, it enables students to recognize AI-manipulated visuals and videos. The more they practice analyzing content critically, the better they'll be at spotting deepfakes, edited images, and AI-generated audio. Finally, it helps prevent the spread of misinformation. By pausing, fact-checking, and thinking before sharing, students contribute to a truthful and responsible online ecosystem. Misinformation thrives on blind trust. But when students learn to think critically, they become the first line of defense against false information. Let's empower them to question, analyze, and verify. The key to stopping AI-generated misinformation isn't just fact-checking. It's about building a critical thinking mindset. And that starts with one simple habit. Question everything. Before students believe or share any piece of content, they should pause and ask themselves 4 key questions. Who created this? Is the source credible and trustworthy, or is it anonymous, biased, or unknown? What is the goal? Is this content meant to inform, persuade, manipulate, or entertain? Misinformation often has an agenda, and identifying that agenda is the first step in spotting deception. Does it use emotional triggers? AI-generated misinformation often plays on fear, anger, or shock to spread quickly. If something sparks an intense emotional reaction, that's a sign to slow down and investigate. Can it be verified? If the information is true, it should be easy to cross-check with reliable sources like reputable news outlets or fact-checking platforms. When students learn to question everything, they don't just avoid misinformation, they become independent thinkers who can navigate the digital world with confidence. Let's empower them with curiosity, skepticism, and the habit of verification. Now that we've built a habit of questioning everything, the next step is to analyze AI-generated content. Misinformation created by AI often has telltale signs. We just need to know where to look. Here are key red flags to watch out for. Odd image distortions. AI struggles with small details, so look for extra fingers, unnatural hands, strange reflections, or melted backgrounds. If something looks slightly off, trust your instincts and investigate. Unusual facial movements in deepfake videos. AI-generated videos may have unnatural blinking, odd lip syncing, or expressions that don't match the emotions in the voice. These subtle clues can help identify deepfakes. Text inconsistencies in AI-generated articles. AI may produce contradictory facts, missing details, or awkward phrasing. If an article feels off, compare it with reliable sources before believing or sharing it. AI-generated misinformation isn't perfect, and when we train our eyes to spot these clues, we gain the power to outsmart deception. Let's sharpen our observation skills and stay ahead of misinformation. As educators, you are on the front lines of preparing students for a digital world filled with AI-generated content. The challenge? Equipping them with the skills to navigate misinformation effectively. Here's how schools can take action. Include AI misinformation modules in digital literacy classes. Today's students need more than just tech skills. They need the ability to identify, question, and verify information. Encourage fact-checking habits using tools like Google Fact Check Explorer and other AI-powered verification platforms. When students develop a habit of fact-checking, they become critical thinkers instead of passive consumers of information. Discuss real-world examples of deepfakes and AI-generated hoaxes. Bringing actual cases into the classroom helps students see the impact of misinformation and understand why these skills matter. Educators have the power to shape the next generation into smart, skeptical, and informed digital citizens. When we make AI literacy a priority in education, we empower students to think critically and navigate the online world with confidence. Before we wrap up, let's take a moment to reinforce the key takeaways from this session. How AI creates and detects fake news. We explored how AI can both generate and detect misinformation using deepfake technology and advanced fact-checking models. While AI can be misused, it's also a powerful tool for uncovering fake content. AI tools for fact-checking and verification. Fact-checking isn't just for journalists. AI-powered tools like Google Fact Check Explorer, reverse image search, and deepfake detectors help us analyze credibility, flag false information, and identify manipulated content. Identifying AI-generated misinformation. We learned how to spot red flags such as unnatural visuals, inconsistent speech patterns, manipulated sources, and viral social media amplification of false content. Critical thinking is our best defense, teaching AI literacy to different learners. Whether you're a parent, teacher, or professional, promoting digital verification skills is crucial. Encouraging critical thinking and responsible content consumption ensures that we all play a role in combating misinformation in our daily lives. AI is reshaping how information is created and consumed, but with the right knowledge, awareness, and tools, we can stay ahead, stay informed, and stay critical thinkers. As we close, let's reflect on this powerful message. In the age of AI, misinformation spreads faster than truth, but knowledge, critical thinking, and responsible AI use can be our strongest defense. This quote is inspired by Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, and Carl Sagan, who both emphasized the need for digital literacy, ethical internet use, and critical thinking to combat misinformation. The responsibility is now in our hands. We have the tools, we have the knowledge, and we have the ability to question, verify, and share responsibly. Let's stay informed, stay critical, and most importantly, stay ahead of AI-generated misinformation. Thank you all for being part of this important discussion today.
Hello, my name is Johan. I'm founder of InLife, and today we will learn about AI usage and implementation. We will cover about fundamental to develop AI, and we also will create a simple AI-based tool. This module, you will learn about three things. The first one is the introduction to AI development, and the second one, how AI is trained, and the last one, we will show you how to build a simple AI-based tool. In this case, will be a simple chatbot. So let's start with the first one, introduction to AI development. Before that, let's do some warm-up. Take a look the following technologies. Which one do you think use AI? You can mark them as AI or use not AI if you think they're not involved any AI technology. So take a look into this following technology and try to feel that part, is it AI or not? So let's start by understanding the AI concepts. So AI and its core technology basically trying to enable machine to perform tasks that require human intelligence. This case, for example, speech recognition or maybe some decision making. The key AI subsets include machine learning, which some kind of like a train AI with the big data to do some predictions. We call it a machine learning. But to able identify more complex pattern, usually we use deep learning. This deep learning trying to copy the human brain that use neural networks to able identify the complex patterns. To allow AI communicate with human or understand human, we leverage the natural language processing or NLP. And also to able AI communicate to human, they need to able generate the language as well. This is what we call natural language generation or NLG. And to understand more about the difference between machine learning and deep learning, so AI itself is the big or broad category that involve machine learning and deep learning. So machine learning is a subset AI that focus on training data to allow machine to make a prediction based on the pattern that identify in the huge data. But to allow identify more complex patterns in the data, or maybe used for image and speech recognition, we use deep learning. This deep learning trying to copy the human brain, involving some kind of like multiple layers or neural networks. This will allow the algorithm able to identify more complex patterns in the data. So we have three broad categories of AI. So the first one is artificial narrow intelligence. This one are achieved by human. This one basically performing a single task and make prediction with extreme proficiency. And we are ongoing to achieve the artificial general intelligence. This type of AI able to understand, learn, and also apply some knowledge across wide area tasks at the level of human being. But we also will able to try achieve that or suppress that by going for artificial super intelligence. This beyond artificial general intelligence, trying to make AI surpasses the human intelligence in reasoning, problem solving, and learning. This also will make the AI more scalable in terms of economic and also the capabilities to handle more problems. So how AI is trained? So AI basically feeding with a lot of data, and then we check the result, do some tweaking on the model output in order to increase the accuracy and efficiency. So to do this, the algorithm need a massive amounts of data that capture the full range of possible incoming data that we will use later. So once we able to deliver consistent result with the training and test data set, then the process will move to the testing with the real world data before we are going live or use the real input from the users. And to train data, we use several formats. The first one is the text data. This is usually coming from diverse sources like social media, websites, books, research, and some official documentations. This is allow the AI understand and create human language and communicate with human. We also do or use audio for training. This is usually involve sounds recording like human conversation in podcasts. And also we use sounds like animal noises and environmental sounds. This is essential for AI training to allow AI recognize and interpret audio. We also train AI with image data, this involving computer vision use case like facial recognition, self-driving cars, or maybe some medical image analysis. We also use video for training. This is for specific case in computer vision like surveillance, autonomous driving, and also facial verifications. And to able use AI in devices like a hardware, we also train AI using some sensor data like measuring the physical properties like temperature, biological signals, or maybe acceleration data. This is for application like autonomous vehicles, industrial automation, or maybe enable the artificial intelligence in IoT or Internet of Things. And the data that we use to train AI have two categories. The first one is label data. So the label data basically mapping the data with the specific label or tag to allow AI understand what the things or the content of the data. And we also use unlabeled data. This is without any tag or any labels. And will be just bunch of data and let the AI identify the pattern of the data itself. So let's start with how you can communicate with AI once the AI are already trained and ready to use. So the AI prompting basically involving simple questions. So you can try the first one by just giving the direct questions. So you can just ask any questions but ask the straightforward one. You can also use instruction or command to make AI do or perform a specific task, like do some writing about poem or anything else. If you want to unlock some special knowledge, so let the AI think with the specific persona, you can use role playing in AI. For example, at the beginning, you told the AI that you are a travel agent, so the AI later will answer any questions or do any tasks like a travel agent. And to make the improvement in the accuracy and also the output will be good if you can provide more context. So give AI background information or any context related to with your questions to improve the quality of the output. And to able unlock the most potential of the AI will be great if you can develop your best knowledge first, especially when you are using AI in the specific domain knowledge like engineering or programming or maybe medicals. By able combine this best knowledge, you can deepen your questions by giving a specific question related with the domain knowledge that you are asking. You can also improve the output by giving the iteration on the questions, giving the follow-up questions to the AI using your base knowledge. So to able maximize the AI usage, you can combine the AI prompting with also with the base knowledge. Start with acquire the base knowledge to build a solid understanding about the domain of subject that you're trying to use, and then try to use the knowledge to ask the more specific and give more contextual questions. You can also able to use the best knowledge to evaluate the AI output, so you know if the AI not giving the right questions or not satisfy your knowledge. And then you can follow up and increase the output by giving some iterative or more follow-up questions or more prompts that make the AI focus or giving you specific output that you like. AI agent for trainers. AI agents have the potential to be powerful tools that empower young people globally by personalizing their learning experience, enhancing their productivity, expanding their horizon, and also help them to become an intelligent assistant that help youth navigate the complexity of modern world and also help them to reach their full potential. When we design AI agent, for example using Gemini Gen, we can make the AI agent to focus on specific areas like curriculum development, training delivery, participant engagement, and also impact assessment. We can design the AI agent to have personality that knowledgeable, engaging, adaptable, and result-oriented. This also able to make the AI agent understand adult learning principle and also local training landscape. This is some key features that considered to add in AI agent when we design AI agent for specific areas or use cases. For example, in curriculum design and content creation, we can make the AI agent to help identify training needs and develop relevant curriculums. We can make also AI agent to suggest learning objectives, training methods, and also assessment strategies. AI agent also can assist in finding and organizing training materials. It could be videos, articles, or any relevant case studies. We can also make the AI agent help us on create interactive training contents. For the use case like training delivery and facilitation, the AI agent can able to provide real-time information and resources during training sessions. It could also help us manage the group activities and also the discussion. We can make the AI agent offer the personalized feedback to participants based on the data and predefined criteria. It's also able to assist in adapting, creating content based on participant understanding. When we design AI agent for participant engagement and motivation, the AI agent can suggest icebreakers, energizers, and interactive activities. It's also able to help track participant engagement and identify those who may need additional support. It could provide personalized learning paths and resource for continued development as well. For the use case of impact assessment and evaluation, we can make AI agent help design evaluation methods and also collect feedback from the participants. It could analyze and training data to measure the impact and identify areas for improvement. AI agent also able to assist in generating reports and training effectiveness. Practical tutorial creating a simple AI-based tool. We will be using Gemini Gem to create a customized AI chatbot with a free trial by Google. So Gemini Gem available on Gemini platform. It's allow you to design a custom AI chatbots. You can provide a specific instruction and also a name. And you can create an assistant for specialized in the field like fitness, cooking, writing, and others. Some of the key features, a lot of customization. You can provide specific knowledge for build your AI assistant for specific tasks. So it could be like a personal training, writing guidance, or coding support. There are already pre-made gems by Google. They are limited. You don't need to start from scratch. You can just choose one this. So try that one if you thinking not having any idea what kind of AI chatbot you want to have. It's also available widely in 40 languages and also 230 countries, and it can be access your data by connect the AI chatbot with Google apps like Gmail, Drive, YouTube, and Google Flights or Maps. These are some tips on getting started with Gemini Gem. So try to use the pre-made gem first to see how actually it works. So in the gem managers, you will see some pre-built gems like a brainstormer, career guide, coding partner, learning coach, or writing editor. So try to choose one, and maybe you want to customize these pre-made gems. You can actually copy or duplicating this pre-made, and then you can add some or change the initial instruction. You can add more knowledge by adding more documents. You can edit or the name as well, so you can give it a new name. Try to use gem for repetitive tasks. So for example, if your frequent use case is writing, maybe you write a lot of letters but just different parts that keep changing. So you can actually use Gemini Gem by giving the specific instruction how to write the letter, and then you can just give the variables that changing in the letter, and then the AI chatbot will be generated for you. So it will be very handy, like a handy shortcut for your writing. And also you can use Gemini Gem to generate your instruction. So whenever you cannot thinking about how I can write the instruction here, find the magic wand icon. This is actually using Gemini to rewrite and expand your prompt. So for example, if you give a marathon trainer for the gem, and then here you are trainer, and then you want to add more knowledge or instructions into but you're not able to figure out what you want to write over there. So here the button, it will be helpful because it will rewrite the instruction using Gemini, and it will add more context into the instruction. So once you done, you can just try here, enter the prompt for Gemini, and then see how it will be respond with the instruction. You can also use Gemini Gem with a specific instruction to get even more tailored response. For example, if you are having an interview in a company, you can use Gemini Gem to practice your interview. So in the instruction, you can add what company that you currently apply, and also add some context, what the role or interview that will be covering, and then you try to practice by running interview, asking questions by Gemini Gem. And with this, you can practice challenging conversation using Gem and see to simulate from the real perspective from the company. And also think the Gem like your teammate for each area of your life. So imagine having assistant for each different part in your life. So it could be for works, helping you with the documents, simplifying emails, or maybe for hobbies as well, like recipes for you based on your groceries. You can even tell this AI assistant to act in certain way. So maybe like a French chef for the recipes, or maybe you can design a Gem for any activities or any interest that you have. To write the nice or great Gem instruction, thinking about these structures. So this is a framework of good prompting. So we have persona, task, and context, and also format. So you don't need to use all these four, but if you are using few, it will be very helpful and you will get a better outcome from the prompting. How to teach students to prompt like an AI agent? Why we need to teach students for prompting? Helping them to understand how to prompt with the AI agent actually help them to practice clear communication, because it helps them to translate their thoughts into precise instruction. It's also trained them to do the critical thinkings, like analyzing tasks and help them breaking down into smaller problems. And they also will be trained for problem solving, like refining prompts and see what's the lack in the prompt in the order to achieve the desired outcomes. It's also increase their creativity and innovations, because by keep prompting, they actually exploring the possibilities and also thinking about generating novel ideas. It's also increased their digital literacy because they will able to understanding and interacting with the AI technology responsibly. They also make the students to be future readiness, because it's AI will be shaping the world, and we are preparing students to able use that in the future. So the most important part for the student to understand when doing prompting is actually iteration and refinement. That's the prompting process. And we can guide the students to do the prompt response revise cycles. So we can guide them to try practice with the initial prompt, ask them to write the first one, and then ask them to analyze, see the response. Is it the expected outcome or not? And ask them what the part or areas that can be improved or further exploration that maybe we want to get from the AI. Ask them to revise their prompt and repeat the process until they can figure out how to find the right answer from AI. We can ask them also to troubleshoot the common issues after the several practices. Let ask them about what the common reason why AI sometimes not produce the desired outputs. So maybe it could be because the prompt, unclear instruction, or maybe what kind of strategies we can use for addressing these issues. Let them also to discuss or maybe ask for other peers about the prompts so they can share with the others and they can learn each other how the strategy on prompting. Ask them to documenting their prompting journey, like doing some logging on their prompts to see the difference between a response for each of the prompts. We can also integrating prompting across curriculum because AI prompting is very useful on learning. For example, in language art, it could be helpful for story generation or maybe character development, summarizing text. In science, it's very helpful on explaining the complex concept for everyone in the different levels of understanding. It could also generating hypotheses, designing experiments. In social studies, it's can be helpful on creating the historical narrative. It could also analyzing the primary sources or maybe exploring different perspective on events. For the mathematics, sometimes understanding the complex math problems it's very hard, especially with the students that come with a different level of mathematics skills. So we can ask them to explain this math problem in the easiest way. And we can generate some practice for quiz and maybe exploring different ways on solving math problems. For the arts, we can use it for generating some ideas, concept, music samples, or maybe some stories, dramas for practice. Try this with the students. This is the case study. You can add persona, task, context, and also some formats into the instruction of Gemini Jam. So the scenario here is imagine you are a biology teacher and you want to help your students to learn about flora and fauna. So you want to create the chatbot as your teaching assistant. So add all the materials to learn in the context under the instruction box. And you can add more like a documents, PDF, any documents related with flora and fauna. And then you can ask the students to ask anything with the chat assistant. You can try this also for yourself. Try to create a chatbot and AI agent or AI assistant that may be able to help you on anything you do in daily as educators. To summarize, AI-based tools like chatbot, sentiment analysis, and image classifier can be created today even with the beginner-friendly programming. A lot of no-code tools available out there you can try and use. And different AI applications can serve different learners. So no matter what kind of backgrounds you have, entrepreneurs, educators, parents, or maybe professional trainers, you can use and choose a lot of tools out there. Building simple AI tools, for example, like a Gemini Jam, not required advanced coding skills. So as long as you can follow the guidance, anyone can learn and apply on their own specific domains. The real-world application shows the power of AI in automating tasks, improving learning, and also enhancing your user experience. As a closing, AI agent is not just a tool, it's a digital collaborator capable of learning, adapting, and acting on our behalf. The true power of AI agents lie in their ability to automate the mundane and amplify the human.
Hello everyone, my name is Aib Syafullah and I'm Education Program Manager at HP Indonesia. I'm so excited to join the Asian Foundation's AI Ready program to discuss navigating career opportunity in the age of AI. With over 10 years in EduTech, I've driven a strategy initiative and delivered solutions. I developed a program enhancing learning and growth, and also my experience including EduTech go-to-market strategies and leading the team, giving me a strong understanding in the AI intersections with the education and a career. The career opportunities with AI's modules is a vital for the youth, parents, educators, and trainers to adapt to AI influence. The topic covers like career opportunity in the era of AI and preparing our children for AI-driven career development. I strongly support the Asian Foundation mission to promote the awareness and development in AI literacy. So, let's deep dive into how we can navigate and thrive in the age of AI driven career opportunities. Stay tuned for the next video and thank you. Hello everyone. In this session, we will explore the exciting intersections of AI, the future of work, and the future career. We will cover the following key areas: AI, future of work, and the future career. The second one is emerging AI-driven job and skill. And the third one is how to develop AI competencies for the future. We'll take a look at how AI is shaping the work landscape and what skills you need to succeed. Let's deep dive into the detail for the first topic. Now let's explore AI, the future of work and the future career. Artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming the way we work. It's not just about automating tasks anymore, but about creating entirely opportunities and roles in industry that didn't exist before. Are you thinking about a brand new job that don't even exist yet? Or perhaps are you wondering how AI might impact your current role? Or maybe you're a little concerned about what all these changes mean for your future career path. In this slideshow, some articles that highlight different perspectives on how AI is influencing jobs. For example, one article points out that certain jobs are at the risk of disappearing in the next 20 years due to AI, while another discussions top AI-proof careers that are less likely to be replaced by machine. These different viewpoints show that AI is creating uncertainty and change. It can be daunting, but also offer new opportunity. As we proceed in this module, we'll explore how you can adapt and thrive in this rapidly changing world of work. We move deeper into our discussion. Let's look at how the AI impacting to the professional field. Artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming the professional landscape by reshaping how the business operates and how we as a professional perform our work. For example, from the automating routine tasks to enhancing decision making, AI revolutionizing nearly every industry. For examples, automating routine tasks, allowing us to focus on more complex and creative work, enhancing decision making, providing insight and data-driven strategies to make better business choice, increasing workplace efficiency and productivity, helping the companies streamline process and maximize output, creating new job opportunity as the demand for AI-related roles continue to grow. What about the AI transforming industry across the globe? AI is enabling business to automate processes, gain valuable insight from data, and create entirely new values propositions. This means that AI is not just a tool for improving existing systems, it's a driving innovation in every industry. from healthcare to finance. In the next section, we will take a look how AI is specifically impacting the sectors like healthcare, finance, retail, and education. Education, AI is making learning more personalized, efficient, and effective, fundamentally reshaping the educational experience. So let's take a look how the AI is making difference in education. The first one is the personalized learning. AI can create a custom learning path for the students, adapting to their individual need and learning style. This ensures that each student receives the support they need to be success. Intelligent tutoring system. AI-powered tutoring system can offer personalized feedback and support, helping the students better understanding the concept and improve their skills at their own pace. Adaptive assessment. AI can tailor assessment to a student's level of understanding, providing the targeted feedback and personalized recommendation for improvement. NLP, natural language processing. AI-powered chatbot can assist the students by answering their queries, helping their assignments, and providing support for assessment. AI in education is enhancing the learning process by making education more individualized and accessible, improving both teaching and learning outcome. In the manufacture, AI is transforming and bringing incredible changing by enhancing the key areas such as the predictive maintenance, quality control, and automations. So how the AI making an impact? The first is the predictive maintenance. AI can predict the equipment failures before they happen, allowing the manufacturers to reduce the downtime and maintaining operations smoothly. Smart automations. AI robots are improving the efficiency in assembling lines and logistics, automating the tasks were previously manual and speeding up production processes. In the quality control, AI-driven vision systems are identifying defects in a product with a large scale and high accuracy, improving the overall quality assurance processes and reducing the waste. In the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence and automation is reshaping the job market. While some traditional jobs are becoming obsolete, others are evolving and entirely new roles are emerging. Understanding this shift is essential for workers, businesses, and educators to prepare the future. As AI evolves, new jobs are emerging. Here are some key roles. The first one is AI and machine learning specialist. In the high demand to develop and optimizing AI system, data scientists and cybersecurity expert, essentially to protect the system from the digital threat. Sustainability energy technician is also promising, driven by the push for the renewable energy. VR and AR developers are required as immersive tech grows in the gaming, education, healthcare. AI is creating exciting new career paths for you across the various sectors. AI is continuing to evolve. Several existing jobs are transforming. Remember, in the healthcare industry, the healthcare professionals, AI can help the diagnostic and surgeries. But remember, healthcare workers must adapt to work with AI tools. Teachers and educators, AI is changing how education is delivered. That's why you're requiring teachers to adopt new method and technology. Customer service representative, remember that AI is a tool. AI chatbot handles simple queries, but you as a human are also needed for the complex issues. Marketing specialists and a financial analysis also evolve in the era of AI. AI is enhancing these roles and requiring professionals to adapt to the new technology. AI is also causing certain jobs to disappear. Some roles that are being replaced by automation include manufacturing and assembling line workers, cashier, data entry clerk, telemarketing, and travel agents. AI is changing the job landscape by eliminating roles that can be automated. Even the companies are increasingly incorporating AI-powered feedback into familiar workplace tools. For example, Zoom's AI companions help the user catch up on the meeting when they join late. And also the Google Meet summarize the key discussion point. These AI features integrate so seamlessly that user may start relying on them unconsciously. While they enhance the productivity and provide fully delegated listening and comprehension to AI, meeting may become more efficient. But genuine understanding and accountability could diminish. Leader must carefully assess the impact on the power dynamics, knowledge interpretations, and ensure they understand these tools before adopting them. Hi, in this module, we will explore how to prepare students for AI-driven career by integrating AI concept into existing curricula, fostering essential skills, and encouraging career exploration through the AI-powered tools. Let's begin by looking at how AI can be infused into existing subjects. For example, data analysis can be part of social studies, algorithm can enhance in a math lesson, and AI ethics can be taught in a philosophy. This allows us to show the students how AI applies to the real-world problem across industries. To make this happen, we develop lesson plans that incorporate AI concept, using case study to illustrate how AI reshaping the world around us. This method helps students connect with the theory and the practical applications. Project-based learning is an excellent way for the students to apply AI concept to the real-world problem, whether it's through the coding or creating AI-powered solution. Students can gain a hands-on experience that prepares them to the future workforce. Beyond the classroom, fostering essential skills at home is equally important. By introducing AI modules for STEM fields and providing teachers training, we can ensure that both students and educators are equipped with the necessary tools to navigate the future. Specialized AI course incorporating ethical and societal impact of AI will help students gain a deeper understanding of the technology. These modules can be adapted across various disciplines to prepare the students for a wide range of career. Professional development workshops are the key to supporting the teachers as they integrate AI into their classroom. By creating a community of practice, teachers can share best practice and continue to grow in their understanding of AI. Interdisciplinary subjects that combine AI with other subjects like AI in art and social science can foster the creative and ethical thinking. This project encourages collaboration across the field and expanded students' perspective on AI's potential. Computational thinking is essential in today's world. By incorporating it into non-STEM subjects like art and music, we can expand the use of AI tools in the creative field, encouraging students to think critically and problem solving in innovation way. Fostering data literacy. Teaching students how to collect, analyze, and interpret data will prepare them for the data-driven decision making. By using a real-world dataset, students can explore social, economics, and scientific issues through the lens of data. Promoting collaborations is a key in the AI world. Group projects require students to work together across the different backgrounds, foster the teamwork, and teach students the value of learning from others. In AI-driven career exploration platform, AI-powered platform can suggest potential career path based on students' skills and interests. These tools also help the students understand emerging job trends and guide them in creating resume and a cover letter. Skill-based matching. AI can be used to match students with internship and job opportunities. By analyzing job description and identifying relevant skills, AI helps students align their abilities with the right career opportunities. With AI, we can offer personalized career counseling by analyzing students' data and providing custom recommendations. AI tools can also help identify skill gaps and suggest learning plans to bridge those gaps. While technical skills are critical, soft skills like communication and teamwork are equally important in AI-driven career. Encouraging students to develop both sets of skills will ensure their long-term success. Adaptability is essential in a rapidly changing world. Encouraging students to embrace new technologies and develop a growth mindset will help them thrive in any career they pursue. In promoting ethical AI awareness, ethical concerns should be a central of AI education. By discussing case study of AI biases and dilemmas, students can develop a sense of responsibility and understand the social impact of their work with AI. Emphasis on the soft skills. Soft skills like teamwork and a public speaking are just as important as a technical skills in AI-driven world. Team-based projects and opportunities for a public speaking will help students develop their skill. Cultivating critical thinking. Finally, a critical thinking is the key. Encouraging students to analyze information, evaluate arguments, and explore a complex problem using AI tools will help them develop the analytical skills needed to succeed. As we move forward an AI-driven future, it's crucial that we equip students with both technical and soft skills. By embracing AI, we open the door to new career opportunities and a more innovative in a collaborative world. In this session, we will talk about how to develop AI competencies for the future. As industries evolve, AI is becoming an integral part of our work and life. Let's deep dive into how we can prepare for the AI-driven future. It's crucial to develop the skills that will allow you to not only understand AI, but also use it effectively. In this module, we'll break down the essential competencies for a future with AI. The first step is understanding AI literacy and STEM skill. For professional trainers, it's not just about teaching theory, it's about making AI concept practical and accessible. Whether you are a marketer or engineer, understanding AI's real-world application is a key. For instance, marketers use AI for customer segmentation and personalized advertising, skills that are becoming essential across industry. Laying the foundations, defining AI literacy for the workforce. To build AI literacy, we must connect it to the real-life applications. Take data analysis, for example. It's crucial in a training machine learning model, and even non-technical workers can benefit from understanding data visualization tools or basic statistics. Integrating STEM skills into AI training. STEM skills are at the heart of AI training. It's not just about the learning algorithms, it's about understanding how to use tools like data analysis and coding to solve problems. For employees working directly with AI, learning coding basics, especially AI libraries, help them build strong fundamental knowledge. Developing key STEM proficiencies for AI. The most important STEM proficiencies for AI are logical thinking, problem solving, and numeracy. These skills help you break down the complex problem and interpret data, both of which are vital in the AI-related tasks. Strengthening STEM skills. Strengthening these skills is a key to success in AI-supported environment. A scientific mindset, coupled with the ability to think logically and solve problems, will empower learners to make a better decision and contribute effectively to AI projects. Encouraging AI awareness and digital literacy. Being aware of how AI works and how it impacts to our life is essential. AI awareness isn't just about understanding its potential, it's about knowing its limitation and ethical considerations, like privacy and job displacement. By educating learners on this topic, we ensure they make informed decisions. AI awareness means understand its preference in daily life often invisible. For example, AI influence is seen in customer service chatbot or even in the way companies personalize advertisement. It's crucial to approach AI with a balanced view, recognizing both its possibles and challenges. Enhancing digital literacy in the age of AI. Digital literacy is more important than ever. In the age of AI, we need to focus on verifying information, understanding how AI uses our data, and using AI tools responsibly. These digital literacy skills will allow the learners to navigate AI safely and effectively. Fostering critical engagement with AI. We also need to foster critical engagement with AI. This means encouraging learners to ask questions about how AI affects society, business, and their roles. Structured discussion and debates will help them think critically and develop informed perspective. Strategy for trainers. As a trainer, your role is not just to teach tools, but to help learners develop a good judgment, equip them with the skills to use AI responsibly, and ask them right questions when working with AI technologies. In the case study, let's consider a scenario. Your company is implementing AI tools in a customer service. How do you design training for employees to use these tools effectively? It's about showing them how AI can improve efficiency while also emphasizing the importance of the human judgment in the situation where AI cannot help. You can think about the scenario where AI is automating routine tasks at your company. What strategies would you use to train the employees to adapt to these changes? It's about teaching them the skills they'll need to complement AI's capabilities, like creative problem solving and critical thinking. In the summary, AI transforming industries for sure. While some jobs may be replaced, many new roles are emerging. AI is creating opportunities in the fields like AI ethics, data analysis, and machine learning. To succeed in this new landscape, continuous upskilling in both technical and human skill is essential. As we move forward an AI-driven future, remember, AI isn't here to replace the people, it's here to empower people who are ready to embrace it. The future belongs to those who stay curious, adaptable, and committed to lifelong learning.
Hi everyone, my name is Andy Nguyen and I specialize in artificial intelligence, AI, and advanced technologies in education. With an interdisciplinary background in learning sciences, information systems, and applied AI, I'm passionate about AI ethics, privacy, and security. Today, I'm excited to share insights on AI ethics and responsible AI use, helping us navigate challenges of bias, privacy, and accountability while fostering trust and equity related to AI in our society. Let's dive in. Hi, I'm Andy Nguyen. Welcome to the module on artificial intelligence, AI ethics, and responsible AI use by AI Ready ASEAN. For this module, you will learn about, first, the importance of AI ethics, second, the key ethical concerns in AI, third, ethical guidelines, and finally, AI bias and fairness. Let's go into the ethics in using AI. The initial question that may arise is, can AI systems be unethical? Artificial intelligence, AI, has the potential to revolutionize the world, but it can also be used unethically. There are several potential negative consequences of unethical AI use. They include biases and discrimination, violations of privacy and human rights, and unintended harm. In Southeast Asia, recent reports from Channel News Asia illustrate a clear ethical risk in AI deployment within e-commerce. For example, AI systems designed to personalize shopping experiences can misinterpret data, a phenomenon sometimes called algorithm hallucination, leading to inaccurate product recommendations and biased advertisement targeting. Such errors risk reinforcing discrimination based on race, gender, or age, emphasizing the need for transparent, accountable AI practices to safeguard consumer interests. So, let's define what ethics is. Ethics are moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conduct of an activity. As a practical example, one ethical principle is to treat everyone with respect. Philosophers have debated ethics for many centuries, and there are various well-known principles, perhaps one of the most famous being Kant's categorical imperative. Act as you would want all other people to act towards all other people. This definition is proposed in his 1785 book Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, with a variety of translations from the original German. Why has AI ethics become such an important topic today? Why do we need AI ethics? AI is a powerful force transforming lives, interactions, environments, and societies. We use AI every day, mostly without noticing. The introduction of increasingly sophisticated AI-enabled systems in many areas of everyday life comes with promises of improvements in social, physical, and environmental well-being. AI ethics is concerned with the important question of how human developers, manufacturers, and operators should behave in order to minimize the ethical harms that can arise from AI in society, either arising from poor, unethical design, inappropriate application, or misuse. Exploring the consequences of the deployment of AI systems in society is fundamental to ensuring such systems develop in a way that supports the well-being of humans, which should be the ultimate goal. According to the European Parliamentary Research Service, artificial intelligence poses several ethical challenges that we must address across multiple aspects. It reveals that as AI technologies become more common, they influence not only our social structures, but also our psychological well-being, financial systems, legal frameworks, environmental practices, and the level of trust that society places in technology. Let's begin with the social impacts. AI is changing the labor market and the economy in profound ways. There is growing concern that the adoption of these technologies may widen the gap between different social groups, concentrating power and wealth among a small segment of society. Alongside this, issues of privacy, human rights, and dignity are at stake, as AI systems might mirror or even enhance existing biases in society. The study also raises important questions about the role of AI in shaping democratic processes, especially when these technologies are used in state-controlled settings. Turning to psychological impacts, the research invites us to consider how our interactions with AI, especially in the form of robots, could affect our emotions and relationships. We must ask ourselves whether the bond between humans and robots might lead to dependency or deception. Additionally, the possibility of granting robots a status akin to personhood challenges us to reflect on both the legal and moral responsibilities that such recognition would entail. In the financial arena, the study points out that AI could introduce risks of manipulation and collusion within our financial systems. This raises the need for clear mechanisms of accountability to protect the stability and fairness of these systems. The idea is not only to harness AI for improved efficiency, but also to prevent potential abuses that could disrupt economic balance. The legal system is not immune to these challenges either. AI's involvement in criminal activities, from misuse in cyber operations to accidents involving autonomous vehicles, forces us to rethink established legal concepts. When traditional frameworks fall short in addressing issues like liability, especially in scenarios where negligence or product liability might be in question, new legal approaches must be considered. Environmental considerations are another key area of impact. The increased deployment of AI requires more natural resources, energy, and thoughtful waste management. At the same time, AI offers promising solutions for optimizing resource use and waste disposal, potentially leading to environmental benefits. This dual effect underscores the importance of balancing technological advancement with sustainable practices. Finally, trust remains the cornerstone of integrating AI into critical aspects of our lives, such as healthcare and public services. For AI to be accepted and effective, it must be perceived as fair and transparent. People need to feel confident that these systems operate impartially and are accountable for their decisions. Examples of how ethical AI is being used across different sectors. In healthcare, ethical AI applications are making a significant impact. For instance, AI systems are increasingly used to assist in diagnosing diseases, ensuring that these tools work fairly and accurately for all patients. These systems are designed with robust data privacy measures, protecting sensitive patient information while improving diagnostic accuracy and reducing human error. This approach not only supports better clinical outcomes but also reinforces trust between patients and healthcare providers. In education, ethical AI is emerging as a powerful tool for personalized learning. AI-driven platforms tailor educational experiences to meet the individual needs of students, helping to break down traditional barriers to learning. By promoting accessibility and offering equal opportunities, these tools support a diverse range of learners. The goal is to provide customized feedback and resources that help every student reach their potential, creating a more inclusive educational environment. Turning to environmental sustainability, AI is being employed to address some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Ethical AI solutions are helping to optimize energy consumption, reduce waste, and manage resources more efficiently. By analyzing vast amounts of data, these systems can predict energy demands, streamline processes, and even assist in climate change mitigation efforts. This technology offers a promising path toward a more sustainable future by balancing the need for progress with the imperative of environmental stewardship. These examples demonstrate that when designed and implemented with ethical considerations at their core, AI technologies can contribute positively to society. They offer a way to enhance healthcare, transform education, and support sustainable practices without compromising fairness, privacy, or accountability. Some insights on the ethical guidelines for artificial intelligence that are emerging within ASEAN. As our region continues to embrace new technologies, ASEAN has recognized the importance of responsible AI use and has started to establish governance and ethical standards that can guide its development. In 2021, leaders from ASEAN countries engaged in discussions about AI's role in the region. These discussions emphasize that AI should foster inclusive development, ensuring that social and economic benefits are accessible to all member states. There was a clear call for transparency and accountability, with both governments and companies being encouraged to implement AI systems that are not only explainable, but also accountable for their decisions. A key principle from these discussions is the idea of AI for good. This means prioritizing applications that support sustainable development goals, enhance healthcare outcomes, and reduce inequalities. At the same time, there is a strong commitment to data privacy, ensuring that AI systems respect individuals' rights and comply with data protection laws. Another important initiative in our region is the ASEAN Smart Cities Network. This network supports the integration of AI into smart city initiatives while emphasizing fairness and accessibility. The goal here is to ensure that AI technologies are designed in a way that benefits every citizen, avoiding any form of discrimination, and always keeping human well-being at the center of innovation. Singapore has taken a proactive role by introducing its Model AI governance framework. This framework sets clear guidelines for accountability, asking developers to take responsibility for the behavior of their AI systems. It also stresses fairness and non-discrimination, providing measures to mitigate bias and ensure equitable outcomes. Transparency is another cornerstone of this framework, with recommendations that organizations disclose the use of AI and explain how decisions are made. It also stresses fairness and non-discrimination, providing measures to mitigate bias and ensure equitable outcomes. Transparency is another cornerstone of this framework, with recommendations that organizations disclose the use of AI and explain how decisions are made. These efforts reflect a shared vision across ASEAN for a future where AI contributes positively to our societies. By focusing on inclusive development, transparency, accountability, and fairness, ASEAN is laying the groundwork for ethical AI that benefits all citizens. As we move forward, it is vital that we continue this dialogue and work together to create frameworks that not only drive innovation, but also protect our core values. In addition to the progress made within ASEAN, the global community has been actively working to develop ethical guidelines for AI. Governments, international organizations, and corporations have each played a role in shaping these frameworks to ensure that AI technologies are used responsibly. For example, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development introduced its AI principles in 2019. These principles emphasize that AI should contribute to inclusive growth and sustainable development, support human well-being, and operate with transparency and clear accountability. Similarly, the European Union has taken significant steps through its ethical guidelines and the upcoming AI Act. The EU framework categorizes AI applications based on their risk level and establishes strict rules for higher risk systems. This approach is designed to prevent discrimination, protect privacy, and ensure that human oversight remains a key component in managing AI technologies. UNESCO has also made its mark by adopting a global recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence in 2021. This recommendation focuses on upholding human dignity and rights, strengthening privacy and data protection, promoting inclusivity, and addressing environmental sustainability. In parallel, the IEE Global Initiative on Ethics of Autonomous and Intelligent Systems has provided guidelines that focus on ethical design and social responsibility. Their standards emphasize the need for AI systems to be developed in ways that are fair, transparent, and protective of personal data. Together, these global frameworks demonstrate a shared commitment to guiding the development and implementation of AI in ways that benefit society while addressing potential risks. They serve as a collective roadmap for ensuring that as AI technologies evolve, they do so with a clear set of ethical principles that prioritize human rights, fairness, and the common good. Let's turn our attention to AI bias and fairness. First, what is AI bias? Let's define AI bias. AI bias is the systematic error in a model's output that leads to unfair decision-making. This unfairness arises from incorrect assumptions or problematic data patterns within the system. There are three key types of AI bias: selection bias, sample bias, and measurement bias. The impact of these biases is significant. They can perpetuate inequality, reinforce harmful stereotypes, and result in discrimination against certain groups. Several factors contribute to AI bias. One key factor is data diversity. When data samples do not represent the full range of perspectives and populations, exclusion bias can occur, which perpetuates inequality. Another factor is computing power. If the computational resources are insufficient, the analysis of data may be inaccurate or incomplete, affecting the model's outcomes. Additionally, human bias can be embedded throughout the AI development process, from the training data to the design and programming of the models, further influencing the results in biased ways. There are several approaches for reducing AI bias. First, it is essential to focus on diverse and representative data collection. This means using datasets that include a wide range of demographics, cultures, and contexts while actively avoiding historical biases. It also requires regular updates to ensure that the data remains relevant and reflective of current realities. Second, implementing bias detection and conducting fairness audits is crucial. Regular testing of AI systems can help identify biases early on. Tools such as AI Fairness 360 by IBM and FairLearn by Microsoft are examples of frameworks that support these efforts, allowing developers to detect and mitigate biases before deployment. Third, algorithmic transparency and explainability play a vital role. Ensuring that AI decisions are interpretable helps build trust and accountability. Using techniques from explainable AI allows users to understand how decisions are made, which is fundamental for maintaining ethical standards. These approaches collectively form a practical roadmap to reduce AI bias, ensuring that our systems make fair decisions and contribute to a more equitable society. Finally, as we look toward the future, it is important to consider the role of future generations in shaping AI ethics. I encourage students, developers, and all emerging AI professionals to think critically about the ethical challenges they may face in their careers. Reflect on how you can contribute to building an AI landscape that is both fair and responsible. Ethical AI is not the task of a single group. It is a shared responsibility that involves governments, developers, businesses, and society as a whole. By working together, we can create systems that are transparent, accountable, and respectful of human rights. Your commitment to ethical principles will help guide AI development in ways that benefit everyone. As you move forward in your careers, remember that every decision you make can shape a future where technology serves the common good. Let us embrace this challenge together and strive to make ethical AI a reality for all. I would like to end this module with the emphasizing statement that AI is a powerful tool that can help us in many ways, but it also comes with responsibility. By making sure AI is used ethically, we can ensure that it benefits everyone in society. AI Ethics and Responsible AI Use by AI Ready ASEAN. This section is designed specifically for our young audience. The learning objectives for this lesson includes: first, to acquire foundational knowledge about ethical considerations in learning environments, and second, to understand how to provide guidance for students in ethical AI use. AI is a powerful tool that can help us in many ways, but it also comes with responsibility. By making sure AI is used ethically, we can ensure that it benefits everyone in society. However, how do you or your school currently use AI in education? What are the advantages and risks? Let's talk about the role of AI in education and learning and explore how it's transforming education today. AI-powered tutoring systems, adaptive learning platforms, and personalized feedback tools are revolutionizing the way students learn. These technologies provide tailored instruction that adapts to individual needs, ensuring that every learner receives support that is uniquely suited to their pace and style. At the same time, AI is streamlining many administrative and evaluative tasks. It automates processes such as grading, scheduling, and analyzing student performance data. This automation not only reduces the workload for educators, but also allows them to focus more on engaging with students and fostering critical thinking skills. However, it's crucial to address why ethics matter in AI for education. AI decision-making has the potential to reinforce biases if the data used for training these systems is not diverse or inclusive. Additionally, there is a risk of becoming overly reliant on AI for teaching and assessments, which could diminish the essential human elements of education. If not managed carefully, these technologies might perpetuate unfair practices or create inequities in learning opportunities. Let's now turn our attention to the role of AI in assessment and grading. On the benefits side, AI can offer faster automated scoring, which significantly reduces the time educators spend on manual grading. This efficiency not only speeds up the feedback cycle, but also helps maintain consistency in grading practices. Additionally, AI can provide personalized feedback to students, allowing each learner to understand their strengths and areas for improvement in a tailored manner. However, it's important to also consider the risks and ethical challenges associated with AI in grading. One major concern is the potential for bias in AI-driven grading systems, where the algorithms might inadvertently favor certain groups over others. There is also the issue of reduced human oversight in subjective assessments, which can lead to a disconnect between the nuanced understanding a human educator brings and the data-driven decisions made by an AI. Furthermore, the use of AI to track student progress raises significant data privacy concerns, as sensitive information about students is collected and stored. Let's look at a case study on AI grading bias in Southeast Asia. Imagine a university that employs an AI-powered grading system for evaluating student essays. Over time, the university notices a troubling pattern. Students who use non-traditional writing styles, those that include informal structures or regional expressions, consistently receive lower scores compared to peers who adhere to a strict academic format. Upon investigation, the university discovers that the AI model was primarily trained on Western academic writing styles. This training bias has inadvertently led to grading practices that are not culturally or linguistically inclusive. As a result, students from diverse backgrounds face unfair disadvantages, highlighting a critical issue in the design and implementation of AI grading systems. This case study clearly demonstrates that when AI is not trained on diverse data, it can reinforce existing biases and create barriers to equitable educational outcomes. Possible solutions to address these issues are within our reach. First, implementing AI transparency measures is essential. Educators need to understand how the AI makes its decisions so that any potential biases can be identified and addressed. Next, combining AI grading with human oversight is crucial. While AI can provide an initial score, human educators should review cases where there might be disputes or where the AI's decision does not seem to accurately reflect the student's work. Another key solution is to train AI models on diverse datasets. By including a wide range of writing styles reflecting various cultures and regional expressions, we can work toward ensuring fairness for all students. Additionally, it is important to allow students the opportunity to challenge AI-generated grades. There should always be a process in place for a human reviewer to be involved in any appeals, ensuring that every student is given a fair evaluation. The key takeaway for educators is clear. AI grading should support, not replace, human judgment. As educators, it is our responsibility to advocate for AI fairness and inclusivity in our learning environments. By doing so, we ensure that technology serves to enhance our educational practices while upholding the principles of equity and respect for every student. Let's examine the second case study on AI-assisted plagiarism in schools. In this scenario, a high school student submits a research paper generated by AI. Since the text is produced by an AI, the plagiarism checker does not flag it as copied content. However, the teacher notices significant inconsistencies compared to the student's usual writing style, raising suspicions about the paper's origin. The key issue identified here is that while AI-generated content doesn't fall under traditional plagiarism, it still violates academic integrity. Moreover, existing plagiarism detection tools often struggle to recognize AI-generated text. This case highlights the challenge of maintaining academic honesty in an era where AI can produce seemingly original work, prompting us to develop new methods and policies to address these emerging ethical concerns. Possible solutions for addressing AI-assisted plagiarism begin with teaching students AI literacy. It's important that they understand when and how AI assistance is acceptable. Schools must implement clear AI usage policies, defining precisely what constitutes misuse in assignments. Instead of outright banning AI, educators can encourage critical thinking by guiding students on how to use AI as a tool for learning rather than as a substitute for genuine effort. Additionally, employing AI detection tools such as Turnitin's AI writing detection, can help identify potential instances of AI-generated text, even if these tools are not flawless. The key takeaway for educators is to move beyond a complete ban on AI. Instead, teach students to use AI ethically and transparently. Incorporating reflection exercises into the curriculum can help students critically analyze and validate AI-generated content, ensuring they engage thoughtfully with the material rather than submitting work without scrutiny. Finally, I would end this lesson with a call to action. Let's embrace AI responsibly in education, ensuring it enhances learning while upholding ethics, fairness, and human judgment for a better future.
Hello there, my name is Ridwan Whitehead. I'm a doctoral researcher at the University of Oulu. My work focuses on collaborative learning and the challenges students face while working together. As part of my work, I use a lot of multimodal learning analytics methods and focus a lot with generative AI, both for research, teaching, and also my own personal learning. Some of my experience includes English language teaching, and also I do have some experience working in the edtech industry. Excited to be here. Hello everyone, and welcome to the module concerning ethical AI usage, specifically the topics regarding plagiarism and copyright issues. So, what will we learn in this module? In this module, we'll be focusing on AI and content creation. So what is ethical and what is not ethical? Understanding plagiarism in the era of AI. And finally, we'll be focusing on a case study. So about AI-generated content in academia. So, AI and content creation. What's ethical? In this section, we'll be specifically learning about AI in content creation, ethical principles in AI-generated content, and the role of human oversight. So, let's look at these two examples. So we have Sarah here, who uses ChatGPT to outline ideas, then rewrites and adds her own research in her own words. And in this case, ChatGPT is used as a study partner, helping her to organize and brainstorm her thoughts. While Jake just copies and pastes AI-generated responses without reading or fact-checking the contents of it. And so when the teacher asks, like, "Oh, can you please explain like this part of your work?" he's not able to. So can you tell me which one is is a ethical use case, and which one is not an ethical use case of using AI generated content? So if you responded that Sarah is the ethical one and Jake is not the ethical one, then you were correct. Why is this? Because we'll see in the future slides, but because essentially Sarah does not over rely on ChatGPT and does not use ChatGPT to kind of take shortcuts, but rather as a study partner. So, what do you think? Should schools embrace AI as a tool for learning, and should there be limits on how students use it for homework, or how do you think should it be, considering the fact that there are people who use ChatGPT in Sarah's way, and there are people who use ChatGPT in Jake's way? So you'll find that the answer to this question is not really clear-cut, and that it requires a bit more thought and a bit of a more nuanced understanding of AI in education. So this is one clear example to give. So imagine you have a calculator in a math exam. and let's say the exam is about multiplication, right? So if you had a calculator during this exam, would it actually be something that would it be cheating? Would it be something that really helps you to learn? Or if you're relying on the calculator, would it just make the point of the exam just non-existent? So the same goes for AI. So if you're trying to learn how to write an essay, but then you just use AI generated content to complete your assignment, then are you actually learning? So this is something to consider. I mean, if you're using ChatGPT to fill in content, let's say you're creating a website and you want to have some replacement content over there, well then you can use copy-pasted AI content. But if you're actually trying to learn how to write an essay down to the details, then what is the point of actually using AI? So, what are some examples for AI-generated content in education? So how can we actually use AI? First of all, AI is really good at creating structured outlines and summarizing different articles. So if you have a long piece of text and you want to ask questions to this text, then you can use AI for this. It's pretty good at it. If you want to gain automatic feedback for, let's say, you have your own writing and you want to understand, like, have I done actually a good job? Then, well, AI is pretty useful for that. Of course, it does not replace the teacher, but it can give you some good insights on what you should focus on. Another point is for content generation for lessons. So if you're an educator, then AI can help you create, or at least draft, like an initial draft of a lesson plan, or help you create quizzes or explanations. And finally, it can also help students with any questions they have. So let's say a student wants, it's a possibility to ask endless questions about a topic. So if you have an inquisitive mind, you could use ChatGPT or any AI bot to ask questions about a topic you do not really understand, and you can have it explain it in many different ways. But then, what makes AI use ethical in learning? So first and foremost, AI should assist learning. It should not replace your critical thinking. Because essentially, if you're creating something, you want it to represent you. You do not want it to represent the AI, right? So in that sense, AI is a helper for you to achieve your own goals, okay? Next, understanding over copying. So you should focus on understanding content, not just copying content. Because if the goal is to learn about a certain concept, then you should be using ChatGPT to help you to learn about this content rather than just having it generate some generic output for you, which you use, and it does not really make sense to contribute to your own understanding of it. And next, transparency. So you should always be transparent in acknowledging the role of AI. So if a teacher asks you, like, hey, how did you do this? Or like, how did you complete your homework or your assignment? It should be the case that you explain, oh, I generated a draft using AI and then I added my own insights. So you should always acknowledge the role of AI, especially if guidelines are not too clear about how to use it. Honesty is always the best policy. And then ensuring that all students have equal access to a certain AI chat or AI bot is always quite important to ensure that fairness and equity is achieved. Otherwise, students who have access to these bots and those who can use these bots will be using them more and progressing more than those who do not have access. So that is one thing to consider as well. So a key message is that AI should be used as a learning partner, not as a shortcut to completing your assignments. So how does it look like on a spectrum? So responsible use of AI and irresponsible or unethical use of AI. So a responsible user would use AI to brainstorm and outline ideas, while an unethical user of AI would be just copy-pasting AI-generated text without fact-checking or without doing any changes or without adding their own kind of voice to the text. Another thing is rewriting AI content in your own words. So a responsible user would kind of make the text their own because it is something that should represent your own ideas. But then if you just submit it as your own text without doing any changes, that would be an unethical use of AI. A responsible use would include fact-checking. So AI can and does make mistakes in regards to the information it provides. So you should always double check the responses before actually using them. And an unethical use, an example for that would be to just use it to bypass learning and does not really contribute to your own learning. Another responsible AI use would be citing AI or actually be transparent with AI. But an unethical use would be hiding the use of AI and claiming full authorship. I mean, that's just being dishonest with yourself, and it's harmful to your own learning. So, AI, in a sense, is a tool. It is not a replacement for personal effort and learning. To be able to learn effectively, we need to be able to put in some effort. So here are some practical guidelines for students. So for students, you should use AI for inspiration, not for answers. I mean, it can give you answers, but then again, the goal is for you to learn and not for you to copy paste answers from ChatGPT or similar bots. You should always cross-check AI information because that is something that's essential to do. You do not want to have wrong facts delivered as true. And usually ChatGPT has these links when they're citing information that you can always go double check if it's actually correct or not. So you can double check the source. You should always be transparent with how you use AI. And you should always ask critical thinking questions like how and why, so regarding the content of the AI generated content. And then perhaps the most important is that you always follow school policies. Your institution or your school will have specific guidelines regarding how you should use AI, and you should always be following those. So we have an example here. So we have two short written responses. One is AI generated and one is from a student, so an authentic piece of text. So what I want you to do is I want you to read both and decide which response was generated by AI. So the one that was done by AI was response A, and the one that was done by a student, so authentic text, was response B. So, but how can you tell? That is a good question to ask. So, AI generated text often lacks personal voice. What this means is that it will give you a very generic way of writing, and there's no kind of argumentation or there's no personalization to the text. Another thing is that it will give you very generic details regarding a topic. So because it synthesizes what it finds online, it does not give you really specific details about a certain topic. So usually authentic texts has more specific details compared to generative AI content. And finally, generative AI has a very specific way of writing, has a very specific structure, and those who read a lot of generative AI or who work with generative AI a lot, they can easily tell this structure from others, from like authentic ones. So this is one way to tell if a text has been written by generative AI or not. So here's a table that compares the key differences in AI-generated content and human-created content on several aspects. So in terms of creativity and personal voice, AI generates structured, neutral, and factual responses, but like I said, lacks this personal insight, while human-centered content is more personal and has a more unique storytelling style. In terms of critical thinking, AI does not really generate original thoughts or has a deep analysis, while human-created content has more of an original viewpoint. In terms of engagement and tone, AI often sounds formal. It sounds very superficial and generic, and it's following a very certain pattern. But as humans, we're very creative. We like to adjust the tone of our text based on our emotions, on the context, on the argumentation, and this is also one way to tell the key difference. Another aspect is error handling and accuracy. So AI generated content can be misleading, it can be incorrect. However, when we're as human beings, if we're creating content, then we always want to validate. Of course, it's not always the case, but usually we validate our content and we cross-check sources. In terms of ethics and bias, AI inherently has some biases in its training data. So it often reflects these biases in the content it creates. While as human beings, although we do have our own biases as well, we have the ability to be more critical and we reason and evaluate the different sources in the content we create. So, all in all, AI can be a great assistant for brainstorming, organizing ideas, and improving understanding. But if you use it too much, or if you use it without giving it any thought, if you just copy paste, then this means you're over relying on it, which is something that's unethical. So understanding the difference between ethical use and unethical use is key to responsible AI use in education. In the following section, we'll be talking about understanding plagiarism in the era of AI. Specifically, in this module, in this section, we'll be talking about what is plagiarism. We'll be talking about the risks of plagiarism. And then we'll also be talking about the responsible use of generative AI in research. So what is plagiarism? So the dictionary definition of plagiarism is to steal and pass off the ideas or works of another as one's own. So you're using somebody else's work without crediting the source. And this is, of course, plagiarism in education in general is totally unacceptable and is considered as a serious breach of professional conduct. And then what is self-plagiarism? So plagiarism, especially in when we're doing research, we're often pressured to have these certain deadlines to publish. So when you're pressured to do something and it's a time deadline, then you often try to take some shortcuts. So this might look something like blatant copying or improper citations. And this can be quite a problematic thing because research is supposed to be rigorous and it should not be something that includes plagiarism. So in that sense, it's very important that we understand how we can avoid plagiarism in general. So we need to avoid these common pitfalls. So we should not use or overuse self-citations too much. We should not use outdated or low quality sources. We should not use inconsistent figures and claims. And we should not use uncredited or poorly paraphrased text in our manuscripts. And we should not have these sudden shifts in writing style, which really show that you've copy pasted from somebody else. So best practices would include using recent credible sources, citing and quoting other sources properly, and also maintaining a consistent writing style. And for this, you should be following IEEE and academic guidelines as well. So there are 5 levels of plagiarism according to the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. So level 1 is uncredited verbatim copying of an entire paper or a major portion, so including multiple papers by the same authors. Level 2 is 20 to 50% plagiarism. Level 3 is less than 20% plagiarism. Level 4 is some level of plagiarism, so some level of uncredited or improper paraphrasing of pages and paragraphs. And level 5 is where you credit properly, but the format is not really done well, so it's not quite clear the difference between your citations and your own words. So here are some recommendations. So you should remain ultimately responsible for scientific output. So whether citing other people's work or whether you're using AI generated content, in the end, it's your name that goes upon the author list, and you are the one who is responsible for scientific output. So you should always consider that. You should use generative AI transparently. So often journals will require that you disclose how generative AI was used. And you should always, of course, be mindful of privacy, confidentiality, and intellectual property rights when sharing sensitive information with AI tools. So you should not be uploading sensitive information of participants to AI without taking proper precautions. So here are some further recommendations. When you're using generative AI, you should always respect national, EU, and international legislation. So the ethics committee, what do they require, and what are the common practices in ethical research? And you should always, of course, since the technology of generative AI evolves rapidly, you should always stay informed on these best practices and stay connected with other researchers who are having the similar issues or are engaging in similar practices, and kind of form this community in ethical practice in research. And of course, you should be avoiding using generative AI in sensitive tasks like peer review, because essentially you are the person who are tasked to do that job, and you should be the one who is evaluating. Of course, it is possible to use it for very simple tasks, but in the end, it should represent your work, so your own ideas, not AI. Otherwise, they would have just given it to the AI to do it in the first place. So here are some best practices. These tools are one starting point. They are not 100% reliable on their own, and you should always use alternative ways of detecting if something is AI generated or not. And you should always use your kind of human intuition. You should look at the structure. You should know the history of the person who is submitting their text. because all of these together can give you an idea if something is AI generated or not, or if it's been plagiarized or not. So yes, you should not rely blindly on these AI detection tools, because a lot of false flags exists, and you should always cite properly, of course. Even if you paraphrase something, if the idea is not from you, you should indicate where this idea comes from. And AI generated text, if you're just using AI generated text, like copy pasting for, let's say, a research or for something else, you should always disclose that, hey, this is AI generated, and you should like approach the contents of this text accordingly. So over here we have a self-practice activity. So what I want you to do is to choose some kind of text online, not very long, from a credible source. And then I want you to ask yourself, oh, what is the main message of this text, and how can I summarize it in my own words without looking? And then I want you to close the original text, do not look at it, do not refer to it anymore, and write your own version from memory and add your own personal insight. Do you agree with it? Do you disagree? How does this connect to something that you already know? And then I want you to do this kind of self-check in the end. I want you to see, did you actually change the sentence structure? Does it actually sound like yourself, or do you still sound like this original text? And have I sufficiently added my own thoughts and example? And then I want you to do step 3, which is to compare and improve. So compare your version with the original text. And then I want you to highlight any phrases that look too similar and adjust those parts to make them more unique. And then you can use a quick plagiarism self-check. Can you say that your own version of the text is at least 80% different in wording? And does the text actually sound like you, or does it not? And did you actually add your own insights? So the key takeaway from this activity would be that, well, paraphrasing is about understanding, not just changing words. And adding these personal insights make your writing much, much more stronger. And of course, self-reflection helps improve originality and academic integrity. So kind of checking on yourself, did I actually understand this concept? So in the end, AI is a very powerful tool, but you are the master. So you should use AI to enhance your creativity and knowledge, never to replace ethical and academic professional practices. Hello. In this section, we'll be talking about AI-generated content in academia. Specifically, we'll be talking about how we can use generative AI in an ethical way, and we'll have an analysis activity about an AI writing ethics challenge. And then finally, we'll be talking about some examples about how you can, some strategies you can use, and how you can develop them, so you can develop your skills that go beyond AI. Finally, we'll have variative assignments to minimize AI overuse and prevent plagiarism. So, common ways to use AI tools in academic settings is to generate ideas to help you overcome a writer's block. It's very useful if you want to summarize your notes or identify key points. It's also very useful, I think, personally, to simplify complex academic concepts. So if you have, for example, an article which has a lot of academic terminology that you do not really understand and you want it to be a bit more simplified, you can use generative AI in that sense to help you simplify the concepts being talked about. You can ask for analogies. It's very useful in that sense. And also, for your own text that you produce, it can help you have better sentence structures, identify grammar or vocabulary issues as well. However, it needs to be used in an ethical way. So, first and foremost, verifying AI-generated content with academic sources is always very essential. Of course, nowadays, it gives you sources in terms of links, but you should always double check the contents and see if ChatGPT or like generative AI is presenting the contents as they were in the original source. You should also be aware of biases in AI-generated output since it's trained on a certain type of data. It might have certain biases which can change from topic to topic. Another issue is to, of course, depending on your institutional guidelines as well, but as a general rule of thumb, you should avoid sharing personal or sensitive information with AI tools because unless you opt out or unless you know that the tool is not training on your data, what will happen, or where the instances that have happened, is that people's information was leaked to other users because they uploaded their own sensitive information, and then other users were able to kind of jailbreak this information out of the AI tool. So you should never upload sensitive information regarding yourself or anyone else for that matter. Another issue is that AI text, depending on the reasons why you would be using it, it should always be kind of revised, and you should always make sure that it aligns with your own goals, that it represents yourself and it aligns with your own goals, and doing revisions if necessary, which is the case most of the time. And then finally, recording AI tools, prompts, and outputs is good practice, and especially if it's required by your institution, is good practice to have. To be able to go back and say, oh, I prompted this chatbot in this way, and it gave me this kind of result, etc. Especially if you want to keep records. So we have an AI writing ethics challenge here. The objective is to be able to make ethical decision on AI use in writing. So first, there are 3 scenarios presented. I want you to read the 3 scenarios, which are common situations where AI is used in writing. And then I want you to choose whether each action is ethical, unethical, or if it depends on the context. And then I want you to be able to justify your choice as well. So, if you said for scenario 1, where the student brainstorms ideas with the generative AI and writes an essay independently, and if you answered ethical for that, then you were correct, because you're using it to stimulate your own thoughts. You're not using it to copy paste answers, and this is the right way or the ethical way to use generative AI. And for scenario 2, where you're just directly copy pasting from generative AI, and if you said that it was unethical, then you are correct, because it is not conducive to learning to just copy paste from generative AI, and it does not help you understand the concept, and especially if it's not expected by your instructors or by the place where you're submitting your piece of text, it is not ethical. An AI edited personal essay, so if you are refining grammar, structure, how the sentences sound, like a writing assistant, then that is ethical use. However, if you are making up things and you're to be able to show them as your own, then that is unethical use. So I hope this makes it a bit clear the differences between the different ways you can use generative AI. So now I want to talk about some essential skills that help you go beyond AI and how would we actually go about developing them. So, for example, critical thinking and problem solving are very important skills to have because it is essential to be able to analyze the output AI gives. And some development strategies for this would be, for example, practice decision making exercises or engaging in logic based games and puzzles or learning to be able to question AI outputs. So asking questions like, oh, is this actually correct? What about other perspectives? Is there bias in this? What can I do to improve this? Does it represent what I want to do? So being able to ask questions, I think, is very important. And then there's creativity and innovation. So AI, it's very good at generating ideas or just content in general, but it lacks this creativity and innovation, which we should be taking or which we will have or are in charge for. Strategy or skill. You can engage in art, design, and storytelling. You could engage in brainstorming sessions, exploring cross-disciplinary thinking. So basically thinking, how can I combine different ideas? How can I generate something, or well, generate as a human being something new? So these would help you develop these skills. And then emotional intelligence and interpersonal skills. So AI in its essence lacks true empathy, leadership, and deep social skills. So being a good listener, a good communicator, being good at conflict resolution, these are skills that you still need and will always need as a human being. And further on, having ethical judgment and digital responsibility. So as a human being, you are responsible for your own judgments, for the things that you do. And what AI does, of course, it can be biased, it can be unethical, it can make mistakes, and always requires human oversights. So these are skills that need to be developed through learning about ethics, digital rights, responsible technology use. And later on, we have adaptability and lifelong learning. So AI evolves rapidly. If you may have noticed, when ChatGPT first came out, its abilities were quite limited compared to what it can do today. So being able to flexibly upskill and have a growth mindset will help you catch on with these trends and these being able to keep updated with what's going on. And finally, technical literacy and AI mastery. You should understand AI, how it works, how you can best take advantage of it. And computational thinking, and coding and algorithmic thinking are essential skills to have to be able to take most effect of AI. And then over here, I like to talk about learning content, so more learning specific content that can be used in the age of AI. So inquiry-based learning tasks encourage deep thinking. Some example assignments would be Socratic questioning essays, real-world problem scenarios, debating and argumentation papers. These are very hard for AI to just provide something that is copy-pastable. So this is a good learning task. Another one is project-based learning. So this could include stuff like personalized research projects or creating like a digital portfolio, DIY experiments. So these are things that you have to produce and are not like just text-based, and also require a line of thinking. It requires a process, and what AI is making us do is to focus more on the process rather than the output, because it can create the output, but we want to be able to work on the process, learn through the process as well. And then, of course, performance-based assessments, so like live presentations or artistic creative expressions or role-playing simulations. Well, you cannot have AI. Well, you could technically if you wanted, but you could have these in person, or you could have some certain requirements, and these would not make it so that AI does everything. And for more examples, reflective and personal writing, so stuff like learning journals or learning diaries, personal growth plans, or letters to the future. These are excellent activities. And then hands-on collaborative or social learning. So these are quite good as well. So having projects where students work together. And finally, problem-based and case study learning. So you have a case study, which these are all, of course, similar to like problem-based or inquiry-based learning. But yeah, so these working basically on a kind of bigger project where there's a process and the output cannot just be replicated by AI. These are excellent examples of learning activities or learning content that can be utilized today. And then, as a conclusion, AI is a very powerful assistant, but as human beings, we bring about the creativity, the critical thinking, and the lived experiences that AI cannot replicate. So by designing these variative, process-driven, and interactive assignments, we ensure that the students develop real-world problem-solving skills, which is very much essential today. We ensure that we enhance originality and personal voice in the work, because as human beings, we like to take shortcuts. So if something can be done by AI, then we'll have AI do it for us. But if it's a more bigger project and there's a learning process, then people will prefer to use their own voice or their own effort. And then using AI as a support tool rather than a shortcut for learning. That is always essential as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Belle, and I'm currently a doctoral researcher in learning, education, and technologies. With experience in responsible AI ethics, data analytics, and data privacy, I'm excited to discuss about the challenge and opportunities of AI in today's digital world. Today, we'll be exploring Module 14, Data Privacy and AI Safety, part of our AI Ethics, Privacy, and Security series, as we navigate AI roles in data protections and ethical practice. Let's get started. In these modules on data privacy and AI safety, we are going to explore how AI systems handle personal data, the risks involved, and the safeguards we can put in place to protect our interests. As someone who worked very closely with digital technologies and have been for years, I've seen firsthand both the very transformative benefits as well as the potential pitfall of AI. And understanding this challenge isn't just an academic exercise, it's essential for our everyday well-being. So let's dive in. I want you to start by reflecting on your own habits. Think about all the personal information you share when you post on social medias, when you shop online, or even just when you use your smartphone. Every interaction generates data that AI uses to understand your preference and behavior. As such, these sections will focus on understanding how AI collects this data, what practical steps you can use to protect your personal information, and the risk that is involved. Have you ever mentioned a product to a friend and then suddenly seen an advertisement for it online? It might feel like your device is eavesdropping on your conversations, but it's really the result of very sophisticated data collection analysis. AI analyzes your online behaviors. It tracks your search, clicks, and interactions to learn about your interests. So today, we'll unpack exactly how AI collects and uses this data. Let's start with the basic definition of AI data collections, also known as data harvestings, which refer to gathering information from different sources. This includes websites, online survey, social medias, and even smart devices. Companies use this information to train AI models to make recommendations and predict your behavior. But what kind of data are they collecting and how does that affect it? Here's the thing. Every click, like, comment, add to a digital profile that is more detailed than you have expected. This data shape not only the ad you can see, but it can influence decisions like your job prospects or even your credit score. Think about it. If a company can predict your habits so precisely, it gives them immense power over what you are exposed to. Today, let's dissect the 5 types of data being collected, from smart devices that track your locations and routine to online interactions that define your interests. Let's break it down to 5 key areas. First, surveillance and smart devices. Consider your smart devices, your smartphone, smart TV, and even your home security camera. They are constantly collecting information about your whereabouts, your routines, and even conversation in some cases. I remember there was a time when I was talking with a colleague and in Zoom, and we were actually just mentioning about attending another college weddings. And what do I know? Next day, my Facebook app starting to running app on wedding dresses. And at that time, it was a wake-up call about the balance between convenience and privacy. These devices provide fantastic service, but they also raise questions about how much we're willing to share. However, these also link to the next one, social media and apps. Every interaction on platforms like Facebook or Instagram is monitored. Your like, you share, you comment, even the time you spend looking at a post. Because all of this contribute to a digital profile of what you are as a user. So likewise, in addition, every website you visit leaves a digital footprint through cookies and IP address. These data points help you an incredibly detailed profile of your interests. While it means that you get content tailored to you, it also means that your behavior is being continuously analyzed. You ever pay attention that constantly, whenever you visit a website page, they are asking you to allow cookies? This is it. But AI isn't limited to social medias or browsings. It's also making wave in fields like healthcare, law enforcement. So in healthcare, for example, AI analyze medical records and data from your even like your wearable device to help diagnosis and disease early. And in law enforcement, predictive policing use historical data to anticipate where crime might occur, actually. So this application can save life, but of course, still, they also bring up ethical concerns around bias and privacy. And it's also a reminder that with great power come great responsibilities. Now, I'd like you to join me in a quick practical exercise. Please take a moment to open your phone, go to the settings and find the app permissions to review it. Look for any app that have access to your cameras, your microphone, or locations. And once you've seen that, ask yourself, do they really need that access? Well, this simple check is one of the easiest yet most effective way to take back some control over your privacies. It's a habit, at least, that I encourage everyone to develop. With so much data being collected, you might wonder, how do we protect our privacies? Well, the good news is there are some practical steps that we can all take. Well, up next, we're going to explore strategies to secure our personal information in this digital age. Now, really thinking this age, in the age of AI, privacy has become an increasingly complex issue. With a vast amount of data being collected and analyzed by companies and governments, individual private information is at greater risk than it's ever before. So privacy is not just about keeping secrets. It's the right to keep personal information confidential and free from unauthorized access. Well, what this means is about maintaining control over your personal information. So consider this data, how it can influence various aspects of our lives, from job application, credit score, to even the news that you're reading. As the saying goes, knowledge is power, and in the digital age, knowing how your data is used is very critical. Well, this is a huge issue, especially in the era of big data. So many countries have recognizing this need to protect it. For example, this has been dated back a long time ago, and this, of course, focus more on data in general. But the EU's General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR) is still very, very relevant in the case of applying for AI, especially how it can use and collect your data. There's also the California Consumer Privacy Act in California's CCPA. This is also guiding some step that toward giving individual more control over their data. And of course, one of the recently draft the AI ethic guidelines from a combination from like big organizations like the OECD's, the UNESCO's, IEEE's, into providing a framework of what is the best practice for this guideline. Actually, we did do a review of this one, and it actually appeared very, very recently. I think one of the first work on to review some document on like AI in general date back to 2022, 2023. But ever since 2022, generative AI has proposed like a massive leap onto all the change and regulations. So even the AI ethical guidelines trying to keep up with that. However, I have to say is why some of this regulation and policy, it provide good frameworks, it provides some safeguard. It's ultimately fall upon us to be proactive in protecting our data. So what are some practical steps that you can take? First, adjust your social media privacy setting to limit the amount of data you are sharing. This is not always the need to share everything publicly. Then you can also use some strong, unique password, enable two-phase authentication to secure your accounts. Believe me, this is sometimes not even enough, as I have exposed to kind of like password leak, and that was dated back from the time when I still using the same passwords for many, many things. So avoid using that. Next one is also be aware of like how much AI is tracking and using your data, and with that, regularly reviews the app permissions. The app permissions will like allow this to collect the data, and also consider some privacy enhancing tools like VPNs or like some encrypt message services. Some are better than others. Although this action might seem small, but collectively, they really can greatly reduce the risk. Well, AI is incredibly powerful, but it's not without risk. From data breaches to deepfakes, it can be misused in many ways that threaten our privacy and securities. So in the upcoming slide, we'll explore some of these critical risks and why it is important to address them. So let's reflect a bit on how much do you trust AI. Bear in mind this, like read some of these scenarios and think, your facial recognition data is stored every time you unlock your phone. And an AI system determines whether your loan application is approved or not. An AI filter news content for you, so you are getting only a selective view of it, maybe not full pictures. So take a few minutes to think about these scenarios before we're moving forward. Think about whether we're giving way too much controls. Can we trust all of this? Now, despite the many benefit of AIs, so we can see the very significant risk involved. First one, data breaches where sensitive information could be exposed to hackers. Or think about AI-driven surveillance. Every time you unlock your phone, your facial recognition data will be stored. If you walk on the street, there will be security camera that captures your every move, as well as deepfakes and misinformation. Especially now with generative AI, it can generate like not just a hallucination like written content, but also images, pictures, and videos that can really deceive the public. But much like any technologies, AI isn't just used for good, it can also be weaponized. So consider the potentials of autonomous drones or AI-enhanced cyber attacks. So those are not just concepts for science fiction. This is actually happening now. Also take a look at this case study from 2023. The scam used AI-generated voices and visual to manipulate the employees. So incidents like this highlight the real dangers posed by deepfakes in AI-generated content. And at this point, take a moment to reflect on these scenarios. How would you feel if your personal data or even your identity could be manipulated so easily? What additional safeguard do you think organizations could implement to detect and prevent such AI-driven fraud? I think this case study actually, another great example is, think if your parent receiving a video call from you or look like it was from you and asking and saying that you are in emergencies and you need money, emergent money transfers. Can you think of what would happen next? Educators also have an important role in shaping responsible AI use in school. While AI offers exciting opportunity for personalized learning, it comes with risks that must be managed thoughtfully. Let's explore them. In these sessions, we will cover the risks associated with AI in school settings, reviewing a relevant case study, and discussing best practice for educators. Picture this. AI is monitoring your study or your work routines. It could learn about your study patterns, preference, and performance. Now, take a moment to reflect. How do you feel about AI having access to all this personal information? Does the promise of personalized feedback and tailored support sound appealing? Or do privacy concerns give you pause? Consider these questions and we delve into the impact of AI tracking in academic and professional settings. Of course, AI is making its way into classroom. With it comes challenge. For example, deepfakes and misinformations. AI, especially generative AI, is getting much better, but it can still hallucinate, which means it can generate knowledge, content that look very much like real information, but it's not. So if students don't have the ability to like critically engage or reflect with them, they might believe that AI generated content without verifying it. AI assist cheatings. So some students, many would use they are using AI to help complete their assignment, but how they're using it, if they're using it without critically and solely rely on it, then they're using it dishonestly to cheat rather than to learn. Also, data misuse. Educational platform collect a vast amount of data, privacy concerns. Also, what can school do to ensure AI privacies? AIs and also ensure that it is being used responsibly. Well, today, best practice focus on two key areas. First, combating AI-assisted cheatings. You can start by establishing clear policy that define when and how AI tool can be used ethically in the classroom. One options that one might consider as one of the first steps is to use detection software to identify AI-generated content and prevent plagiarism. Although I have to strongly emphasize that you must have very good cautions when you're using this, because actually most, especially very advanced model of AI now, they pass the test. And most of this model to detect the AI writings is not true. And it can generate like most of the time false positive or false negative, which means that a content is written by human can be detected as written by AI, and the content written by AI can actually be identified as written by human. So this is one of the options, but it should not be your sole source of credible to make a decision on. More importantly, I think we should increase assessment that require problem-solving skills and personal response rather than generic AI-produced answers. So this is called for a huge reform in terms of education's redesign. And lastly, emphasize the importance of using AI responsibly as learning it, not a shortcut. Second, focus on preventing data misuse in schools. We can enforce strong data protection policy to ensure all AI tools comply with local privacy law. This means also limited data collection to only what is necessary for educational purpose or research. Last one, you can also strengthen cybersecurity measures with encryptions, multi-factor authentications, and secure servers to protect student information. The last one is to promote digital awareness by training educators, students, and parents about the importance of data privacy and securities. For this practice, when you work together, it can help to create a safer and more ethical learning environment. Well, AI is revolutionized education by making learning more personalized. This is as an actually like an AI application education researchers, like I think I'm very much advocating and I understand what is needed to make education more accessible, more personalized, like finding out the moment that students are really struggles and offering the kind of support that tailored to them. However, along with this benefit also come the challenge such as privacy risk and even issue like AI-assisted cheating. Let's take a closer look at these few examples. The news on like revealing like how many students are actually using AI to cheat, and teachers when checking the student work within like the AI detecting system say that it's been written by the AI, but the student are saying they're innocent. And the question being raised, who should I believe? So imagine a scenarios where students rely entirely on AI to complete their assignment. Why their grade might be so. The real question is, are they really learning? So this is the extreme case of using AI for cheatings. But this does raise a very significant ethical dilemma. If AI did all the work, would that be fair? So, therefore, academic integrity has become even more important than ever to teach your child. Integrity is about doing the right things even when no one is watching. Now, with AIs making it easier to cheat or spread misinformation, it's more important than ever to foster a culture of honesty. So, how do we teach students to use AIs responsibly? You can start this kind of discussion with your child with questions like, should AI be used for learning or just to get better grade? You can also encourage some critical thinking by showing some real example of AI generate misinformation, fake news, deepfakes videos, and ask them what to think, like what implication could this have? And you can also help your child build more ethical habits when using AI tools. So you can role playing, for example, and let them practice what to do when they see their friend using AI to complete the assignment. Developing interpersonal skills such as self-discipline and decision making. This is also extremely important skill now in this age of AI. Self-awareness and self-control are key to making ethical choice online. Sometimes kids might lean on AI to solve problems, which also missing the opportunity to build their own problem-solving skills. Spark a conversation with them, asking them, what if AI can answer every question? Should you still learn on your own? And incorporate some activities that can build personal responsibilities, like encourage them to setting personal learning goal without relying solely on AI, and maybe organize like a think before you click game that presents scenarios such as plagiarisms or spreading false information and discuss the consequence. You can also introduce the idea of delayed gratifications. What this means is challenging them to earn reward after a period free from tech distractions, like planning a fun outdoor activity after a day without unnecessary screen time, for example. And also you need to build interpersonal skill, which is what communication and empathy. When it comes to communication, nothing can replace genuine human connections. AI might assist us in conversations, but real empathy and active listening are essentials. Consider asking your child, how do you feel when someone really listens to you? Can AI ever replace that warmth? Engage in activities that promote direct interactions, like encourage daily, divide-free, face-to-face conversations. Practice active listening by having your child summarize what someone just said, or explore emotion intelligence. Maybe you can show them different kind of image of facial expression and having them guess what emotion the person is feeling. Protecting your child privacy in a world powered by AI isn't just about technologies. It's about being proactive and informed. Remember, guiding children in ethical AI use is essential, and encourage safe digital habits, educate them about data privacy, and ensure AI tools enhance learning without compromising safety. When preparing educators to navigate the digital privacies, there are several key challenges to address. First, consider student data securities. AI-powered tools capture detailed information on performance, behaviors, and personal details. This raises important questions about how data is stored and protected. And if you don't know, many edtech platforms share data with third parties for analytic reasons, advertising, and also training AI, which then can compromise privacy if it's not managed properly. And then there's also the issues of AI-driven surveillance, such as facial recognition, keystroke monitoring, and behavior tracking. This raise ethical concern regarding the student privacies. And it doesn't stop with students. Educator privacy is also at risk. as AI tools can track also teaching activities and interactions, potentially leading to constant monitoring. Understand this risk, there are a few strategies to address this. First, we can begin by reviewing the privacy policy of your edtech tools to understand how student and teacher data is managed. You can also opt for AI tools that limit data collection to only what is necessary. Advocate for transparent AI use by demanding clear policy from vendors. And importantly, educate students and parents on responsible AI use and privacy protections. By balancing AI benefits with ethical responsibilities, we can help ensure that privacy and security remain at the forefront of digital learning. When it's come to protecting learner, start by encouraging students to check their app permissions regularly and avoid sharing sensitive information online. Remind them to use a strong password, enable multi-factor authentications, and opt for privacy-focused tools and browsers. But here's a few tips for educators. It's important to teach students how to identify scam, phishing attempt, and even AI-generated deepfakes. Engage them in discussion about how AI ethics and the impact of their digital footprints. Also, consider implementing school policy that actively safeguards student data. This strategy, when you work together, it can create a secure and responsible digital learning environment for everyone. Consider this case study. A deepfake videos impersonating the teacher spread false information, leading to confusion and distress among both students and parents. This incident underscores the significant risks deepfakes and AI-generated content present in educational settings. They can spread misinformation, damage reputation, and violate privacy. It is essential for schools to address this risk proactively through heightened awareness and effective verification methods. So building on that case study, there are practical strategies to address this challenge. Start by educating both students and staff on deepfakes, teach critical thinking skills so they can spot manipulated content, implement AI detection tools to help verify authenticity. It can be flagged and addressed immediately. Boost digital literacy by encouraging everyone to fact checks and cross-referencing information with credible source. Finally, strengthen cybersecurity measures to secure school data and protect sensitive teachers' image and videos. Remember, AI in education presents both opportunity and risks. Educators must take proactive steps to protect student data. And committing to fostering ethical AI use and digital responsibility in school.
Hello everyone, my name is Nicholas Dominic and currently I work as a senior data scientist at Lintasarta Cloud Professional Services and also an NVIDIA certified instructor. It's a pleasure to be here as we explore one of the most exciting frontiers of our time, AI for social good. Artificial intelligence, or AI, has the power to tackle some of the world's most pressing challenges, from healthcare and education to, let's say, climate change and social equity. But as we unlock these possibilities, we must ensure that AI is developed responsibly and for the benefit of all. Now, my first question to you before we jump to the course is this. In a world where we know AI has the power to reshape society, how do you prevent AI from reinforcing existing inequalities and instead use it to uplift those who need it the most? I'll give you a couple of seconds to consider about it. Okay, in general, this course will give you the understanding about the future trajectory of AI. And the second one, AI for social good. So let's begin. The first section, the future of AI development. As we think about the future of AI, it's very, very crucial to understand why this matters to all of us. First off, AI is everywhere as we know it. We see it in so many aspects of our lives already. Let's say maybe from online shopping recommendations to, let's say, in healthcare. And it's only going to get more integrated. So, understanding AI will help us make better and better decisions as we move forward. Next, as well, you can see in the slide, we have to adapt to change. Technology is moving even faster right now, and AI is leading the way. The key to thriving in the future, I think, is staying flexible and ready to embrace these changes. The more we understand, the better we will be at navigating them. And finally, we need to build a fair, inclusive future. AI has the power to improve lives, but only if we make sure it's being used for everyone's benefit. It's on all of us to ensure AI works to reduce inequality, not making it worse. Now, we need to recognize just how deeply it's already impacting our lives. AI is changing the way we live, we work, and maybe interact with the world, reshaping how we access services and make decisions. And as we embrace these changes, it's very essential to consider some ethical questions. The first one, what do you really feel when AI shapes decisions that affect our lives, like maybe our employment? The second, maybe, how do we ensure these technologies serve humanity and not just a few powerful interests? The third one, are we ready for a world where AI influence our choices, behaviors, and even our beliefs? And who gets to decide how AI is used in the first place? Hopefully, these questions spark deeper and deeper reflection on the ethical impact of AI. In the future, digital and human skills will become even more valuable. Skills like creativity, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and tech literacy. These are the abilities that will set us apart and help us thrive alongside AI. But here's the key. We all need to keep learning. Learning, as we know, cannot stop after school or university. We have to be a lifelong learners, ready to evolve with the world around us. So let me leave you with a question. What jobs do you think AI will create in the next 10 years? And what specific skills will we need to succeed in them? My next point is, as we build this future, we must ask, who is AI serving? If AI is designed without diversity, it can reflect and even worsen existing biases. True progress means building AI that includes all voices across languages, cultures, and abilities. Because when AI is inclusive, it's not just more fair, it's smarter, more ethical, and better for everyone. As we wrap up, I want to leave you with one simple truth, that AI decisions affect real lives every day. The AI system we build today can either reinforce the biases of the past or helps us build a fairer, more inclusive future. Each one of us has a role, really, to play in demanding ethical and responsible AI systems that reflect our values, respect our diversity, and serve the needs of everyone. Because in the end, the values we embed, the values we put in AI today will shape the world we live in tomorrow. So let's make sure we're building a future that works for all of us. Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Nicholas Dominic, and currently I work as a senior data scientist at Lintasarta Cloud Professional Services and also an NVIDIA certified instructor. As we already knew, artificial intelligence or AI is transforming lives, not just through innovation, but by driving real social change. That's why in this section, you will learn how AI is making education more personalized, healthcare more accessible, and environmental efforts more effective. Whether it's smarter classroom, healthier communities, or a more sustainable future, this journey will show how AI, when used with purpose, can truly be a force for social good. Let's start with the big picture. Why AI for social good matters. First, AI isn't just a trend or a business tool, really. It has the power to tackle real world problems that affect our communities every day. Well, imagine AI being used to fight climate change by predicting wildfires, or to improve healthcare by reaching patients in remote areas, or again to close the education gap by providing personalized learning in underfunded school. And here's a powerful question to keep in mind. If you could build an AI tool to solve a problem in your community, in your country, what would it do? I repeat the question. If you could build an AI tool to solve a problem in your community, in your country, what would it do? That question is your challenge and your opportunity to think big and think impact. Let's first discuss about how AI is playing a key role in global sustainability efforts. AI can monitor emissions and deforestation using satellite imagery and maybe powers smart farming tools like the one I know, Farmwise robots that reduce herbicide use. In buildings, let's say, AI has cut energy use by up to 30% through optimized HVAC systems. In climate science, it enhanced disaster prediction and modeling, while maybe projects like the ocean cleanup use AI to map marine debris. Recycling facilities using AI, such as gray parrot systems, have improved waste sorting efficiency by over 25%, significantly reducing landfill contribution. These real-world examples show how AI isn't just smart, it's helping save the planet. Next, AI is significantly enhancing healthcare across several Asian countries, besides what is presented in this slide. Well, let me go through several examples. In Singapore, AI has cut hospital operation costs by 10 to 20%, reduced diagnostics cost by up to 25%, and lowered treatment cost for conditions like breast cancer by 30 to 40%. In Malaysia, the use of AI in clinics has brought patient waiting times below 30 minutes, I guess, and it's projected to cut overall healthcare costs by 10 to 30%. Thailand has seen over 94% diagnostic accuracy using AI in hospitals like Vimut, with deep learning system reducing radiologist workloads by more than 50%. In Vietnam, AI in medical imaging has slashed diagnostics report times for 20 to 5 minutes with 80% accuracy. So it's reducing time from 20 to 5 minutes with 80% accuracy, supporting an ambitious national goal of Vietnam to screen 1 million people for early disease detection. So collectively, these breakthroughs show how AI is stepping up to make healthcare even faster, smarter, and easier to access across the region. But remember, while AI can save lives, again, it must be designed without bias. If trained mostly on data from wealthier populations, AI may not perform well for anyone. for everyone. Equity still matters. AI has also incredible potential to transform education by making learning more personalized, inclusive, and of course, efficient. It can tailor lessons to teach to each student pace, strengths, and maybe students' learning style, just like platforms such as Khan Academy or Duolingo do. For educators and teachers, AI saves time by maybe grading, tracking progress, and suggesting resources for students who need extra support. It also improves accessibility, I say, with tools like text to speech for visually impaired students, maybe auto captioning for those with hearing challenges, and maybe lastly, comprehension aids for learning disabilities. Beyond the classroom, AI bridges education gaps by bringing quality learning to remote and underserved areas through translation tools, maybe mobile apps, and even offline chatbots. By working with AI, we are not replacing teachers. We are empowering them and unlocking new possibilities for every learners. Now we are arrived at the end of this section. We often marvel at what AI can do, right? But how often do we stop to ask what it should do? Designing AI consciously means recognizing that intentional design matters. AI doesn't create itself, humans do. That means we must ask who benefits, who might be harmed, and what values we are put into this technology. Ethical AI isn't a lofty ideal. It's built through everyday choices like being transparent, fair, and of course, accountable. Biases in algorithms, even when unintended, can lead to real-world consequences. Responsibility doesn't lie with developers alone. It belongs to educators, students, parents, and communities as well. So eventually, we all play a role in shaping how AI impacts our world. This is what conscious innovations looks like. Creating technology that solve real-world problems without creating new ones. And I leave you with this one message. The future of AI depends not just on how smart it is become, but on how human we choose to be. Thank you. See you on the next section.
Hello everyone, it's Nicholas here and welcome to this section about AI for social good that's designed for you as Asian educators. Well, first of all, let me give you some news. In our rapidly evolving world, artificial intelligence or AI is not just a technological advancement. It's a transformative force reshaping our societies and economies. Again, a report by Asian Magazine highlighted that AI has the potential to uplift Asian GDP by 10 to 18%. equating to nearly 1 trillion US dollars by 2030. Yet, amidst this promising horizon, a significant challenge looms. The Digital Literacy in Education System across Asia Report 2021 revealed that 61% of individuals aged 10 to 24 are not being taught digital skills in school. This gap underscores the urgency for us as Asian educators to act. We must aware right now that our role transcends traditional teaching. We are the architects of Asian students' future. Now that we've seen the scale of AI's potential and the critical role educators must play, let's dive into this session. Let's begin by exploring why AI matters for education in Southeast Asia, how it's shaping our societies, and why educators are key to guiding its responsible use. We will then cover essential AI concepts in simple terms to build a clear understanding. And finally, we will look at practical strategies tailored for Asian educators to integrate AI into classroom in meaningful, ethical, and impactful ways. So first off, let's explore why this is matter for you as educators. AI is rapidly transforming every corner of life in Southeast Asia, from classrooms to industries. And as educators in the Asian region, you are at the forefront of this change. Whether you are teaching in countryside Cambodia schools or in urban centers in Singapore, your role is critical in closing the digital divide, nurturing digital literacy, and helping students see AI not just a tool, but as a way to tackle real local challenges like climate resilience in the Philippines or agricultural innovation in Indonesia and Vietnam. To do this, you need more than just technical skills. As I presented here, you need cultural sensitivity, ethical awareness, and an inclusive mindset. So, what can you do? As an educator in Asian, you can begin by integrating AI into your classroom to support diverse learners. Maybe using tools like language translation, adaptive platforms, or AI tutors to improve access, especially in remote and underserved areas. But access alone isn't enough. To truly prepare students for the future, you also need to focus on building future-ready skills. AI literacy, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence, abilities that AI can't replace, but are essential. And as your students learn to engage with AI, it's equally important to guide them in ethical and sustainable AI use. Encourage them to question how AI works, how it benefits, and what consequence it might have. Have a clear discussion about issues like AI bias, privacy, and environmental impact with local examples they can relate to. And finally, bring it all together by showing them how AI can be used for local solutions. Use real challenges like flooding, pollution, or access to healthcare in their country as starting points to help students see how AI can drive social innovation. Through this journey, you are not just introducing AI, you are empowering the next generation to lead with purpose. Now, before I end up this session, I'll give you practical tips to help your student engage with AI meaningfully. First off, start small, then go deep. Try simple classroom activities like maybe image recognition or chatbots using free tools like Google's Teachable Machine. These hands-on experiences can spark curiosity while staying accessible. After then, promote student-led projects that use AI to tackle real community issues in their country, whether it's traffic, waste, or education gaps, through design thinking and presentation. Encourage deep reflection by discussing AI and values with story-based questions like, should AI decide who gets scholarships? This will help students to think ethically. And to support this journey, build your own capacity as well. I mean, please join regional educator networks, attend AI webinars, and advocate for school policies that bring AI and ethics into the curriculum. I want to say that the future of AI in Asia starts in your classroom. So teach boldly, guide wisely, and inspire students to lead their country with heart and purpose. Thank you.